additional storm chances back in the forecast. We continue with this unusual summer-like forecast, summertime forecast, with high temperatures not yet hitting the triple-digit mark and these storm chances continuing. Rain chances will mainly be for eastern parts of North Texas today, where a weakness in the atmosphere is still setting up. That weakness will track to the east over the next 24 hours, which means we briefly dry out tomorrow. Now, the heat index will approach 100 degrees today and will likely approach 103 tomorrow. So we keep that humid air around with plenty of Gulf moisture for the atmosphere to work with. And then, yes, couple that with a front that'll be stalled along the Red River this weekend, and that will yield additional rain and storm chances. Speaking of storm chances, I have our satellite and radar on loop over the last 12 hours to show you the evolution of showers and storms blossoming south of I-20 and then a little bit closer to the Metroplex late in the day yesterday. Some of these storms really packed a punch with some lightning and thunder, as well as pockets of very heavy rain. Over the last couple of days, Dallas County has seen the most in the way of that rainfall activity, picking up about a half foot of rain, especially for areas near and south of I-20 and just off to the east. Shower chances today, like I said, minimal, but they're still there. We can't keep our Thursday forecast completely dry. Just a couple of stray afternoon and early evening showers, mainly across eastern parts of North Texas. So we're starting off our Thursday in the 70s. It is warm. It is muggy. By this afternoon, we look to climb in the mid-90s, and again, just with a heat index approaching about 100 degrees. But at least the air temperature won't approach 100 degrees.
That is a positive.
We'll take it.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, I want to focus your attention not on the markers that you're going to see on the map yet. I'm going to get to that in a second. But on Highway 80 in Mesquite, notice how heavy it is as one approaches 635 LBJ. Here's what's been going on. We had a vehicle conk out in the right lane, but it didn't stay there very long, and now you can see all lanes are open once again. So we're going to call this easy come, easy go, but it is still residually heavy moving over from Sunnyvale through this construction zone. So please note that. For folks right now on northbound I-45 to go to westbound I-30, you have the continuous closure of the transition ramp, so be ready to go east first to go west. And then here's an update regarding the crash on I-30 at Munger. Wreckers have just cleared the crash, so the Munger exit should reopen shortly. Our biggest concern right now, though, is some of the debris and guardrail damage in this area that you can kind of see on the right side of the roadway there that folks are having to kind of slide by. So the speeds have really not picked up in that area at all, and I would definitely add some time there. For folks right now moving from Dallas to Tarrant County on major highways and vice versa, you can see no concerns there. And over in Weatherford, just a quick note, as one moves over from the area around FM 2552 and continuing toward the 180 merge, you still have some work crews in the area. But the positive thing is this: the barrels here that we are looking at have actually been moved over to the shoulders. So now all lanes are able to get through, and everything should be squared away here in the next few minutes. Shannon?
Chip, thanks. 2 people are dead after a crash with a passenger train in Dallas. Sky 4 flew over the scene Wednesday near the Medical Market TRE station at Harry Hines Boulevard. Rail service was interrupted while the tracks were cleared. The trains began running again in the afternoon. No train passengers were hurt. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. Rowlett police are looking for the person who shot a teenager during an armed robbery.
Last month, police say 17-year-old Xavier Stevenson met a man and his teen brother to buy a vape on Rowlett Road near Lakeview Parkway. They parked near a Dollar General to get cash for the transaction. Investigators say Stevenson went inside that store. He came back, got in the vehicle, pulled a gun, and demanded money. The teenage boy tried to run away. He was shot in the back of his head. He did survive. Stevenson has been on the run ever since. Police are now offering a reward for his arrest.
What troubles me is how something so simple and so inexpensive that you're willing to shoot somebody in the back of the head. It's a miracle that this young man did not pass away. But we need to get Xavier located. We need that tip.
If you know the suspect or anything about his whereabouts, you are urged to contact the detective in charge of the case. You see his information on your screen. It's also on our website, fox4news.com.
It is 5:38. The heat is here to stay. Kylie says we're hovering in the mid-90s again today. The forecast is ahead.
Hey, good. Okay, we want to take a beat this week. It's been really heavy, and we do want to bring back Hey Good Day just to give us all time to have a little fun with one another and chat it up a little bit. So I'm glad you guys are sitting next to us.
Yeah, first question. What is your go-to activity when you need to relax?
Sleep.
Sleep. That's probably the ultimate relaxation. Just
something though to actually
sleep for 5 hours.
I have to have something though to get me to that point where I can relax and go to sleep. So for me, it's going out and playing golf, getting myself nice and tired.
A little bit of exercise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think if I have a good book I'm reading and I can like read to help me sleep, or a good show or a movie I want to watch. But the key, I think, is like putting the phone away. Like, even the phone could be in another room, out of sight. Like, I'm not distracted by it. I think that's key for me to actually kind of check out.
I am on Do Not Disturb on my days off. 90% of the time, just to try to check out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with y'all. Okay, what technology changed your work the most? That's an interesting question, because life, I think, would have been way different than work, right? I mean, obviously phones, just being connected with one another all the time. But for work...
I don't really understand this question.
I think of like when you started, I'm thinking of like when I started in the news business 15 years ago, and like what's different, what technology has come out that changed it, and like the first thing that, if that's what the question is meaning, I'm thinking like social media, because when I graduated college, social media was starting to become really prevalent, but like it wasn't used for news. You know, we had Twitter. I remember in college, my professor saying, you all need to get a Twitter account. This is a way to get news. But like Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, of course, didn't exist, but we weren't using it for information or sharing news stories. It was just like pretty pictures and personal stuff. So I think that's been the biggest change.
I'm obviously older. And so
I was going to say, you might have a good answer.
For me, it's been just the whole idea of going from non-linear to linear, where you're having to do things. I learned how to edit on tapes, right? Oh my gosh, and now you can do that in your computer like that. And those are some of the things that have changed and made it to where we can get so much more produced and out there, which is
just
amazing.
The size of the equipment. Remember the cameras we used to have, and huge tripod, everything's
You can shoot everything on your phone now. You can literally go live from your phone. We all have that app, so that's kind of cool.
You can. No, social media is a really, really good answer. And even now, too, you know, you'll notice a lot of stations, not only here in Dallas, but across the country, going to do more digital-first initiatives, and getting information to as many people as you possibly can, because y'all may be watching and we're so grateful, but a lot of people get information on their phones these days, so it's so important.
In our station, I feel, has been always on the front, cutting edge on that front of meeting you where you're at, so that we're able to continue to connect with you, and we really honor and appreciate everybody that's stuck with us as we kind of changed our venues and moved, and our numbers still stay the same, which is awesome.
Y'all remember Periscope? Did you ever have to use Periscope? I
think I did.
That was like the first, before there was like Facebook Live or access to go live on an Instagram. Like Periscope was the app for that, and I remember our newsroom and my first job 15 years ago, that you need to be on Periscope, you know, now it doesn't even.
What's Periscope?
I mean, Facebook Live, so, I mean, such a useful tool, too, you know? I mean, I can't
You're the queen of a Facebook Live.
Well, I'll go to scenes, and it's so developing. We get so many details, and I'm like, I just want to get this out as soon as possible. I'll hop on a Facebook Live right before a live shot here on Good Day, and so many people tune in, and people that maybe are watching Good Day, maybe aren't watching Good Day, they're getting that information.
It's a good behind-the-scenes look.
Totally. Hey, you can send us your questions. Just email them to goodday@fox.com, or you can comment on our Hey Good Day Facebook post. See, so easy on our Facebook. There's that social media.
Okay, we still have email, though, so that's good. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. The next couple of days, feeling more like that summertime pattern as we soar into the mid and upper 90s. I mentioned this earlier, but the hottest high temperature that we've seen so far this summer is 96 degrees. We'll be right there today. Tomorrow, it's going to be close, 96 or 97, with a few more breaks in the clouds, mostly sunny skies likely taking over over, but we're still haven't hit the triple-digit mark. We will take that. The heat index today approaching 100 degrees. Tomorrow with an increase in our high temperatures and the dew point hovering right around 69 or 70 degrees tomorrow afternoon. That'll give us an added heat index upwards of about 103. So we'll feel the heat and humidity with fewer showers and thunderstorms in the forecast, at least today and tomorrow. That does look to change, though, by the weekend. Nice shot of Reunion Tower out there this morning. Temperatures are in the mid-70s to start. We haven't seen any development of that patchy fog this morning, but there could be some passing mid-level clouds to start off our Thursday morning. Now, rain and storm chances have been pretty interesting over the last several days. We've seen them kind of blossom up late in the day, but it all depends on where you live, because several folks haven't seen anything. But if you live across Dallas County, Kaufman, Rockwall, even parts of Denton and Collin counties over the last couple of days, you have seen those showers and thunderstorms blossom up and kind of pack a punch. You could see the development of those storms late in the day yesterday. And because of that, our rainfall totals, we saw some pretty high rainfall rates that prompted the National Weather Service to issue yet another flash flood warning across parts of Dallas County. Very important to pay attention to those there. And that's because those rainfall rates were between 1 to 2 to even 3 inches an hour. Accumulations of 1 to 2 inches over the last 24 hours were seen across Dallas County over the last several days, up to about a ½ foot of rain. Today, not completely dry. Just low rain and storm chances, mainly across eastern parts of North Texas, as a weakness in the atmosphere still sits across far east Texas. So we start in the 70s, we end in the mid-90s with the heat index approaching the triple-digit mark. You can see on our futurecast, mostly quiet throughout the first part of the day, and then a couple of afternoon showers and rumbles will be possible, especially east of I-35. Tomorrow, I think we can keep the forecast completely dry as that weakness continues to head off towards Louisiana. Today, not so much, though, but still very low coverage, 10% at best. We're dry tomorrow. With a stalled front approaching the Red River this weekend, we reintroduce those shower and thunderstorm chances. In fact, by Sunday, we've upped coverage to about 30%. Partly sunny to mostly cloudy skies can be expected, and that'll give us a dip in our high temperatures, staying in the low 90s by Sunday afternoon. Chip?
Kylie, thanks. So just a quick reminder, going into downtown Dallas, a couple roadways are impaired. One of them not as bad as it once was, and that would be the crash on I-30 as one moves in the westbound direction around the Munger interchange. Exit ramp has been reopened, but there's still some debris and junk that kind of is sitting out on the right side of the roadway from that crash, and you can see that folks can get by, but it is kind of tough. So just note that and add about 10 minutes to the drive as one continues to the I-45 interchange. And then on northbound I-45, the ramp to go to westbound I-30 closed the rest of this month and potentially into early August. We'll see. Other roadways are doing really well. North and south end of the airport, a great example there. 114 around International Parkway looks good. 183 looks great as well. And by the way, on 114, moving from Trophy Club and Roanoke in the eastbound direction is easy. Westbound off to a much better start than yesterday when we had a lot of challenges moving through that area. For folks that utilize I-35W to move from the Texas Motor Speedway down towards the Fort Worth Mixmaster, that's been running along pretty well so far. In fact, all of the Tarrant County roadways are trouble-free at the moment.
Love to hear it, Chip. Thanks. 10 minutes away from 6 o'clock, SpongeBob. He is headed back to the big screen. We have a sneak peek at his new adventure in Bikini Bottom after the break. Living in a pineapple under the sea just got even harder for SpongeBob, Patrick, and all of their friends. The SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants is in the works. This is the 4th film since the cartoon premiered on Nickelodeon back in 1999. The story follows SpongeBob on a journey across the sea as he confronts the Flying Dutchman. The movie premieres December 19th.
Basically just another repeat of our dog walking forecast. To get those walks and runs out of the way early or wait until the sun sets, because it is going to be warm for our 4-legged friends this afternoon. Green pause this morning. Yeah, get those walks out of the way early. Mostly sunny skies, still warm and muggy though. By noon, we're back up to about 90 degrees. Partly to mostly sunny skies expected throughout the day. We approach the mid-90s. Thanks to Susan for sending in Maverick and Tucker. Kind of majestic there, Maverick and Tucker.
Yes, they do look good. Driving right now, here's what looks good, and that would be the overall drive. We don't have any issues here just before 6 a.m. in Tarrant, Collin, Denton County, and out east, Rockwall, Kaufman County Drive. Okay, you do have these incidents. I-30 going in the westbound direction, approaching East Grand. Some remnants of some activity on the right side of the roadway. Northbound 45 ramp to go to westbound I-30 blocked off. That's a continuous closure. And then there's this. There's a crash called out at I-35E and Keast Boulevard. Here's what's going on. It turns out that the wreck is on Keast Boulevard. So you can see in that westbound direction, vehicles stopped on the roadway in this area. And that's it. The main lanes are unaffected by that activity. Good Day's back after this.
All right, Brandon, back in studio with us after spending several days down in Central Texas in Kerrville. Yeah. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Glad to have you, and great
nice
job down
back.
there.
Thanks.
It's really tough.
Oh yeah, no, it was tough, and there's such a sad element to this story anyway, because the lives that were lost, and so that's just a whole nother level. But you've got the first responders that are trying to go through this riverbed and find those who are missing, and that's just something that you don't even want to try to picture in your head of what they're going through. But man, you know, I guess if there's a bright spot, it's all these survivor stories that we're hearing about now. Is the, you know, the father that pried the door open in the home that was flooding, and just, you know, all of his strength just to get his family out, and the innkeepers that were just going door to door, knocking, yelling, and the sheriff's deputies going door to door and knocking and yelling to get people up and out, and all the people that were in the river, and the first responders with the cables and the equipment, with the rushing water and getting people. I mean, there's so many heroic efforts. You know, to help people out there. So
when you were just telling me when you got here this morning, just the magnitude of the devastation, it's probably difficult to even show on TV.
It is. It's hard to show on with a, you know, a cell phone, but when you're up on some of these bridges that cross over the Guadalupe and you're able to look down on the riverbed, it's just stunning to see how much land this water covered. You know, because you have right now, since it's receded, in this little river, and then everything over here is with the trees that are bent over, and you know, it's all destroyed.
Trees,
yeah, huge trees.
You know, I asked you this when you were down there and we were doing some live shots with you. How do you, as a seasoned anchor, go into these communities, talk to people that are facing some of the worst experiences of their lives, and give them hope and have them share their stories with you? How are you able to do that in a way that's still so respectful and
to be
done
compassionate
with grace?
and respectful? Yeah. I think if you just approach them with an apologetic tone and understanding what that, or at least go through your mind, what did they just experience? And then you start thinking about it, and that kind of changes your attitude as the way you approach them.
And I
the
think
way you ask them
respecting people's
questions.
responses if they say, hey, I'm not ready to talk.
If they're
Or
not
maybe
ready,
a lot of people do want to share their stories too. So just kind of trying to find those stories to tell.
And that's kind of the first question. Would you like to talk about it? And if they don't, thank you very much.
But putting yourself in their shoes, which I think, you know, you hear these stories and you just can't imagine what you would have done if you were in that situation. So, well, welcome back. Good to have you. Our coverage continues. Stay with us. Good Day at 6 starts now.
From Fox 4, Good Day continues at 6 a.m.
For us as believers, one thing that every single one of us can do is to pray.
Yeah, a moment of prayer and reflection in Kerrville as the community gathers to remember the lives lost in the flood disaster.
There are mounting questions about whether enough was done to try to get people out before the flooding, how officials in Kirk County are responding.
Here at home, a low chance for rain today. Then we get a brief break. Kylie is in this morning with the timing. Good morning. It's Thursday, July 10th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. We are starting out this morning with our continued coverage of the devastating floods in Central Texas.
And the death toll continues to climb with now 120 confirmed dead. Officials also say they're searching for 173 people still unaccounted for, and hope for those missing is starting to fade. Crews have not found anyone alive since July 4th, the day of the flooding. The community is now trying to heal and clean up. That cleanup effort in some areas feels almost impossible as the debris in some spots piled up several stories, and it is packed so tight around the base of these trees.
And they were talking about the Texas vegetation and some of these like tough cedar trees. Like some of them you can't just take a normal chainsaw to. They need like, they're bringing in these massive saws to try to cut all this up. And this, as many are grieving, Dan Godwin joins us with a look at how the community's mourning. Dan.
And Lauren, people in the communities where the flooding happened are hurting, of course, and they are leaning on one another for comfort and community. At a high school football stadium in downtown Kerrville last night, people came together in prayer.
We pray for perseverance for all in our community, as we know it is a long road ahead.
The superintendent of Kerrville ISD told us this was the first time people connected to the district gathered in large numbers since the flooding to pray for the lives lost and for the families still searching for their loved ones. Hundreds turned out for what was called a community blessing. Reese Zunker was a beloved soccer coach and teacher at Kerrville's Tivy High School. Zunker and his wife Paula died in the storm. Their young children have still not been found. One of Zunker's assistant coaches reflected on his friend and colleague.
You know, him and his wife are very involved in the community. They're loving people. They care about others. They're just there to do whatever they can for other people. This community is very, very resilient, and this is just part of that, one of those steps that we hope to provide in that process for us to come together and get through this.
Kerrville ISD Superintendent Brent Ringo there also told us, though the gathering was put on by the school district, it was for everyone who felt the need to reach out during this time of immense sorrow. Superintendent also said, even though it is summer break, resources and support will be available for the students and their families who will be impacted by the catastrophic floods for months and years to come. Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Thank you, Dan. Kerr County officials avoided answering questions about the delay in activating Kerrville's Code Red Alert system that would have warned residents about the rising Guadalupe River.
Yeah, residents can sign up for those alerts. A volunteer firefighter reportedly asked a Kerr County Sheriff's dispatcher to initiate the alert Friday at 4:22 in the morning, but was told that it required a supervisor's approval. That alert went out hours later. Reporters asked questions about the delay at Wednesday morning's news conference.
With every emergency, you know what, we're going to have to, there's going to be an after action. Please, y'all, listen to those words, after action, okay? Those questions are going to be answered. I believe those questions need to be answered to the family of the missed loved ones, to the public, you know, to the people that put me in this office. Those need to, and I want that answer, and we're going to get that answer. And I know that's going to be asked over and over. Please understand that. You know, we're not running, we're not going to hide from everything. That's going to be checked into.
Governor Abbott says the state will fund a new flood warning system. Well, that, along with redrawing congressional districts, is on the agenda for the upcoming special legislative session. Redrawing districts is typically done only once a decade. Lawmakers just redrew lines in 2021. The governor also wants lawmakers to regulate THC products and set an age limit of 21, and that's different from the lieutenant governor's plan he vetoed, which would have banned the products. Special session starts in 2 weeks.
It's been a pretty active last several days across North Texas as a nearby disturbance plus plenty of moisture in the atmosphere allows for multiple rounds of showers and storms that have fired up through the peak heating hours of the afternoon, continuing through about 9-10 o'clock at night before dissipating. We saw another round last night that largely impacted parts of Dallas County, Denton County, northern Ellis County, and areas across central Texas. Rainfall totals over the last 72 hours to account for multiple rounds of fairly heavy rain. There are parts of Dallas County that have picked up over a half foot of rain. Northern Navarro County picking up over 3 inches, and far southeast Denton County between 2 and 3 inches over the last few days. I have satellite and radar on loop to show you how showers and storms kind of fired up late in the day, mainly across southern parts of North Texas. And then we saw additional storms that developed closer to the Metroplex. A few of those kind of packed a punch. We saw quite a bit of lightning and some pockets of very heavy rain, once again prompting the National Weather Service to issue a flash flood warning. Now, shower chances, yeah, we can't keep today completely dry. There's still a weakness out in East Texas in the atmosphere. So because of that, we've left about 10% coverage in place for a stray afternoon shower or rumble. And again, that's mainly for east of I-35. Starting in the 70s, ending in the 90s in typical early to mid-July fashion. But at least we don't have the triple digits to discuss.
That is true. Right now, we don't have a lot of incidents to discuss. And that's great for folks getting ready to head out the door to start off your Thursday morning. For folks right now trying to move over in Fort Worth, there is a pocket of heavy traffic you can see on northbound I-35W developing heading up towards Meacham Boulevard, but there hasn't been any call out of any incidents so far. That's great news for folks on other roadways in Tarrant County, including I-20 around the Southeast Connector Project, moving through that construction zone right now, running as well as I've seen in a while. In and around downtown Dallas, a couple of things I want to mention. This is I-30 around the Munger interchange. All earlier issues are gone. I just wanted to note that since we just took that wreck marker out. And a reminder on northbound I-45, the ramp to go to westbound I-30 blocked off there to look at the cone lines in that area. The other thing I want to point out, obviously, is that wreck marker that you see along I-20 about a minute or two ago, heading in the eastbound direction, going past the Haymarket interchange and continuing to 175, the CF Hahn Freeway. Call out of a crash in that area. Emergency crews have been heading that direction. I'm going to pull up a camera shot in that location to show you what the flow looks like approaching eastbound I-20 from Haymarket. And you can see definitely very heavy traffic as one moves through that area. So please note that, and I'll continue to try to find that right camera to show the details of the recent concerns. Lauren?
Thank you, Chip. An ambulance stolen from Medical City Dallas Hospital ended up wrecked in a ditch 35 miles away in Ellis County. Police say a man forced a medic out of that ambulance, then drove south on I-45 about 1:15 this morning. Dallas police tracked the ambulance, chased it to Palmer, where the man crashed into that creek bed. He was trapped in the wreckage. Firefighters freed him. He was airlifted to a Dallas hospital. He is expected to face several charges once he recovers from his injuries. And a man's in the hospital after he was shot by someone he was apparently trying to help. So Wednesday night, Dallas officers called to a neighborhood. This is near 635 and Ferguson Road in Northeast Dallas. Police say a man and a woman were driving when they saw another man being beaten in the streets. So the man got out of his car and went and tried to break up the fight. He was shot twice in the chest by the man who was being beaten up. It's unclear what led to the fight initially before the shooting. Police have not released any other details.
The FBI says it's looking for another suspect accused of shooting an officer outside an ICE detention center near Fort Worth. You might have received an alert on your phone about this. 32-year-old Benjamin Song of Dallas is wanted for attempted murder of a federal officer. Authorities say he was part of a group of people who attacked the facility last week. One Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck. He's expected to recover. According to court records, Song is a military veteran who hid out in the woods for a day after the shooting. Nearly a dozen people have already been charged in connection with the attack. 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, the price of copper hits a record high. We get a look at that jump ahead.
All right, a much quieter day today weather-wise. As we move into the weekend, though, the storm chances are going to ramp up. Kylie's in. The forecast is ahead.
Stuffed animals, quilts, statues. A Facebook group has now formed to reunite people in Kerr County with their belongings. We get details when we come back. Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It's 13 minutes after 6 o'clock. Secret Service has suspended 6 federal agents for failures related to the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump.
Independent reviews from the Department of Homeland Security and a bipartisan congressional task force revealed several operational failures created a vulnerable environment at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania last year. Director of the agency resigned shortly after the shooting. President shot in the ear and a firefighter in the stands was killed. The agents will return on restricted duty after their suspension.
Copper prices have hit a record high this week. The price surged 13% Tuesday after President Donald Trump announced a 50% tariff on imported copper. The tariff is set to begin on August 1st. President Trump says the tariff increase is due to a national security assessment and will promote more copper development in the U.S.
Right, well, we are waking up on this Thursday morning. The sun is coming up across North Texas, and it is warm and muggy out there. Temperatures are in the mid-70s. Mostly clear to partly sunny skies are expected to start off our Thursday. By this afternoon, partly to mostly sunny skies can be expected, and it'll just be hot and humid. No change there. Dew points this morning hovering near 70 degrees. That's giving us that added humidity that'll hang around all afternoon. It's been a pretty active last couple of days across North Texas, with multiple showers and storms firing up through the peak heating hours of the afternoon. We saw that trend continue yesterday as showers and storms impacted far southern parts of North Texas, and then we saw additional storms with several outflow boundaries in place a little bit closer to the Metroplex, and a few of these storms really packed a punch. In fact, we saw a whole lot of lightning associated with these storms, very similar to what we saw Tuesday evening. And then with several heavier rain bands setting up and some high rainfall rates, the National Weather Service once again issuing a flash flood warning for parts of Dallas County. Yesterday, some of those higher rainfall totals up in eastern and southeast Denton County, picking up over 2.5 inches of rain. Northern Tarrant and eastern and southeastern Dallas County picking up 1 inch to 2 inches of rain. Now, over the last several days, there have been parts of Dallas County that have picked up 1/2 foot of rain. So the ground is definitely saturated. Couple that with multiple rounds of heavy rain, and yes, that flood threat increased over the last couple of days. We start a drying trend, though, today and tomorrow. Today, just low shower chances in place, mainly for eastern parts of North Texas. So starting in the 70s, we easily climb into the mid-90s with an added heat index. So with dew points expected right near 70 degrees throughout the afternoon, maybe a dip in the mid to upper 60s. That's enough to give us that added heat index right around 100 degrees. By noon, still pretty muggy, mostly sunny skies, temperatures right at 90 degrees. We look to climb into the mid-90s, and then we'll be watching areas east of I-35 where a weakness is still in place in the atmosphere for a couple of afternoon and early evening showers and rumbles. We're emphasis on a couple, though. We're talking 10% coverage at best. Tomorrow, we look to dry out, and as we head into the weekend, additional shower and thunderstorm chances make a return. Today, though, 10% coverage at best, nothing crazy, and mainly for eastern parts of North Texas. As we head into the weekend, we will be sandwiched between 2 areas of high pressure. That will allow for a weak front to slide to the south and will basically stall along the Red River through the weekend. So that, plus plenty of Gulf moisture, will bring additional shower and thunderstorm chances. So we could pick up about 0.2 of an inch of rain or so as we head into the weekend. There's some isolated higher rainfall totals across parts of North Texas. On your forewarned 7-day forecast, we're going to continue that drying trend today and tomorrow as we climb into the upper 90s. By the weekend, the low to mid 90s with those additional storm chances. Chip.
Kylie, thanks. We're going to spend the majority of our time talking about that in Balk Springs. If you're new to the viewing area, this is the spot we're talking about over on the right corner of your screen. It is not fun to make this transition right now in the eastbound direction on I-20 to go northbound on the East Loop. 175 going in the westbound direction, and then to take the ramp to go to northbound OBJ is completely overloaded. And this is a closer look at where the crash has been. The good news is it doesn't appear to be major in nature, and though a light pole has been knocked down in the crash, looks like they're just going to leave it all there and they're opening up all the main lanes right now. So that's the positive news, but the negative obviously is it's still residually heavy in that area. Wanted to quickly point out on northbound 287 going from Midlothian to Mansfield, traffic flow is fine right now through this area. I noticed just a little while ago in a spot where there was some overnight road work going on that there was some flashing lights in that area. Currently, I don't see anything that looks to be unusual right now moving through that location. So I guess that would be the positive thing here is the camera around the 287-360 interchange. I wish I had more cameras available to me between this interchange and over in Midlothian, but that's the best I can do. For folks right now trying to move on I-35W from Johnson County into Tarrant County, pocket of heavy traffic going up toward Everman Parkway, but no wrecks or stalls there. And up to the north, you can see no concerns on I-35W heading south from the Alliance Airport towards the I-30 interchange.
Two NASA aircraft helping with recovery operations near Kerrville. Cloud cover has made it hard to get clear satellite images. The NASA aircraft's gathering observations of the region, sharing their data with the emergency response teams to try to help with some of these recovery efforts. NASA's disasters program also working to create maps that show the location and severity of the flooding. And then there's this Facebook group. It is hoping to help reunite people with their personal items that were washed away in the floodwaters. Dondi Person lives in Kirk County. She runs the Facebook group Found on the Guadalupe River. This started after she started picking up items along the banks of the river and decided she wanted to try to get them back to the right person. She's been posting items on the group. Thousands of people have joined in, and reunions have already begun.
Just know that people are looking for some little something, and if we can take part in any of that, that's what matters. I just want to make sure that these items are treated with reverence and care, and because if they were mine, I would want the same thing.
Yeah, she says she's washed, sanitized, restored with the help of other locals as well, just to try to get them back to the people.
Well, the Major League Soccer teams in Texas are teaming up to support flood relief and recovery efforts in Central Texas. FC Dallas, the Houston Dynamo, and Austin FC are donating a combined $500,000. The Central Texas disaster is especially personal for the brothers who own FC Dallas. Their 9-year-old relative is among the Camp Mystic flood victims. The $500,000 donation adds to the contributions made by other Texas professional sports teams. Well, you can help with flood recovery. Just grab your phone, scan that QR code that is on the screen there. Fox 4 has set up a secure site to give money directly to Kerr County Flood Relief. We also have a link on fox4news.com and the Fox Local app.
Coming up on Good Day, trapped underground. Details on a group of workers who had to be rescued.
Welcome back. It's 6:24. 31 construction workers inside a huge tunnel were rescued after part of it collapsed.
Yeah, so these workers were about 400 feet underground, 6 miles away from the only entrance when it collapsed last night. Workers apparently crawled more than 12 feet, over more than 12 feet of loose soil. Then they were shuttled to the entrance and had to be carried out by a crane. More than 100 LA firefighters on the scene to make this rescue. Authorities say they are investigating and trying to figure out exactly what caused that collapse.
Looking like a typical July pool cast today. By noon, mostly sunny skies are expected as we climb to about 90 degrees with highs for most of us in the mid-90s today. So just a typical early to mid-July day. Can't keep the forecast completely dry just yet, with just low rain and storm chances continuing through the peak heating hours of the afternoon, mainly for areas east of I-35 at 10% coverage at best. Hot and humid for the rest of us, though, with the heat index approaching 100 degrees. You've seen a few slowdowns on the roads this morning. What's the latest there?
Let's go to Duncanville for the latest. We're watching a transition in the making. We've had a crash happen on the left side of the roadway, I-20, but here's the deal. You can see right now as we pull the shot up live that the emergency crews, and that would include Dallas County Sheriff's deputies, are now making the move that Sheriff's deputies love to do. If the vehicles are movable, that's exactly what they do, and they push vehicles off if they have to. In this case, looks like the vehicles are moving under their own power, and we're watching this crash clear out. Now, we did have a closure of all the main lanes here for a couple of minutes, and the left lane for a little bit longer than that. So it is still residually heavy coming over from Highway 67 and continuing to Grand Prairie, but at least, again, all lanes are opening up. For folks right now, just a little bit to the east of here and the north of here, haven't seen the unusual issues on Highway 67 moving from Duncanville up into Dallas. And you can see Loop 12 Walton Walker for the Spur 408 merge just north of the DBU campus, continuing up through Irving, doing well so far this morning.
Hope your Thursday morning is going well. It is 6:26. Search and recovery teams continuing their efforts around the clock in Central Texas. How volunteers are lending a helping hand.
It's 6:30 a.m. You're watching Good Day, live and local on Fox 4.
Welcome back. Thanks for starting your morning with us.
Well, officials and communities fear that the number of missing and dead flood victims in Central Texas is expected to keep rising.
So more than 170 people remain unaccounted for in Central Texas, and the death toll's above 100 already. No survivors have been found since last Friday, since July 4th, the day of the floods. Search crews stay focused, though. Many volunteers are making sure teams have the fuel to get the job done. Fox's Rebecca Castor is in Kirk County with the latest.
As search teams across Central Texas sort through the devastation, major efforts are underway to help first responders and survivors keep going.
We knew that this was going to be tragic beyond description.
Within hours after Friday's deadly floods swept across Central Texas, a surge of nonprofits arrived on the ground to provide crucial support to survivors and keep the thousands of first responders and volunteers going.
We continue to move with them as they move downriver.
Search teams are not giving up until every missing flood victim is found. And groups like Mercy Chefs are making sure they're staying fed, providing more than 4,000 meals every day across 15 locations.
They're like, I saw things today I can never unsee. So we're trying to stand with them.
We're Texas strong. That's what the hat says. That's what Texans do. We help each other.
Volunteers say it's critical teams on the ground have what it takes to keep going.
Food, I believe, gives them the strength.
First responders are spending what little time they have to rest, still going back out into the field.
16, 18, 20-hour shifts. But rather than taking a day off, a much well-deserved day off, he volunteered to go out on foot with a ground search party.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has also ordered a special session of the state legislature to address upgrading flood warning systems. In Kirk County, Texas, Rebecca Castor for Good Day.
A Louisville family is left with only voicemails after their father, his wife were swept away in the floodwaters. Jeff Ramsay was camping in the hill country on the 4th of July with his wife, Tanya, and their dog, Chloe. His children, Jake and Rachel, say the couple was inside their camper when the water took hold. They were able to make a few phone calls, first to Tanya's brother, who was camping downstream. Family members say that call likely saved his life. And then they made 2 more calls. He called his children.
That's both voicemails just saying, like, basically, hey, buddy, I love you so much. I think this is it for us. Tell Rachie I love her. I went and listened to that message, and it broke me. Hers came after mine, and it was when they were already heading downstream. And so you could hear the panic, and it was just heartbreaking. We'll never listen to those messages again.
Heartbreaking. Now, rescuers did find the dog, Chloe. She was turned into the animal shelter, identified by her microchip, and Jake believes his dad likely gave Chloe one last push and that saved her life.
The city of Fort Worth is helping residents show their support for the flood victims. The city is offering green ribbons for residents to tie around their trees at homes and businesses. The ribbons have become a symbol of solidarity across the state, showing support for victims and families of those impacted. You can pick up a green ribbon in City Hall during normal business hours until Monday, the 14th. Please stay with us for the latest on the Texas flood disaster. We will continue to bring you the latest on air and online. Don't forget, we're always on fox4news.com and also on the Fox Local app.
Well, we dry out briefly the next couple of days before storm chances return this weekend. The weekend won't be a washout, but we do have rain and storm chances to discuss each day. The last couple of days, parts of North Texas have been hit pretty hard with fairly high rainfall rates prompting some flash flood warnings. Now, today we're keeping low rain chances in the forecast and mainly for areas east of I-35 and to the south and east through the peak heating hours of the afternoon. 10% coverage at best. So that drying trend continues today and definitely tomorrow as the weakness in the atmosphere that's across East Texas will move towards Louisiana. Satellite and radar, I have this on loop from last night to show you the evolution of showers and storms that popped up from about I-20 south initially, and then we saw a few more storms develop across parts of Denton County, even northern northeast Dallas County near the Garland and Mesquite area. That's what prompted those flash flood warnings. And part of that is because the grounds have already been fairly saturated across the Dallas County, Northern Ellis County, Kaufman County, Rockwall counties. We have picked up over the last 48 hours, parts of Dallas County picking up a ½ foot of rain. So because of those saturated grounds, yeah, anything with that high rainfall rate, similar to what we saw yesterday, would create some of those flood concerns. Now, that's not the case today, thanks to the fact that that drying trend slowly takes over. We're talking 10% coverage of showers through the peak heating hours of the afternoon, mainly for eastern parts of North Texas. After starting in the 70s, we easily end in the mid-90s today. So just a typical early to mid-July day with a little bit of an added heat index, likely feeling upwards of about 100 degrees. We keep the triple digits away from the forecast this weekend, Chip, but we do have those additional storm chances.
Okay, very good. Right now, I see a really calm, quiet drive overall on the roadways. And I know what you're thinking. You see a couple of markers there in and around downtown Dallas. I want to talk about what's been happening in that area first. So there was a call out of a crash northbound on I-35E moving up through the Zang curve around the Ewing interchange. Well, here's a TxDOT shot in that area. And you can see absolutely nothing. Looking just before here at Marcellus, absolutely nothing. And then up ahead, as one moves over past the Colorado Boulevard interchange, just do not see anything unusual at all, nor do I see any flashing lights. So I feel like whatever the issue might have been, it's been resolved quickly. And that's been the trend on a lot of roadways. You also see a marker there in the top part of your screen. Let's go into that next. There was a call out of a crash moving southbound on 75 Central Expressway at the exit ramp to go to Churchill Way. That activity is not causing any delays at all. In fact, it's not even blocking up any of the transitions at the moment. So heading from Richardson down into Dallas, much better today than it has been in the last couple of mornings. For folks right now just trying to get to LBJ and the 75 Central from Garland Mesquite going westbound, you can see that's a little heavy. No wrecks or stalls there. Up in Collin County, highways and toll roads alike looking great. And the Denton County Drive trouble-free, moving down towards the area around the North Loop. And there, look at some of the Fort Worth roadways, some slowdowns in some areas, but nothing that would be considered unusual for this time of the day.
Thank you very much. A 2026 trial date has now been set for the teenager accused of killing another student at a Frisco ISD track meet. So the jury trial for 18-year-old Carmelo Anthony is going to start June 1st of next year. Last month, the Collin County grand jury indicted Anthony for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. It happened during a fight at a track meet. Anthony says he stabbed Metcalf in self-defense. He is out on bond.
The time now 6:37. Coming up on Good Day, a teen shot in the head during a robbery in Rowlett. The suspect now on the run. How you can help track him down.
Welcome back. Rowlett police are looking for the person who they say shot a teenager during an armed robbery. It happened last month in a parking lot along the 5600 block of Rowlett Road. Police say 17-year-old Xavier Stevenson met a man and his teen brother to buy a vape. The three males parked near a Dollar General to get cash for the transaction. Investigators say Stevenson went inside the store, came back, got in the car, and then pulled a gun and demanded money. Teenage boy tried to run away. He was shot in the back of the head. He survived his injuries. Stevenson has been on the run since. Police are offering a reward for his arrest.
What troubles me is how something so simple and so inexpensive that you're willing to shoot somebody in the back of the head. It's a miracle that this young man did not pass away. But we need to get Xavier located. We need that tip.
If you know the suspect, if you know anything about his whereabouts, you are urged to contact the detective in charge of the case. There's his information on the screen. You can also find it on our website, fox4news.com.
Friends and family will gather today to remember a family killed in a crash on I-20 in Kaufman County earlier this month. A semi-tractor trailer crashed into the McKellar family's pickup truck and several other vehicles. 15-year-old Kason McKellar died along with his parents and his grandfather. His 20-year-old sister survived with critical injuries. DPS troopers say the driver of the semi-truck admitted to falling asleep. A balloon release and candlelight vigil will be held tonight at 8 for the family at Panther Stadium at North Crowley High School.
It is 6:41, definitely a quieter day. As the heat inches up, we're going to be mid-high 90s today. Kylie's in. She has your pre-Friday forecast.
Using his talent to bring a bit of comfort to those facing tragedy, how a carpenter in Texas is honoring the lives lost at Camp Mystic.
Well, as a drying trend sets up over the next couple of days, that will allow our high temperatures to slowly but surely inch upwards in typical early to mid-July fashion. Yesterday, we hit 95. Today, we're looking for forecast high temperatures right around 96 degrees with that added heat index hovering around the triple-digit mark today. Likely a touch hotter tomorrow, climbing into the upper 90s with an added heat index feeling right around 102, 103 through the peak heating hours of the afternoon. We could use that drying trend, though. Lots of North Texans seeing multiple rounds of showers and storms through the peak heating hours of the afternoon over the last several days. And that drying trend is short-lived, but we'll take what we can get. Unfortunately, though, as we dry out, that means the temperature trend will start to climb. Temperatures to start this morning, not much of a change here. We've bottomed out in the low to mid 70s. It is warm and it is muggy to start. Beautiful shot of North Texas off there in the background as the sun is up, and we will slowly but surely start to climb. You feel the mugginess as soon as you step outside this morning. Dew points are hovering right around 70 degrees. That's enough of that humid Gulf air in the atmosphere. Now, this afternoon, we'll actually see a little bit of a drop in the dew point, likely in the mid to upper 60s. Still enough, though, for that added heat index. With a nearby weakness in the atmosphere yesterday, hovering just to the east of I-35, showers and storms fired up again through the peak heating hours of the afternoon. We saw initial storms develop basically right along into the south of I-20, but then as those initial storms produced what's called outflow boundaries, we saw new storms develop up in Dallas and Denton counties with fairly high rainfall rates, enough for the National Weather Service to issue a flash flood warning. Over the last 24 hours, rainfall totals have varied anywhere from about a ½ inch upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain, and that's on top of already saturated soils, which is why those warnings were issued yesterday evening. Low rain chances continue today, mainly for eastern parts of North Texas, and that's it. The temperatures to start are in the 70s. By this afternoon, we look to climb into the mid-90s with that added heat index upwards of about 100 degrees. On our futurecast, you can see a couple of those stray showers possible, mainly for areas east of I-35 and to the south and east. Tomorrow, we continue with that drying trend, partly sunny to mostly sunny skies with high temperatures back in the upper 90s. Here's a look at coverage later on. If we see a stray shower, it'll likely be for eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas. The drying trend continues tomorrow with additional storm chances back in the forecast this weekend, largely through the afternoon and evening hours on Saturday, with a complex of storms approaching from the north and west late Saturday into Sunday with about 30% coverage of showers and storms. At least with some extra clouds and some moisture, we're back in the low 90s before that heat settles in into midweek next week. Chip?
Callie, thanks. Still don't have any major concerns on roadways in Tarrant County. That would include moving through the Mixmaster or getting to the Mixmaster on Highway 121 through the construction zone, through Richland Hills, and over here past the B Street interchange in Fort Worth and Sylvania Avenue. You do have that continuous closure, some barricades set up or barrels up on the right side of the roadway, but really that's about it. You can see everything running along pretty well. On I-30 in both directions around Field Road, definitely heavy, but nothing unusual as far as slowdowns are concerned, and folks have to deal with that on a regular basis. Northbound 360, same kind of thing, making that Arlington to Grand Prairie transition around that busy interchange as one continues up towards Carrier Green Oaks. For drivers on northbound I-45, a reminder, the ramp to go to westbound I-30 is blocked. Backups are obviously still significant in that area, and you can see the drive time to get up from I-20 to Woodall Rogers there in the top part of your screen. We'll be back with more right after this.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It is 6:52. A Texas carpenter is using his skills to honor the lives lost at Camp Mystic.
He built a 13-foot tall cross. It's going to be cemented outside the campgrounds. Billy Hardy enlisted the help of Dan Beasley. He's a Michigan man who for years has carried a cross throughout the country during times of tragedy. They both hope that this cross will bring some healing to grieving families.
And I feel horrible for them. I can't imagine. I've got 5 daughters and 1 son, and I can't imagine losing one of them. I don't know. It's rough, for sure.
I've had the cross in 30 states now. We go wherever God calls me to go, and this tragedy is one of the worst that I've seen in the 4 years since I built the cross.
Yeah, so the new cross will be put at Camp Mystic. This one, Beasley's cross, will continue its trek across the country during times of need. We'll be right back.
The heat and humidity continues today. This is, once again, one of those days you get the walks and runs out of the way early or you wait until the sun sets. I love this shot of Maverick and Tucker looking so majestic, waiting patiently for their walks this afternoon. Partly to mostly sunny skies. I've given this afternoon a yellow to red paw to account for temperatures in the mid-90s with an added heat index upwards of about 100 degrees. All right, Chip, what's the latest on the roads?
I would say that there are no major concerns at the moment, at least, over in Fort Worth and up in Denton County, trouble-free conditions. So there's a look at the Fort Worth map. And again, trying to get here from Denton on I-35W past the Texas Motor Speedway and the Alliance Airport. Really, all things considered, doing well. There's some slowdowns on I-20 that have developed in the last few minutes going westbound past the Houston School Road interchange. There's a look from that camera shot at the speeds moving slowly. And though I've seen some flashing lights move through through this area. Nothing has stopped as far as like anything is concerned with a stalled vehicle or something like that. There was a transition issue around the interchange of I-35E and Camp Wisdom, just a little bit north of here. But in that situation, it turns out the activities along the service road and not the main lanes. For folks over on the east side of our viewing area, whether it's coming over on 175, the CF Hahn Freeway from Seagoville, or through Forney in the construction zone on Highway 80 from Kaufman County over to Dallas County, all those highways, at least for the moment, are trouble-free. Texas Rangers can't seem to get their act together, Brandon.
Oh, they can't. They're hoping maybe to bounce back tonight after a loss against the Los Angeles Angels. A home run by Marcus Semien put the Rangers in the lead at the top of the 7th inning. Yeah, but that didn't last long. The Angels responded and took the game 11-8. They finished the series in Anaheim tonight.
Well, the Wings lost last night in Chicago. Former Duncanville High School star Ariel Atkins helped the Sky build a 15-point second-half lead. Dallas really tried to rally, got to within 6. Paige Beckers poured in 17 points, but just not enough. 87-76 loss drops Dallas's record to 6-15. The Wings head to Indianapolis for a game Sunday afternoon against Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. We'll see if Caitlin plays this time. It sounds like she will. So.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. All right, are we ready for celebrity birthdays here?
Let's do a little celebrity birthdays.
Well, we were listening in Central Texas when I was down there. We were guessing, my photographer and I.
Oh, yeah.
We were guessing.
Did it one day,
for yesterday?
So,
Close.
yeah,
yesterday. Actress Sofia Vergara from Modern Family. Let's see,
I'm going to say she's getting close to that big 50 number, but I'm going to say not quite 48.
I'll say 45.
I'm going 50.
53.
Wow.
Okay, all right. Singer Jessica Simpson.
Who grew up in our area.
She did. Her debut album was released in 1999.
I think she's making a comeback. That's what she's getting divorced.
Is she? Okay.
Coming back to singing, so we'll see. Let's see. So I think she's around 46?
48.
I'll do 47, right in the middle there. We got it covered. One away. Actor Wyatt Russell from Thunderbolts and 22 Jump Street.
You know,
I thought it was 21 Jump Street. Is that the old one? Oh, this is the new version is 22.
No clue. Never seen him before.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Do you know his dad, Kurt?
Oh,
Kurt Russell's son. Oh, wow. I did not realize that. I see that in the eyes there. Yeah. And the smile.
What do you think?
Let's see. How old is Kurt Russell? He'd be in his
Kurt's
60s.
way up there.
70s.
The 70s is Kurt Russell?
So I'm going to say like 38.
I think that's a good guess.
Okay, yeah. All right. I'll go 35.
I'll do 34.
39. All right, we were close. Anyway, happy birthday to you if it's your big day. You're watching Good Day.
Fox 4, the only local news at 7 a.m. This is Good Day.
As search crews try to find the missing in Central Texas floods, people in Kerrville are coming together to mourn those that have been lost.
An ambulance is stolen from a hospital in Dallas, and then there's a chase and a crash. More ahead.
Well, so blue alert is issued after the ICE detention center ambush in Alvarado. We'll have details on the suspect who is still on the run. Good morning. It's Thursday, July 10th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. We're starting this morning with continued coverage of the devastating flood in Central Texas.
Yeah, the death toll continues to climb with now 120 confirmed dead. Officials also say they are searching for 173 people still unaccounted for. Crews have not found anyone alive since July 4th, the day of the flooding. The community is now trying to heal and clean up. Families in Kerrville joining together as they begin the process of the massive loss on the 4th of July.
Fox 4's Dan Godwin here with more. Dan?
And Lauren, the district superintendent said this was the first time people from Kerrville ISD came together in large numbers since the flooding to pray for the lives lost and for the families still searching for their loved ones.
I've had to be reminded often that for us as believers, one thing that every single one of us can do is to pray.
This setting was Antler Stadium in downtown Kerrville, where Tyvee High School plays its football games. Community members shared their grief and sorrow, also shared memories of those now departed, while offering prayers for the families trying to cope with an unimaginable loss. Reese Zunker was a beloved soccer coach and teacher at Tyvee High School. Zunker and his wife Paula died in the storm. Their young children have still not been found. One of Zunker's assistant coaches reflected on his friend and colleague.
I'm just going to miss his energy. I'm going to miss his support. I'm going to miss his family because, you know, having kids the same age and just being there, it's going to be tough.
Kerrville ISD Superintendent Brent Ringo also told us, though this gathering was put on by the school district, it was for everyone who felt the need to reach out during this time of immense sorrow. The superintendent also said even though it is summer break, resources and support will be available for the students and their families who will be impacted by the catastrophic floods for months and years to come. Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Thank you, Dan. 2 NASA aircraft helping with recovery operations near Kerrville. Cloud covers really made it difficult to get some clear satellite images. So these NASA aircrafts are actually gathering observations of the region. They're sharing this data with emergency response teams to try to help with the recovery efforts. NASA's disaster program also working to create maps that show the location and the severity of the flooding. Kerr County officials avoiding answering questions about the delay in activating Kerrville's Code Red alert system that would have warned residents about the rising Guadalupe River.
Yeah, residents can sign up for the alerts. A volunteer firefighter reportedly asked a Kerr County Sheriff's dispatcher to initiate the alert Friday at 4:22 in the morning, but was told that it required a supervisor's approval. That alert went out hours later. Reporters asked questions about the delay at Wednesday morning's news conference.
With every emergency, you know what, we're going to have to, there's going to be an after action. Please, y'all, listen to those words, after action, okay? Those questions are going to be answered. I believe those questions need to be answered to the family of the missed loved ones, to the public, you know, to the people that put me in this office. Those need to be, and I want that answer, and we're going to get that answer. And I know that's going to be asked over and over. Please understand that. You know, we're not running, we're not going to hide from everything. That's going to be checked into.
Governor Abbott says the state will fund a new flood warning system. That, along with redrawing congressional districts, is on the agenda for the upcoming special legislative session.
Yeah, redrawing districts typically only done once a decade. Lawmakers just redrew the lines in 2021. The governor also wants lawmakers to regulate THC products and set an age limit of 21. Now, that is different from the lieutenant governor's plan he vetoed, which would have banned the products. Special session starts in 2 weeks, so a lot to come, that's for sure. We check in with Kylie this morning. It is pre-Friday and a little quieter in most spots.
Yeah, Lauren, you're exactly right. I mean, it's been kind of a rough few days across parts of North Texas. We have seen multiple rounds of showers and storms, some that have been on the stronger side, really packing a punch with the potential for some flood issues. We saw a flash flood warning issued yesterday evening across parts of Dallas County to account for the fact that, well, yeah, the ground is really saturated. Couple that with fairly high rainfall rates. And over the last 72 hours, we have picked up over a ½ foot of rain across eastern and southeastern parts of Dallas County. Far southeast Denton County picking up 2.5 inches. Northern Navarro County picking up over 3 inches. Northern Ellis County also picking up about 5 to 6 inches of rain. I have satellite and radar on loop over the last 12 hours to show you those showers and storms that fired up late in the day yesterday, mainly south of I-20. Those storms formed what are called outflow boundaries, and those outflow boundaries, as they kind of moved away from showers and storms, allowed for the development of new storms closer to the Metroplex, Denton County, Dallas County. Now, we slowly start that drying trend the next couple of days. Today, just a stray shower or a rumble possible through the peak heating hours of the afternoon, mainly for eastern and southeastern parts parts of North Texas, and that is basically it. So we will enjoy that drying trend, but temperatures do look to soar because of that. And then we have storm chances to talk about this weekend as well.
Okay, very good. We are really off to a quite decent start this morning out and about on the roadways. Last few hours haven't had any incidents over on the Tarrant County side, though I know you see a marker there with a stalled vehicle there on I-30 westbound. I can tell you that there's a stall that's on the shoulder of the roadway. That's it, and really not causing any big delays. Northbound on I-45 in downtown Dallas, just a quick reminder, you have the continuous closure of the ramp to go to westbound I-30 because of the resurfacing work in that area. And then we need to zoom into 635 LBJ. Most of the time when we zoom into this construction zone in the morning rush hour, we have a westbound wreck. Not the case this morning. Instead, it's an eastbound crash here as one moves past Greenville Avenue at the start of the Forest Lane exit ramp. And there's a look at the activity. Right 2 lanes are blocked, and the backup is building back through the TI Boulevard interchange to the High 5 at 75 Central Expressway. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. An ambulance that was stolen from Medical City Dallas Hospital ended up wrecked in a ditch 35 miles away in Ellis County. Police say there was a medic in the back of that ambulance, and when it took off, that medic was thrown out. The man then drove south on I-45 around 1:15 this morning. Dallas police tracked the ambulance and chased it to Palmer, where the man crashed into a creek bed. He was trapped in the wreckage. Firefighters freed him, and he was airlifted to a Dallas hospital. He's expected to face several charges once he recovers from his injuries. Well, a man is in the hospital after he was shot by someone he was apparently trying to help. Wednesday night, Dallas officers were called to a neighborhood near 635 and Ferguson Road in northeast Dallas. Police say a man and a woman were driving along when they saw another man being beaten in the street. The man got out of the car. He tried to break up the fight. He was then shot twice in the chest by the man who was being beaten up. It is unclear what led to the fight before the shooting. Police have not released any other details. Well, the FBI is looking for a 12th person charged in the shooting of an officer outside an ICE detention center near Fort Worth.
Now, you probably received the alert on your phone last night. Shannon Murray in the studio with details on who they're looking for. Shannon?
And Lauren, investigators say the suspect is a military veteran who joined 10 others in the organized attack at a detention center in Alvarado. Federal investigators sent out a blue alert for 32-year-old Benjamin Song of Dallas just before 8 last night. He is wanted for attempted murder of a federal officer and is considered armed and dangerous. He is a former Marine Corps reservist. Authorities believe he fired 2 AR-15 style rifles at 3 officers and then hid out in the woods for a day after the shooting. Authorities say the group attacked the Prairieland Detention Center on the 4th of July. And they say the group dressed in black military style clothing and began shooting fireworks toward the facility and spraying graffiti in the parking lot to lure officers outside. And one Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck by someone in the nearby woods. That man is expected to recover. They say someone then fired 20 to 30 rounds at unarmed correctional officers who came outside. Investigators say Song purchased 4 of the guns found in connection with the shooting. 10 other suspects will face charges, including the attempted murder of an officer. There is also 1 charged co-conspirator in that attack. The FBI is offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to Song's arrest.
Thank you very much, Shannon. It is 7:10. 31 construction workers inside a huge tunnel were rescued after part of that tunnel collapsed. So these workers were about 400 feet underground, 6 miles away from the only entrance when it collapsed Wednesday night. These workers apparently crawled over more than 12 feet of loose soil before they were shuttled to the entrance and carried out by a crane. More than 100 LA firefighters on the scene to get those workers to safety. Authorities say they're trying to figure out exactly what caused that collapse.
I know when we raced down here, I was so concerned that we were going to find tragedy. Instead, what we found was victory. All of the men that were in that tunnel rescued up, safe. We had an opportunity to speak with them. We had an opportunity to make sure that they were able to reach their family members. Their family members knew they were safe.
Work will not resume until the project contractor determines what happened and the site is deemed safe. That tunnel will be 7 miles long. It's going to carry treated wastewater from LA County to the Pacific Ocean.
It's 11 minutes after 7 o'clock. Elon Musk's social media company X loses its CEO as its AI product faces some criticism. We'll have details coming up.
All right, fewer rain chances today. Some typical summer heat. Kylie has the forecast next.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Ooh, that is a beautiful looking sunrise right there. As we were heading back from Central Texas yesterday, the closer we got to Dallas, the better the weather got.
Okay,
and the hotter
good deal.
it got.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, before those storms fired up late in the day, once again through the early evening hours, I mean, that has been the trend the last several days. And the good news is we finally start to dry out today and tomorrow before new storms arrive this weekend. So we're all over the place. Kind of unusual for early to mid-July. We are starting this morning in the low to mid-70s. That's not unusual. It is warm. It is muggy. Winds are out of the south, sustained at 10 miles per hour. Partly to mostly sunny skies to start. The ground is so saturated, especially across parts of Dallas County, Denton County, and areas just to the south and southeast. We're really feeling that moisture, especially through the early morning hours. Speaking of moisture, the dew point will stay in the mid to upper 60s this afternoon, which in turn will yield an added heat index. Satellite and radar starting on loop over the last 12 hours. I'm showing you the evolution of showers and storms that fired up through the early evening hours yesterday. Initially, basically right along and south of I-20, those initial storms formed what are called outflow boundaries. Those outflow boundaries, which kind of propagated to the north, allowed for new storms to develop across parts of Denton and Dallas counties. And some of those storms really packed a punch. In fact, with those higher rainfall rates on already saturated soils, the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning again for parts of Dallas County yesterday, where we saw anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain in a short period of time, again on top of those already saturated soils. Southeastern parts of Denton County picking up a little under 3 inches of rain over the last 24 hours, which is why that drying trend will be kind of nice the next couple of days. We could use a break from showers and storms. Now, we do keep just low shower chances in place this afternoon through the peak heating hours. We could see a stray shower or a rumble, mainly east and southeast of the immediate metroplex, but we're talking 10% coverage at best. That's a change from the last several days. The drying trend continues tomorrow as the weakness in the atmosphere that's basically parked across East Texas today heads off towards Louisiana, allows us for one more dry day, completely at least, and then we head into the weekend with new storms expected. Starting in the 70s, the dew point this morning is hovering right around 70 degrees. It'll stay in the mid to upper 60s this afternoon, which means high temperatures in the mid-90s will feel like 99 or 100 degrees in typical early to mid-July fashion. A couple of those stray showers possible through the peak heating hours of the day. That is it. Tomorrow we stay quiet, partly to mostly sunny skies, a little bit more of a breeze through the afternoon, and then those shower chances, mainly confined to areas east and southeast. We are in between 2 separate areas of high pressure this weekend. So what that'll do is allow for a weak front to basically drop from the north and stall along the Red River. That front will be the focal point for a few afternoon showers and storms each day. Now, I don't expect high rainfall amounts out of these showers and storms, but any storms that develop could produce some pockets of heavy rain, some lightning, and some gusty winds. We're also monitoring the potential Saturday night into Sunday morning for a complex of storms approaching from the north and west. Chip.
Kylie, thanks. Still have remnants of a wreck on one roadway in Dallas County, and obviously that continuous road work northbound I-45 to go to westbound I-30. Let's go and look at the wreck right now, because a wrecker has pulled into the area in the last minute or two, loading up a vehicle that ended up slamming into the wall here, and the hope is in the next 5 to 10 minutes that will clear from the main lanes. Obviously, it's slow heading out of the I-5, heading towards the Lake Highlands area, Garland and Mesquite, so please add a few minutes to the drive from Preston Road. Everywhere else in the I-5 interchange is trouble-free at the moment. And heading north on 75 Central from the I-5 interchange and continuing up through Plano and Allen, there are definitely pockets of heavy traffic, but no wrecks or stalls to make it any worse. On the way up to McKinney, Sam Rayburn Tollway, you see in the top part of your screen going from McKinney over toward Frisco and the Colony. That's looking pretty good. And the Denton County Drive on all the major highways looks great so far this morning. What does it look like in transition areas going from Tarrant to Dallas County? Glad you asked, because here is a look at I-20, I-30, 183. All of them are flowing along well and lighter than normal flow on those roadways.
Welcome back. It is almost 7:20 right now. Global stock markets mostly higher overnight. A big rally in U.S. tech stocks yesterday. Dow gaining about 0.5%. NASDAQ closed at a new all-time high after gaining almost 1%. S&P 500 up 0.6%. Stock futures pointing to a lower opening this morning on Wall Street. Silicon Valley chip maker NVIDIA is now the most valuable company in the whole world. It became the first publicly traded company to top $4 trillion yesterday. Its value surpassing Microsoft, Amazon, Google's parent company Alphabet. Company's shares rose 2.5%. Stock's movement carries more weight on the S&P 500 and other indexes than every company except Apple. CEO of Elon Musk's social media company X is stepping down. Linda Yaccarino was hired by Musk in 2023 after he bought Twitter for $44 million. Now, at the time, he said her role would be focusing on running the company's business operations and that Musk would focus more on product design and new technology. In the past year, she helped stabilize the social media company's ad business after many had left. The company recently merged with Musk's artificial intelligence company XAI, the maker of the Gronk chatbot. Yaccarino did not say why she's leaving the company, but XAI debuted a new model of that artificial intelligence chatbot, Gronk 4. The company's answers to similar models like Google's Gemini and ChatGPT that can analyze images and respond to questions. In recent days, Gronk has been heavily criticized after its automated X account started actually posting anti-Semitic comments and some that praised Adolf Hitler. The company says it is removing inappropriate content. It is working to stop hate speech as well. Musk claims the bot was too easily manipulated by users and promised some updates. Experts warn fixing it may require retraining the entire model, though. Robots are taking over, I tell you. 7:21. Russia ramping up attacks on Ukraine. Efforts to end Russia's unprovoked invasion are stalled. The latest on that ahead. Plus, a facility in North Texas helping to get driverless trucks on the road. We'll take a look behind the scenes when we return. Blue skies this morning, 7:24. Russia bombarded Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, with missiles and drones. This was an hours-long attack, killing at least 2 people.
Yeah, that assault took place hours before Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Russia's foreign minister in Malaysia for ceasefire talks. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Rome trying to convince European officials to increase investment in Ukraine's defense capabilities. President Trump resumed military aid shipments to Ukraine this week after a temporary pause. Copper prices have hit a record high this week.
Yeah, price has surged 13% Tuesday after President Donald Trump announced a 50% tariff on imported copper. The tariff set to begin August 1st. The president says the tariff increase is due to a national security assessment and will promote more copper development in the U.S. Well, the Senate confirmed President Trump's pick to lead the Federal Aviation Administration.
Brian Bedford will lead the agency at a time where air safety is a top concern following several recent accidents. He was confirmed on a near-party line vote, 53 to 43. Industry leaders highlighted Bedford's experience as CEO of the regional airline Republic Airways. However, Democrats expressed concerns over his lack of commitment to enforce a 1,500-hour training requirement for pilots. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy is taking on another role. Yesterday, President Trump announced he tapped Duffy to lead NASA on an interim basis. The move comes after the president withdrew his nomination for billionaire Jared Isaacman, citing Isaacman's past contributions to Democrats and close friendship with Elon Musk. Secretary Duffy, now the latest cabinet member to have multiple job titles. An international automaker is putting driverless big rigs on the roads in Texas.
Oh, yes. Yep. Volvo Autonomous Solutions developing what the company calls a new autonomous ecosystem. Texas, the central hub with operations running out of Palmer, which is south of Dallas and Ellis County. For the past 6 months, Volvo's been using the technology to move freight between Houston and Dallas.
If we're going to be successful, we have to provide outstanding service for our customers. So we mapped this out, and as you can imagine, there was 100 steps we have to take. So we said, let's focus on safety, let's map this out.
Okay, now on the roads, we're going to be looking for them, right?
Yep.
2 driverless trucks are out there. Volvo working with DHL to make sure that they're safe before putting them into operation all across the country. So yes, we are the guinea pigs, and it sounds like this is something that should be easy breezy for them. They're saying, oh yeah, we got it all worked out.
So if you're driving alongside one and you do this,
no one's honking at you, dude.
No one's honking.
Nope, sorry. It's 7:27. Well, another stormy night for some, but things should quiet down. Kylie has our forecast coming up.
As search teams press on, volunteers are helping to keep them going. I'm Rebecca Castor in Kerr County, Texas, with the latest on recovery efforts coming up.
Good Day continues at 7:30 a.m. here on Fox 4.
Welcome back. The death toll from the flooding in Central Texas stands at 120, and then there's another 173 people still missing.
Yeah, volunteers are making sure search crews have what they need to get that job done. Fox's Rebecca Castor live in Kerr County with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning, Brandon. We've all been talking about so much tragedy over the last few days. We wanted to highlight something good. We are at a distribution site here in Kerr County where hundreds of volunteers are doing everything they can to support these search crews that are out there just seeing the unimaginable.
We knew that this was going to be tragic beyond description.
Within hours after Friday's deadly floods swept across Central Texas, a surge of nonprofits arrived on the ground to provide crucial support to survivors and keep the thousands of first responders and volunteers going.
We continue to move with them as they move downriver.
Search teams are not giving up until every missing flood victim is found. And groups like Mercy Chefs are making sure they're staying fed, providing more than 4,000 meals every day across 15 locations.
They're like, I saw things today I can never unsee. So we're trying to stand with them.
We're Texas strong. That's what the hat says. That's what Texans do. We help each other.
Volunteers say it's critical teams on the ground have what it takes to keep going.
Food, I believe, gives them the strength.
First responders are spending what little time they have to rest, still going back out into the field.
16, 18, 20-hour shifts. But rather than taking a day off, a much well-deserved day off, he volunteered to go out on foot with a ground search party.
Some firefighters are already here having breakfast before heading out for another day of searching. The community really is coming together out here, guys. Back to you.
I know one first responder told me when I was down there, we are eating well. Yes, they are. All right, Rebecca, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, North Texans continue to support the flood victims in the Hill Country.
And in Fort Worth, there are multiple ways to show support. Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger live at City Hall to show you how. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, here at City Hall in Fort Worth, we can already see signs of support adorning the trees outside. We will get to these in just a minute, but first I do want to start with donation drop-offs happening across the city. Down the street in the stockyards, 6 businesses are opening their doors to people who want to drop off relief supplies. They need things like shelf-stable food, diapers and wipes, first aid kits, school supplies, canned pet food, and personal hygiene items. You can take those donations to Hotel Drover, the Visitor Center, H3 Ranch, the Stockyards Hotel, the Hyatt, and 97 West Kitchen and Bar now until the end of the month. And to show your support, the city handing out green ribbons here at City Hall. They encourage people to tie those ribbons around trees and poles near homes and businesses. It's been a sign of support across the state. In the Dallas area, people line the streets of Highland Park with ribbons, with centralized efforts near Bradfield Elementary, where 2 girls who attended Camp Mystic died in the flood. Fort Worth Police and Fire also asking for donations. They've made it really easy. You can drop off donations, the things that we've already mentioned at police headquarters, also at any fire station across the city. You can do that today and tomorrow. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Paige Ellenberger for Good Day.
All right, you can help with flood recovery as well by just scanning your phone. You just pick up your phone, I should say, scan the QR code with your phone. Fox 4 has set up a secure site to give money directly to Kerr County Flood Relief. Then they can figure out exactly what they need at what time. You can go to our website as well, fox4news.com, the Fox Local app too. I was just looking at some of the things that a lot of these people are needing. They're saying it's too muddy out there for a lot of the normal tires, so they're trying to bring in more skid steers that have like the tracks and stuff today. So they're kind of trying to find some more of that heavier equipment that they can use with the, in some of those muddy spots. So you just never know exactly what's needed until you're like there and need it.
Yeah, and at our hotel, there were a couple of boxes that were dropped off filled with work gloves.
Boy, are
something
those
else
needed.
that you would need, especially in that terrain, Kylie.
Just never know.
Yeah, I mean, guys, gloves, boots, all of the above. For a lot of folks, this is unprecedented. So We're so thankful for all of our generous North Texans, Central Texas neighbors. Yeah, good to hear there. All right, shifting gears. Our Thursday forecast features a drying trend compared to the last several days. Yes, we do keep very low shower chances in place, mainly for eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas later on. But that's pretty much it. Just plain hot for the rest of us, with the heat index approaching 99 or 100 degrees. Today, we are feeling that typical early to mid-July heat, but the one thing that's missing over the next several days, highs in the triple digits. I'm a fan of that. We continue that drying trend tomorrow as high temperatures top out in the upper 90s, with the heat index over the triple digit mark before shower and thunderstorm chances return to the forecast this weekend. On our satellite and radar, I've been showing this on loop from yesterday evening to show you where those initial storms fired up late in the day. They allowed for several outflow boundaries to form, and that allowed for additional storms to develop a little bit closer to the Metroplex. Yeah, it's been kind of a soggy last several days, depending on where you live, though. If you live west of I-35, you haven't seen as much as the folks east of I-35.
It's true.
Yeah.
My neighborhood's been pummeled.
Same.
Yeah. Then you sit there and you
Right
look
there
at
with
the
you.
totals for the
I know.
DFW airport, and when you look back at history, you're going to go, oh, it was a pretty dry July.
Right.
It was like, no, was
What?
it?
Yeah. The DFW airport does say it's been a fairly dry July. It's very interesting.
Yes, it is. No doubt about it. Right now, out and about, not a very interesting drive. It's kind of boring on a lot of roadways because there's trouble-free. That's a great thing, right? So there's a look right now in Fort Worth. Sure, there's some slow roads, but no extra stalls to make it any worse at the moment. For folks over in Dallas County, want to focus on the High-5 interchange first. We've had something pop up and disappear quickly on southbound 75 Central Expressway. It was in the left lane for a brief period of time, but then the emergency crews were able to get there quickly and escort the vehicles off the beaten path. And so you can see here, moving past Spring Valley, we're just starting to see the flow move a bit better. It is slow, though, starting around Campbell Road residually. And then on 635 LBJ, moving over toward the area around Forest Lane from Greenville Avenue. Great news there. Wreckers just cleared the crash on the eastbound side. You can see the westbound flow is slow. That's normal for this time of the day. Just a quick note, as one moves over around Love Field, there's been a call out of an incident in that area as you move around Cedar Springs and Tom Braniff. So just please note that if that is a regular route of yours, or you're getting ready to catch a flight, because that could be obviously a frustration for some in that area. You can also see I-35E there in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, moving from the 183 merge and continuing through the medical district. Slow for sure, but haven't had any call outs of any incidents at the moment in those spots. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. It's 7:38. Coming up on Good Day, some members of the Secret Service face discipline over the failed assassination attempt on President Trump last year.
Plus, the number of measles cases in the U.S. sets another record. We'll explain when we come back. skies this morning, 7:41. The Secret Service has now suspended 6 federal agents for failures related to the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump.
Independent reviews from the Department of Homeland Security and a bipartisan congressional task force revealed several operational failures created a vulnerable environment at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania last year. The director of the agency resigned shortly after the shooting. The president was shot in the ear and a firefighter in the stands was killed. The agents will return on restricted duty after their suspensions. Well, the U.S. is having the worst measles spread in more than 30 years.
CDC says the national case count has now surpassed the 2019 count. That's when the U.S. almost lost its status of having eliminated measles. So that could happen this year if the virus continues to spread nonstop for 12 months. The vaccine is 97% effective in preventing measles, mumps, and rubella. There's been a recent decline in vaccinations, especially among school-aged children, though. The outbreak started in an under-vaccinated community in West Texas. There have been 753 confirmed cases since January. At least 2 people have died. Dozens have been hospitalized. There are 4 confirmed cases in North Texas. It is 7:42. Rangers took a late lead in the game with the Angels last night. Could they hold on? We'll see. Coming up.
Well, so we've had some problems on the roads this morning, and there is one of them. Chip's going to have an update on your commute. Kylie is in. She's got the forecast when Good Day returns.
Bring on the day. It is 7:45. It is a pre-Friday as well. The next couple of days, pretty quiet, right?
Yeah, thankfully. I mean, I think we need a little bit of a break after the last several rounds of showers and storms. In fact, the ground is so saturated across parts of North Texas that those higher rainfall rates yesterday that set up across parts of Dallas County, that prompted the National Weather Service to issue flash flood warnings. So rightfully so, we have seen a lot of rain, and that drying trend continues today and tomorrow. But with a drying trend means our high temperatures start to climb. Today, we're looking for forecast highs of about 96 degrees, tomorrow up to 97. And yes, there will be that dreaded heat index to discuss. Today, the dew point will take a little bit of a dip. I think most of us will be looking at dew points in the mid to upper 60s this afternoon. That'll yield that added heat index right around 99 or 100 degrees. Tomorrow, as we inch our high temperatures up a little bit more, the dew point hovers around 69 or 70 degrees. And yes, the added heat index will be upwards of around 103. The sun is up across North Texas this morning. Blue skies all around, mostly clear skies to start, partly to mostly sunny skies to finish. Temperatures are in the mid 70s this morning. You feel that mugginess as soon as you step outside, and by this afternoon, the humidity lingers and our high temperatures soar into the mid 90s in typical early to mid July fashion. On our satellite and radar, you saw those storms blossom over the immediate metroplex yesterday evening. A couple of those storms really packed a punch. We saw those high rainfall rates as well as quite a bit of thunder and lightning, some brief gusty winds. Now today, shower chances are much lower. This morning, there are a couple of very spotty showers that are impacting far southeastern parts of central Texas to start, basically right along I-45, the farther south and east that you go. Like I said, the ground is fairly saturated, and over the last 24 hours, parts of Dallas County, Denton County picking up upwards of about 2 inches of rain, and that's on top of several inches that we've already recorded this week. Shower chances today are minimal, and mainly for areas east and southeast of North Texas, about 10% coverage at best, and that is it with that drying trend taking over. 70s to start. We easily finish in the mid 90s. Yeah, that heat index, though, you'll feel it right around 99 or 100 degrees this afternoon. Maybe a couple of stray showers east and southeast of the immediate metroplex later on today through those peak heating hours of the afternoon. Tomorrow, the drying trend continues, partly to mostly sunny skies. High temperatures inch a little bit higher in the upper 90s. So again, today, 10% coverage at best, depending on how far east and southeast that you live. Shower and thunderstorm chances linger this weekend with a front that'll be dropping and stalling basically right along the Red River. At this point on your forewarned 7-day forecast, we've upped shower chances Saturday night into Sunday to about 30%. With some extra clouds this weekend, highs will only be in the low to mid 90s. There's a silver lining there. Chip?
Kylie, thanks. So right now in the Fort Worth area, everything is looking pretty decent. Trying to get to downtown Fort Worth on I-30 from the Arlington area. There's a quick look. It's slow approaching the East Loop, but there are no extra stalls to make it any worse there. Kind of a similar situation on the eastbound side as one passes a field or road interchange. Another spot that I noticed was unusually heavy is going through Grand Prairie on westbound I-20 in the last few minutes. But this camera shot that I'm pulling up here around the Beltline Road interchange in Grand Prairie, I really don't see anything that stands out as far as trouble is concerned. And then pushing past Carrier Parkway is just stop and go traffic, not of concrete for all the cars, obviously. In and around downtown Dallas, just a quick note, we have had the continuous closure of the northbound I-45 ramp to go to eastbound I-30 for much needed resurfacing work. And so the traffic flow through that area in the main lanes of I-45 is definitely heavy to 175 to CF Hahn Freeway. I-35E a little heavy moving up past Woodall Rogers towards the medical district. Definitely not unusual for this time of the day.
All right, Chip, thanks. The Rangers are, well, they're hoping to bounce back tonight after a loss against the Los Angeles Angels. A home run by Marcus Semien put the Rangers in the lead at the top of the 7th inning. It was looking good, but that didn't last very long. The Angels responded and then took the game 11-8.
Offense did a great job. I mean, early lead, couldn't hold it, got down. They battled back. Offense gave us, everything we would want. Score that many runs, you take your chances. Pitching wasn't there.
Well, they finished the series tonight in Anaheim. The Wings lost last night in Chicago. Former Duncanville High School star Ariel Atkins helped the Sky build a 15-point second-half lead. Dallas tried to rally. They got to within 6. Paige Beckers poured in 17 points, but it was not enough. The 87-76 loss drops Dallas's record to 6-15. The Wings head to Indianapolis for a game Sunday afternoon against Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever. Well, the Mavericks plan to add a former teammate of head coach Jason Kidd to their staff. Reports say Popeye Jones is coming back to Dallas as an assistant coach. He recently served as an assistant in Denver, where he won an NBA title in 2023. As a player, Jones had 2 stints with the Mavericks, first from 1993 to 96, where he briefly played with Jason Kidd. Jones returned to Dallas for the 2002-2003 season. The Mavs opened their NBA Summer League schedule tonight in Las Vegas against the LA Lakers. Well, leave it to former Cowboys great Deion Sanders to make headlines. Big 12 Media Day in Frisco. The head coach at the University of Colorado and Pro Football Hall of Famer said the college game is being hurt by an unregulated system with player movement and the unlimited flow of money. Sanders pointed to the college football playoffs, saying money is the reason that the same teams make the field. He's calling for a salary cap to regulate the game.
So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense.
And name, image, and likeness has given college athletes opportunities for financial independence and brand building. The NCAA implemented this policy 4 years ago. All right, it is 7:52. Coming up on Good Day, Russia launched another deadly attack on Ukraine overnight. We'll have the latest in the next half hour of Good Day.
Skittles may be sweet, but their bright colors mask a bitter truth. I'm Mike Emanuel in Washington. Coming up, why Health Secretary RFK Jr. is taking on one of the country's most iconic candy makers.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning, about 5 minutes or so to the top of the hour. The maker of popular candies like M&M's and Skittles says it does not plan to eliminate synthetic dyes from its food and drink products, despite a push from Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Fox's Mike Emanuel has some more from Washington.
The maker of Skittles is hitting the brakes on ditching artificial food dyes. Mars is one of the nation's most prominent candy makers that manufactures Skittles and M&M's. But just 3 months into Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s efforts to eliminate synthetic food dyes from products nationwide, Mars is pushing back. It promised back in 2016 to drop artificial colors, but the company is still using dyes like Red 40 and Yellow 5.
The idea of M&M's is a little tiny bite, right? And the little tiny bite can have a peanut flavor or a caramel flavor or a chocolate flavor. But who needs that outer space look?
Mars recently removed whitener titanium dioxide from Skittles in the U.S. after it was banned in the EU. But they're not budging on synthetic dyes. In a statement, Mars said most consumers, quote, do not in fact find artificial colors to be ingredients of concern. HHS responded to Fox saying, quote, it is disappointing that this company will prioritize removing artificial dyes in Europe, but will not do the same in America. The National Confectioners Association backed Mars up, telling Fox, quote, people can freely buy cannabis, but vibrantly colored candy is an issue? While candy makers are digging their heels in, food manufacturers, including Kraft Heinz, General Mills, and others, have committed to cutting synthetic dyes from their portfolios by the end of 2027. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, it's about 3 minutes till the top of the hour. The grim task of looking for people missing from the Central Texas floods continues. People are gathering to offer each other support.
And the FBI is looking for another suspect in connection with a shooting during an attack on an ICE detention center near Fort Worth. The latest on that case ahead.
You know the firm you trust.
Texas summers are getting longer and hotter. But have you heard of Ultimate Season Pass from TXU Energy?
I heard Ultimate Season Pass saves you 50% on energy charges during peak summer and winter. I also heard there are even more months of automatic savings.
You heard right. Over $450 a year in savings.
I heard you know who switched last month and she's already saving.
Ultimate Season Pass is one of their most popular plans.
I'm keeping cool while the savings heat up. You never told me. I thought you knew about Ultimate Season Pass.
Well, now everyone knows. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
As crews search more victims, there was a moment of prayer and reflection in Kerrville as that community gathers to remember the lives lost in this flood disaster.
Police say a Good Samaritan was shot by someone he was trying to help. Details on the overnight shooting ahead.
FBI looking for someone they say opened fire on law enforcement during an attack on an immigration detention facility south of Fort Worth.
The only local news at 8 a.m. Thanks for watching Good Day on Fox 4.
Well, good morning. It's Thursday, July 10th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. Thanks for being with us. Well, we should get some new information in this devastating flood in Central Texas during a news conference a little bit later this morning.
At last word, there were 120 confirmed dead. Officials also say they are searching for 173 people still unaccounted for. Crews have not found anyone alive since July 4th, the day of the flooding. The community is now trying to heal and clean up. And that cleanup effort in some areas almost feels impossible as the debris in some spots is piled up and even positioned several stories high.
Yeah, the Texas vegetation, like that tough cedar trees and stuff, really proving hard to remove. This, as many are grieving. Dan Godwin joins us with a look at how the community is mourning. Dan.
And Lauren, people in the communities where the flooding happened are hurting, of course. They are leaning on one another for comfort and connection. At a high school football stadium in downtown Kerrville last night, people came together in prayer for the lives lost and their families.
We pray for perseverance for all in our community, as we know it is a long road ahead.
The setting was Antler Stadium, where Kerrville's Ty-V High School plays its football games. The superintendent of Kerrville ISD told us this was the first time people involved with the district gathered in large numbers since the flooding to hold what organizers called a community blessing. At one point, a helicopter passed overhead, presumably part of the ongoing effort to find the victims of the flood who are still unaccounted for. Reese Zunker was a beloved soccer coach and teacher at Ty-V High School. Zunker and his wife Paula died in the storm. Their young children have still not been found. One of Zunker's assistant coaches reflected on his friend and colleague.
You know, him and his wife are very involved in the community. They're loving people. They care about others. They're just there to do whatever they can for other people.
This community is very, very resilient, and this is just part of that, one of those steps that we hope to provide in that process for us to come together and get through this.
Kerrville ISD Superintendent Brent Ringo there also told us, though this gathering included lots of students and parents, it was for anyone who felt the need to reach out during this time of immense sorrow. Superintendent also said even though it is summer break, resources and support will be available for the students and their families who will be impacted by the catastrophic floods for months and years to come. Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Thank you, Dan. This morning, families here in North Texas still waiting to hear if their missing loved ones have been found. The Offringa family in Fort Worth is still holding out hope for their friend, 61-year-old Bill Houston. He moved to the Hill Country earlier this year for a construction job. Houston and his beloved corgi, Sage, were living a few feet away from the Guadalupe River at an RV park. Sage's body has been found. Bill is still missing.
And you have to have hope because, I mean, what else do you have? But, yeah, it's tough.
It's the silent moments that when the data is not coming in, when you're not getting any more information is when it really hits home.
Bill's co-workers have been searching the riverbanks for days. They're hoping to find answers, and they say they plan to do whatever they can to help. Governor Abbott announcing his agenda for the special session. It now includes plans to address flood warning systems as well as redrawing congressional districts.
Abbott is also calling for plans to provide flood relief funding along with money to upgrade weather warning systems. Redrawing congressional districts is typically only done once a decade. Lawmakers just redrew lines in 2021. The governor also wants lawmakers to regulate hemp-derived THC products and set an age limit of 21. That's different from the lieutenant governor's plan that Abbott vetoed, which would have banned the products. The special session starts in 2 weeks.
All right, 8:05, we turn to Kylie. Sun is out. That's going to warm us up pretty quick, huh?
It sure is, Lauren. That coupled with this drying trend over the next couple of days, temperatures will be soaring into the mid and upper 90s. Over the last several days, though, parts of North Texas have received quite a bit of rain. That's mainly Dallas County, Denton County, southern parts of Collin County, northern Kaufman, northern Ellis. In fact, across parts of Dallas County where we've seen some of those really heavy rain bands set up, over the last several afternoons and evenings, we've picked up a half-foot of rain over the last 72 hours. So that drying trend is much needed in the next couple of days before shower and thunderstorm chances make a return for parts of North Texas this weekend. We've seen a couple of very spotty showers pop up well to the south and east this morning. The rest of us are just warm and muggy to start. Through the afternoon, the peak heating hours, we could squeeze out a stray shower or rumble, mainly well to the east and southeast of the immediate metroplex. If we see a shower or a rumble, coverage will be less than 10%. Hot and humid for the rest of us. We're starting warm and muggy, already climbing into the upper 70s after falling into the mid 70s overnight. Mostly sunny skies to start, partly sunny to mostly sunny skies to finish, again with just very low rain chances for eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas as we soar into the mid 90s. The heat index will be upwards of about 99 or 100 today. Over 100 degrees tomorrow. Just typical mid-July.
Right. What's funny is that we actually have to get used to that feeling.
Right. We've been kind of spoiled the last few weeks.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We really have. Driving right now, you know, you can get spoiled out on the roadways, especially with this morning's drive where we haven't had a lot of incidents. And even the incidents that have popped up, they haven't lingered on the highways very long. So there's a quick look in Fort Worth. Northbound I-35W has been consistently slow around that 121 interchange, southbound where it all merges together in that construction area. Northbound a little heavy moving past Northeast 28th Street, but no wrecks or stalls there. Driving through the Southeast Connector project, obviously all lanes in all directions are moving along slowly under 20 miles an hour. And then moving on I-20 away from that construction zone in the eastbound direction, approaching and passing 360. A little heavy there at New York Avenue, but I haven't had a call out of an incident there. For folks trying to move around I-30 or 183 past the Grand Prairie City Line area, all are looking good in those areas. And northbound on 67 in the Duncanville area. There's a quick look at the camera shot there around Main Street. Smooth sailing in that spot. Quick note on northbound I-45 moving to downtown Dallas. You do have the continuous road work that's going on in that area. And the ramp to go to westbound I-30 is all blocked off. That wreck marker you see in the upper left-hand part of your screen, let me wrap up with that real quick. In Grapevine, a couple of minutes ago, there was a call out of a problem on Business 114. So that's not going to have an impact on 114 where it's all merged together with 121 around the Grapevine Highway interchange. So just note that if you are going to be moving just a touch to the east of downtown Grapevine. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. A man is in the hospital after he was shot by someone he was apparently trying to help. Last night, Dallas officers were called to a neighborhood near 635 and Ferguson Road in northeast Dallas. Police say a man and a woman were driving along when they saw another man being beaten in the street. That man who was driving got out of his car. He tried to break up the fight. He was shot twice in the chest by the man who was being beaten up. It is unclear what led to the fight before the shooting. Police have not released any other details. Plano police are looking into the death of a woman who they believe was murdered inside an apartment in the Legacy West area. Firefighters found the victim during a welfare check yesterday afternoon. The woman has not been identified. No other information was released. Well, federal investigators are looking for a military veteran wanted in connection to the attack on an ICE detention facility near Fort Worth.
So there was a blue alert that went out last night for the suspect, and Shannon Murray is here to explain who they're looking for. Shannon?
Lauren and Brandon, the FBI says this man is part of the group that ambushed that detention facility in Alvarado on the 4th of July. Just before 8 o'clock last night, a blue alert went out to all Texas phones for Benjamin Song. The 32-year-old Dallas resident is a former U.S. Marine Corps reservist accused of firing 2 AR-15 style rifles at 3 officers. 6 charges are pending against him in relation to the attack at the Prairieland Detention Center. Investigators say July 4th, he and 10 others lured officers outside by shooting off fireworks and spraying graffiti near that facility. Authorities believe Song was positioned in the woods nearby with 2 rifles. They say he and at least 1 other suspect then started firing as officers came outside. A responding Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck. He is expected to recover. The federal investigators say the suspects were dressed in military black and wore body armor. Some were even covered in mud. They all face charges, including the attempted murder of an officer. There is also 1 charged co-conspirator in that attack. There is a $25,000 reward for information leading to Song's arrest. He is considered armed and dangerous. Lauren.
Thank you, Shannon. Constable deputies helped catch a man near Houston after they say he damaged an ICE vehicle. This happened northeast of the city. Harris County deputies say the man chased down an Immigration and Customs Enforcement vehicle. Deputies say he damaged the vehicle in the process. They didn't release any specifics on the damage or the suspect, but you can see the photos here. No word on what charges he's facing either, but clearly is in custody. A 2026 trial date has now been set for the teenager accused of killing another student at a Frisco ISD track meet.
The jury trial for 18-year-old Carmelo Anthony will start June 1st of next year. Last month, a Collin County grand jury indicted Anthony for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. It happened during a fight at a track meet. Anthony says he stabbed Metcalf in self-defense. He is out on bond. It's 11 minutes after 8 o'clock.
All right, it's going to feel more like July these next couple of days. Very few rain chances, but then we move into the weekend, and Kylie says things are going to shake up a little bit. Details ahead.
All right, it is time for our Good Day birthday wishes on this Thursday, July 10th. Happy first birthday to Millie. Elena Pena is 2 years old today. Happy second birthday. And happy second birthday to Layla Herrera. Jonathan Hardy, also the big 2. Happy second birthday. And happy second birthday to Kyra Coleman. Zakiah Thompson is also 2 years old. Happy second birthday. Zandon Norton is the big 3. Happy third birthday. And happy third birthday to Aubriella Harris. JB is also 3. Happy third birthday. Nasir Ross is 4. Happy fourth birthday. Beckham Ray is also 4 years old. Happy fourth birthday. Emerson Hundley is 5. Happy fifth birthday. And happy fifth birthday to Camilla. We have one very special Good Day birthday today. Happy birthday to Gertrude Coleman, who is 102 years old. Right, hope you guys have a great birthday, a great Thursday. We're waking up to temperatures in the 70s. It's warm and muggy out there to start. Mostly sunny skies, partly to mostly sunny skies can be expected through the rest of the afternoon. This humidity this morning is pretty high. You feel that mugginess as soon as you step outside. We will see a dip in the dew point later on today. With dew points in the mid to upper 60s, that's still enough moisture in the atmosphere to give us an added heat index. We'll feel upwards of about 99 or 100 degrees. I have satellite and radar on loop over the past 12 hours to show you how those showers and storms fired up, mainly just along and south of I-20 initially. And then based on those initial storms and kind of the trajectory that they took, we saw several outflow boundaries form. Those outflow boundaries allowed for new storms to develop across parts of Denton and Dallas counties. And because of that, we saw some fairly heavy rainfall out of these bands, some high rainfall rates associated with these showers and storms that blossomed yesterday evening. In fact, because of that, the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning for parts of Dallas County yesterday evening, where we picked up a solid amount of rain in a short period of time on already saturated soils. Very far to the south and east as well, we saw a couple more flash flood warnings issued yesterday late in the day through the early evening hours. That trend continued from the last several days. We finally start to dry out both today and tomorrow. Today we've left low shower chances in place, and mainly for areas to the east and southeast. If we see a pop-up shower this afternoon, it'll only be about 10% coverage or less. Starting in the 70s, we easily into the mid-90s. This morning dew points are hovering near 70 degrees. That's been the case all morning long, which is why you feel the mugginess. By this afternoon, dew points dip slightly. High temperatures climb into the mid-90s. Yeah, a stray shower or a rumble can't be ruled out. And then the heat index will climb to about 99 or 100 degrees, feeling more like summertime across North Texas. If we see a shower blossom in the afternoon or early evening hours, it'll dissipate by the time the sun sets this evening. Tomorrow we continue with that drying trend with mostly sunny skies expected and highs in the upper 90s across North Texas. About 10% coverage of a stray shower or two later on, mainly for areas to the east and southeast. We will be kind of sandwiched in between two areas of high pressure this weekend. So what that'll do is, because high pressure isn't fully dominating across the Lone Star State, there will be enough of a weakness to where a weak front will drop to the south and stall along the Red River through the weekend. That'll be the focal point for a few showers and thunderstorms. So because of that, we've reintroduced shower and thunderstorm chances this weekend. On your forewarned 7-day forecast, we could see a couple of those showers and rumbles pop up Saturday afternoon and evening. And then we're going to be watching for a complex of storms approaching from the north and west Saturday night into Sunday, about 30% coverage. Either way, with extra clouds and shower chances, we're in the low 90s. Chip?
Thanks, Kylie. At the end of the last report, I was talking about some trouble along Business 114 in the Grapevine Highway, and all of that has been addressed. But unfortunately, in the last few minutes, we've had another crash happen. And unfortunately, this is going to be right in the main lanes of Highway 114 heading westbound just before Texan Trail. So you can see vehicles involved in a crash there in the middle of the roadway. The 18-wheeler's not involved, just kind of trying to figure out how to get around that issue. And I can tell you emergency crews are on the way, but haven't obviously made it to the scene. When they get here, we could end up seeing multiple lanes closed, and that vehicle definitely has some significant front-end damage. So 114 going westbound is heavy, building back toward Freeport Parkway. But southbound 121, that's jammed starting at the LBJ interchange. So definitely worth noting heading down from Louisville and Coppell. A quick reminder, in and around downtown Dallas, the highways have been trouble-free so far this morning. But remember that the northbound I-45 ramp to go to westbound I-30 is completely blocked off with barrels because of resurfacing work, and that ramp won't be usable, he tried to say, for the rest of the month. Lauren?
All right. Thank you so much. 8:21, a tunnel collapses, trapping dozens underground in California. Details on that rescue ahead.
Another wave of attacks by Russia on Ukraine. I'm Doug Luzader in Washington. We'll have more on that and an effort in Congress to increase the pressure on Russia coming up.
Welcome back. 8:24. 31 construction workers inside a huge tunnel rescued after part of it collapsed.
Yeah, those workers were about 400 feet underground, 6 miles away from the only entrance. And then it collapsed Wednesday night. Workers crawled over more than 12 feet of loose soil before they were shuttled to the entrance one by one and then finally carried out by a crane. More than 100 LA firefighters were on scene to help get the workers to safety. Authorities say they are investigating the cause of the collapse.
Russia's once again launched a massive wave of air attacks on Ukraine overnight.
And the stepped-up campaign makes it more likely that Congress will soon ramp up pressure of its own. Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning.
These are attacks on a scale we haven't seen before. Russian President Vladimir Putin is digging in his heels as President Trump and Congress grow increasingly frustrated. The attacks overnight have terrorized parts of Ukraine. There have been missile strikes, but over the course of 2 days now, over 1,000 drones, many of them decoys designed to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses.
Look, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this.
President Trump has already indicated this week that he is fed up with continued Russian attacks and the responses thus far from Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I think it's an important message to send, especially now.
Trump's frustration has given a green light to Republicans on Capitol Hill to begin pressing forward on a new sanctions package to squeeze Russia. And there is now a rough timeline to make it happen.
I hope that we can get it on the floor before the August recess. We are working with the administration, with the House, to try and get it in a form where it's ready.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, meantime, arriving in Malaysia for an Association of Southeast Asian Nations meeting. On the sidelines, he's expected to meet with Russia's foreign minister. But thus far, diplomacy has done little to dissuade the Russian attacks, and Putin shows no signs of letting up.
Putin knows that President Trump campaigned on ending the war in a day, and that's the last thing Putin wants to do.
One administration official has said that President Trump's patience is wearing thin as we wait to see how far he'll go to defend Ukraine. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzader for Good Day.
All right, it is about 8:27 coming up on Good Day after several afternoons of rain. Well, likely to see a few typical hot summer afternoon today. Kylie is in. She's going to have the latest on our forecast.
Plus, people in North Texas showing their support for those impacted by the floods in Central Texas. Closer look when we return.
It's 8:30 a.m. Good Day continues live and local on Fox 4.
Welcome back. Officials and communities fear that the number of missing and dead flood victims in Central Texas is expected to keep rising.
So we're hoping to find out more in a news conference this morning. Again, that's the daily news conference. It is set for 10 a.m., so about an hour and a half from now. At last, we were told more than 170 people remain unaccounted for in Central Texas. The official death toll is at 120. No survivors have been found since last Friday. That was July 4th, the day the floods hit. As search and rescue crews try to stay focused, many volunteers are making sure that those teams have the fuel to get the job done, to keep on moving forward. Fox's Rebecca Castor is in Kerr County with the latest.
As search teams across Central Texas sort through the devastation, major efforts are underway to help first responders and survivors keep going.
We knew that this was going to be tragic beyond description.
Within hours after Friday's deadly floods swept across Central Texas, a surge of nonprofits arrived on the ground to provide crucial support to survivors and keep the thousands of first responders and volunteers going.
We continue to move with them as they move downriver.
Search teams are not giving up until every missing flood victim is found. And groups like Mercy Chefs are making sure they're staying fed, providing more than 4,000 meals every day across 15 locations.
They're like, I saw things today I can never unsee. So we're trying to stand with them.
We're Texas strong. That's what the hat says. That's what Texans do. We help each other.
Volunteers say it's critical teams on the ground have what it takes to keep going.
Food, I believe, gives them the strength.
First responders are spending what little time they have to rest, still going back out into the field.
16, 18, 20-hour shifts. But rather than taking a day off, a much well-deserved day off, he volunteered to go out on foot with a ground search party.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has also ordered a special session of the state legislature to address upgrading flood warning systems. In Kerr County, Texas, Rebecca Castor for Good Day.
Well, there are so many ways that you can help those affected by the flooding in Central Texas.
And in Fort Worth, businesses and community members are coming together to show support. Paige Ellenberger live this morning at City Hall with a look. Good morning.
Good morning, Brandon. Lauren here at City Hall this morning. They are handing out these green ribbons on the outside of City Hall. They have already tied them around trees in a sign of solidarity for the flooding victims. Officials handing out these ribbons to everyone until Monday. You can stop by and get your own weekdays from 8 to 5. The ribbons have been popping up across the state in a sign of solidarity to the victims who lost their lives at Camp Mystic and those affected in Central Texas. Down the street in the Stockyards, businesses there are accepting donations for victims. They're asking for shelf-stable food, diapers and wipes, first aid kits, school supplies, canned pet food, and personal hygiene items. You can drop off those items at 6 different locations that are Hotel Drover, the Visitors Center, H3 Ranch, the Stockyards Hotel, the Hyatt, and 97 West Kitchen and Bar now until the end of the month. Fort Worth Fire and Police also accepting donations. They're asking for the same items as well as shovels and brooms, trash bags, and bleach bottles. You can drop off those locations to police headquarters and any Fort Worth fire station across the city until Monday from 8 to 5. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Paige Ellenberger for Good Day.
All right. Thank you very much, Paige. The sun is out. It's shining. It's quiet. Yeah. The weekend looks a little iffy here and there, but we got a couple days, Kylie.
Yeah, Lauren, you're exactly right. We're going to enjoy these next couple of days with a drying trend setting up before storm chances return this weekend. Not for everyone, but still a chance. We can't keep today completely dry, though. There will be low shower chances in place, mainly for eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas, but that's basically it. So we continue that drying trend tomorrow, and with a drying trend comes a warm-up. Tomorrow tomorrow afternoon, we're back in the upper 90s. The heat index will likely be over the triple-digit mark. And then, yes, shower and thunderstorm chances do make a return for some this weekend, especially Saturday night and then again on Sunday. On our satellite and radar, a few showers have popped up for areas well south and east, partly to mostly sunny skies for the rest of us, but it's been a soggy last several days across parts of North Texas. If you live west of I-35, you're probably thinking, okay, not really for us, but parts of Dallas County, Denton County, Collin County, Ellis, Kaufman, Rockwall have picked up about 3 to 4 inches of rain over the last several days, with some isolated higher totals, especially across eastern and southeastern Dallas County. So again, shower chances today, minimal, still saying there's a chance, but about 10% coverage at best.
Yeah, makes it, I don't know, something that's...
we can handle that.
Yeah. Driving right now out and about on the roadways, we have not had a lot of incidents on the roads, and whenever we have had crashes, they've been cleared quickly. Around the north end of the airport, another chapter that's the same thing. Southbound traffic on 121 making the transition onto westbound 114 was really heavy about 15 minutes ago because of a crash that we had found in the middle of the roadway. You can see now Grapevine police have been able to get the remnants of that wreck over to the right shoulder of the roadway, so the traffic flow is much better moving through that spot. You can also see in the bottom part of this screen on 183, moving around the south end of the DFW airport, doing really well right now. We don't have any incidents right now in Collin and Denton County, and out on the east side of our viewing area. Just want to quickly note this. Haven't had to deal with any road work on I-30 till the last few minutes, but barrels are now going up on the westbound and eastbound side of I-30, just past the West Loop as you move over around Chapel Creek. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. Here is a live look at the big board on Wall Street. About 6 minutes into the trading day, Dow Jones Industrial Average relatively flat. It's only down about 26 points. U.S. applications for jobless benefits fell to 227,000 last week and remain at a historically healthy level. Ferraro Group, maker of Nutella, has agreed to buy breakfast cereal maker W.K. Kellogg for about $3.1 billion. Well, the Dallas Morning News is being sold to a legendary newspaper chain. The newspaper announced that its parent company, Dallas News Corporation, and its marketing agency are being sold to the Hearst Corporation. Hearst owns 28 other daily newspapers and several dozen television stations. The deal values the Morning News at only $75 million. Like many newspapers, the Morning News has struggled recently, offering buyouts for some staff members in 2023. It has been published for 140 years and is the only daily newspaper in Dallas. 8:37 coming up on Good Day. A wild scene overnight as an ambulance is stolen in Dallas and leads to a police chase into another county where it finally crashes. We'll have those details.
A teen shot during a robbery in Rowlett. How you can help police track down the suspect. Coming up.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It's 8:41. This is a crazy story. An ambulance that was stolen from Medical City Dallas Hospital ended up wrecked in a ditch 35 miles away in Ellis County.
So police say a man jumped into the ambulance and took off. There was a medic in the back. He was thrown out. So this man in the ambulance drove south on I-45. It was about 1:15 this morning. Dallas police tracked the ambulance. They chased it to Palmer, the city of Palmer, where the man then crashed into a creek bed. He was trapped in the wreckage. Firefighters freed him. He was airlifted to a Dallas hospital with injuries. He is expected to face charges once he recovers. And police say officers shot an armed man Wednesday morning in the Old East Dallas area.
According to police, a call came in about a man with a knife kicking at a door. They say he ignored commands to drop the weapon. One officer fired when the armed man approached police. Chief Daniel Como says the officer's commands were clear.
The officers arrived, gave loud verbal commands to the man. Officers then used less than lethal force to try to stop the man.
The wounded man was taken to a hospital where he died. Police did not identify him. No officers were hurt. Rowlett police is looking for the person who they say shot a teenager during an armed robbery.
So this happened last month in a parking lot right along Rowlett Road. They say 17-year-old Xavier Stevenson met a man and his teen brother to buy a vape. The three males parked near a Dollar General to get some cash for the transaction. Investigators say that's when Stevenson went inside the store, came back, got in the car, pulled out a gun, and demanded money. Teenage boy tried to run away, was shot in the back of the head. He survived his injuries. Stevenson's been on the run since, and police are offering a reward for his arrest.
What troubles me is how something so simple and so inexpensive that you're willing to shoot somebody in the back of the head. It's a miracle that this young man did not pass away. But we need to get Xavier located. We need that tip.
Well, there's one way you can do it. If you know anything about the suspect or his whereabouts, you are urged to contact the detective in this case. All the information's there. We also have it on our website, fox4news.com. It is 8:43. Feels like mid-July today. We're going to be in the upper 90s. Kylie has an update on the forecast as we take a look at the Gaylord Texan in Grapevine.
Plus, the Cooper Flag era gets underway tonight in the first NBA Summer League game. We're going to have a preview when we come back.
It's a pre-Friday. We are one step closer to the weekend, and the weekend will feature additional shower and thunderstorm chances. So today and tomorrow, more of a drying trend setting up, which means our high temperatures will start to climb slowly but surely. Tomorrow afternoon, we're back up to about 97 degrees with an added heat index approaching 103. This weekend will feature shower and thunderstorm chances, especially Saturday night into Sunday. Sunday will feature about 30% coverage of showers and storms, along with storm chances, some extra clouds, and that'll allow our high temperatures to fall back into the low 90s.
Okay, we're going to go right back to downtown Dallas. We've talked ad nauseum about the continuous closure of the northbound I-45 ramp to go to westbound I-30, and unfortunately in that same area, we have an 18-wheeler that is conked out right in the middle of the roadway, partially obscured obviously by the overhead sign, but you can see the Dallas County Sheriff's deputies set up behind it, and folks are having to go to the two left lanes or the far right lane to get through. The backup is building quickly back toward the Overton interchange, so folks that are in the Wilmer-Hutchins area, for example, please add a good 20 minutes now to the drive to make it up to downtown Dallas on time. Brandon?
All right, Chip, thanks. #1 draft pick Cooper Flagg will make his debut tonight for the Dallas Mavericks NBA Summer League team. They will play against the Los Angeles Lakers, and they've got Bronny James on their summer roster. That game is tonight at 7 p.m. in Las Vegas. If you don't already have tickets, well, it's not going to be cheap. Some tickets are appearing on resale markets for more than $3,000. Yeah, the average ticket price, by the way, for tonight's game, $232. All right. I guess that's understandable. 8:48 on this Thursday morning. You've got questions for us about technology, relaxation, and time. Hey, Good Day is next.
Good day.
It's about that time to answer some of the Hey Good Day questions.
We need a little change of pace.
I think we do.
Yeah, it's been a heavy week. Heavy week. Okay, so let's see. What is the first question? What is your go-to activity when you need to relax? So, yours is golf, Chip. And Brandon, is yours the golf?
No, I'd say if I have to relax, I'm at home. I would say, well, if I'm going to relax outside the house, yes, golf.
Okay.
But I guess if I'm inside the house, it would be queuing up a comfort movie, like any 80s movie or cheesy comedy movie, and watching a movie that I've seen like 100 times. Put it on.
Okay.
That's my comfort.
Yeah. When I get home from work, I just always feel like I need to like kind of just de-stress, and so I'll put on like some reality show or something that's like that I can fall asleep to, because I'm like, you know what, if I'm missing it, it's okay, but it's on and it's noise and I mean, that's how it goes.
Does sleep count?
Like, it does. It does. I think that's my I want to be like in my comfies with my comfy blanket.
It's just I need the physical activity to then be able to relax. So playing golf helps me just get into a better mode.
I'm a sleeping expert. Napping expert.
My wife is that way too. She can fall asleep anywhere, anytime. Bam.
The next one is, what technology changed your work the most? Changed your work. I would say speak to text. When I started doing that,
that's a good one.
Well, as a reporter in the field, you're interviewing people, and you get the interview on. Well, then you have to go back and you have to go through the interview and log each thing that they say. And if you're sitting there just typing on your phone, well, then you do the speak to text. You hit play, and just talk, say everything that person said. It goes right there in your phone.
I get that. You know what I just learned, which has totally changed my life?
Voice memos?
No, the delay text where you can.
Yes, Apple finally decided to do that.
At like 4 in the morning, and I'm thinking about you can delay your text now. So
Android users have had it for years, but Apple finally.
I'll be waking up at 4 in the morning, and I'm thinking about everything the family needs to do and everything that's going to be happening, and so I'm like texting, like my mom and my husband and my kids and our nanny, and I'm like, and so I can do it all but not wake them up because I just send it.
That's good.
Send it later. Schedule it.
Kind of frees my head in the morning.
Yeah.
It is. I'll show you how to do it.
Yeah, I know.
So
I've never heard of this.
At home, I get it. I was just thinking specifically work only. It could help. Yeah, I totally get that. In the helicopter days, when I was set up there, the editing system, the editing was all old school. I mean, literally tape to tape, and all that kind of stuff. And I had two decks, and I would edit from one to another and all that kind of stuff. And it was right after that we went what we call nonlinear. And I feel like that was something that just helped me be more efficient. Here in the studio.
What about you?
My mind immediately goes to weather data. I mean, that technology has evolved quite a bit. That helps with forecasting. And then the second thing that I think of is social media. Just the way that we're able to communicate and constantly be on and give updates.
Yep.
Yeah.
And share fun stories too.
Yeah, happy pictures
and whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah.
A little bit of good news.
Sometimes it lifts you up.
All right, send us your questions. You can email them to goodday@fox.com, or you can comment on our Hey Good Day Facebook post.
Speaking of, it is 8:55.
Using his talents to help those dealing with tragedy. How a Texas carpenter is honoring the lives lost at Camp Mystic.
Good morning. A Texas carpenter using his amazing skills to honor the lives lost at Camp Mystic.
Yeah, he built a 13-foot tall cross that will be cemented outside the campgrounds. Billy Hardy enlisted the help of Dan Beasley. He is a Michigan man who for years has carried a cross throughout the country during times of tragedy. They both hope the cross will bring some healing to grieving families.
And I feel horrible for them. I can't imagine. I've got 5 daughters and 1 son, and I can't imagine losing one of them. I don't know. It's rough, for sure.
I've had the cross in 30 states now. We go wherever God calls me to go, and this tragedy is one of the worst that I've seen in the 4 years since I built the cross.
The cross made by Hardy will be cemented at Camp Mystic, while Beasley's cross will continue its trek across the country during times of need. Well, people in Kerrville are picking up the pieces after those devastating floods. How community members are mourning the lives lost.
FBI is looking for a suspect believed to be involved in a shooting outside an ICE detention center. A look at the charges he could be facing ahead.
A group of workers rescued after a tunnel collapsed while under construction. We've got the latest in a live report from California.
From KDFW Fox 4, all local, all morning. This is Good Day at 9 a.m.
Well, good morning. What is it today? Today's the 10th, July 10th.
July 10th.
I'm Brandon Todd.
Yes, it is. It is Thursday. I'm Lauren Prisbel. Thanks for starting your morning with us.
We are expecting some new information on the devastating flood in Central Texas at a news conference that is set for 10 o'clock this morning. At last word, there were 120 confirmed dead. Officials also say they're searching for 173 people still unaccounted for. Crews have not found anyone alive since July 4th. That was the day of the flooding. The community is now trying to heal and clean up.
There is a Louisville family who was left voicemails after their father and his wife were swept away in the floodwaters.
Jeff Ramsay was camping in the hill country on the 4th of July with his wife Tanya and their dog Chloe. His children Jake and Rachel say the couple was inside their camper when the waters took hold. They were able to make just a few phone calls, first to Tanya's brother, who was camping downstream. Family members say that call likely saved his life, then 2 more calls to his children.
That's both voicemails just saying, like, basically, hey, buddy, I love you so much. I think this is it for us. Tell Rachie I love her. I went and listened to that message, and it broke me. Hers came after mine, and it was when they were already heading downstream. And so you could hear the panic, and it was just heartbreaking. We'll never listen to those messages again.
Yeah, we do want to share a glimpse of hope in this case. Rescuers found their dog, Chloe. She was turned into an animal shelter and then identified by her microchip. Jake believes his dad gave Chloe one last push to save her life.
Well, families in Kerrville are joining together trying to begin to process the massive loss. And Dan's here.
Yeah, Dan Godwin here with the rest of that story. Dan?
Brandon, the district superintendent said this was the first time people from Kerrville ISD came together in large numbers since the flooding. Last night, hundreds prayed for the lives lost and for the families still searching for their loved ones.
I've had to be reminded often that for us as believers, one thing that every single one of us can do is to pray.
This setting was Antler Stadium in downtown Kerrville, where Tivy High School plays its football games. Community members shared their grief and sorrow, as well as expressing gratitude to the first responders who continue to work long hours under very challenging conditions. At one point, that helicopter passed overhead, presumably part of the ongoing effort to find the victims of the flood who are still unaccounted for. Now, Reese Zunker was a beloved soccer coach and teacher at Tivy High School. Zunker and his wife Paula died in the storm. Their young children have still not been found. One of Zunker's assistant coaches reflected on his friend and colleague.
I'm just going to miss his energy. I'm going to miss his support.
I'm going to miss his family because, you know, having kids the same age and just being there, it's going to be tough.
Being able to be together, provide an opportunity to grieve, because grieving is going to happen, and everybody grieves differently.
Kerrville ISD Superintendent there, Brent Ringo, also told us, though this gathering drew lots of students and parents and teachers, it was for everyone who felt the need to reach out during this time of immense sorrow. Superintendent also said even though it is summer break, resources and support will be available for the students and their families who will be impacted by the catastrophic floods for months and years to come. Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Thank you, Dan. If you'd like to help, Fox 4 has set up a site to send money directly to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. You can scan the QR code on your screen. You just follow all the details there to make the donation. You can go to our website, fox4news.com, or to our Fox Local app as well. Fox 4 viewers have raised more than $3 million. Many organizations in the area only asking for monetary donations right now because they've gotten so many items and they just don't have room to store everything. So money, definitely, those donations can go a long way. Kylie.
Absolutely, folks are so generous across North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country. It's been really sweet to see over the last couple of days. Now, speaking of the last couple of days, showers and storms have continued to fire up across parts of North Texas through the afternoon and into the evening. And because of that, we have seen several spots, largely in Dallas County, northern Kaufman County, and a little bit farther to the south and east, pick up a half-foot of rain. These are rainfall totals over the last 72 hours. Southeast Denton County picking up about 3 inches of rain in the last few days. And because of that, any additional showers and storms that have those high rainfall rates like what we saw yesterday evening across Dallas County, the ground saturated enough that the National Weather Service issued those flash flood warnings yet again. We start that drying trend today and continue it tomorrow with just low shower chances in place. This morning, showers are well to the south and east. And this afternoon, after we heat up, a couple more showers will be possible, but mainly for areas to the east and southeast. If we see a shower pop up, less than 10% coverage. We're back up to 80 degrees already. We easily climb into the mid-90s today. Partly to mostly sunny skies can be expected. Maybe a few extra clouds off to the east. And couple that with dew points in the mid to upper 60s. The heat index will be right around 99 or 100, and just a typical early to mid-July fashion. Chip, the one thing that we haven't done yet this summer, hit 100 degrees.
That's true.
I'm okay with that if we can keep pushing it.
We really haven't even gotten close. Like, you haven't even been worried about us getting to it.
Our max high temperature has been 96 degrees. Pretty crazy.
That's pretty amazing. Driving right now, it's been amazingly light as far as incident numbers are concerned. And in Tarrant County, the trend of trouble-free conditions continues. You see Dallas County, though, it has actually changed in the last few minutes in a couple of spots. One, I-20 westbound at Houston School Road, stalled vehicle in the right lane. It's getting loaded up, though, by a record that just showed up here a couple minutes ago. So I think this will be out of here pretty soon, but it is heavy back to Bonneview in this area. And then moving away from I-20 on northbound I-45, approaching the construction zone at I-30, and 18-wheelers conked out in the middle of the roadway. Oh, there's a bug on the camera. It flew just off. Okay. The traffic flow through here is obviously heavy back to the Overton interchange. I said no wrecker, and as I continue to watch that shot, you can see the wrecker just pulled up into the area, partially obscured by that overhead sign. For folks moving away from downtown Dallas, note how heavy northbound the Dallas North Tollway is moving up toward Royal Lane. There's a reason for that. We've had a bad crash happen. 2 left lanes are blocked as you move up through that area, and it's right in the sight lines of southbound traffic coming down from Addison. You can see it's slow back past LBJ in the Galleria area. Lauren and Brandon.
All right, thank you so much. FBI is looking for a 12th person charged in the shooting of an officer outside an ICE detention center near Fort Worth.
Yeah, you may have even received the alert on your phone last night. Shannon Murray in studio with details on who they're looking for. Shannon.
And Brandon, investigators say the suspect is a military veteran who joined 10 others in the organized attack at a detention center in Alvarado. Federal investigators sent out a blue alert for this man, 32-year-old Benjamin Song of Dallas. That went out just before 8 o'clock last night. He is wanted for attempted murder of a federal officer and is considered armed and dangerous. He is a former Marine Corps reservist, and authorities believe he fired 2 AR-15 style rifles at 3 officers and then hid out in the woods for a day after the shooting. Authorities say the group attacked the Prairieland Detention Center on the 4th of July. And they say the group dressed in black military-style clothing and began shooting fireworks toward the facility and spraying graffiti in the parking lot to lure officers outside. One Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck by someone in the nearby woods. That man is expected to recover. They say someone then fired 20 to 30 rounds at unarmed correctional officers who came outside. Investigators say Song purchased 4 of the guns found in connection with that shooting. 10 other suspects will face charges, including the attempted murder of an officer. There is also 1 charged co-conspirator in that attack. And the FBI is offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to Song's arrest. Lauren.
Thank you very much. A man's in the hospital after he was shot by someone who was apparently trying to help. So Wednesday night, Dallas officers were called to a neighborhood. This is near 635 and Ferguson Road in Northeast Dallas. And they say that there was a man and a woman. They were driving along. They saw another man being beaten up on the street. The man got out of his car, tried to break up the fight and help the guy out, but he was shot twice in the chest by the man who was being beaten up, according to police. It's unclear what led to the fight before the shooting, and police have yet to release any other details.
A 2026 trial date has been set for the teenager accused of killing another student at a Frisco ISD track meet. The jury trial for 18-year-old Carmelo Anthony will start June 1st next year. Last month, a Collin County grand jury indicted Anthony for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. Happened during a fight at a track meet. Anthony says he stabbed Metcalf in self-defense. He is out on bond.
Friends and family are going to gather today to remember a family killed in a crash on I-20 in Kaufman County earlier this month. It was a huge semi-truck that crashed into the McKellar family's pickup truck, several other vehicles as well. 15-year-old Cason McKellar died along with his parents and grandfather. His 20-year-old sister survived. She has critical injuries, though. DPS troopers say the driver of that semi-truck admitted that he fell asleep. A balloon release and candlelight vigil will be held tonight at 8 for the family at Panther Stadium at North Crowley High School.
It's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock. Volunteers stepping up to help flooding victims in the Texas Hill Country. Coming up, a look at the ongoing effort to assist crews working in Kerr County.
We go live to California, where dozens of construction workers were trapped in a tunnel. It collapsed on top of them.
After another stormy night in North Texas, things look to quiet down a bit. Kylie's in for Evan. She's going to break down our pre-Friday forecast.
It is 9:13 as crews continue to search for the missing in Kirk County. There's a lot of volunteers making sure those teams have the fuel and the water to get the job done. Fox's Rebecca Castor has the latest.
As search teams across central Texas sort through the devastation, major efforts are underway to help first responders and survivors keep going.
We knew that this was going to be tragic beyond description.
Within hours after Friday's deadly floods swept across central Texas, a surge of nonprofits arrived on the ground to provide crucial support to survivors and keep the thousands of first responders and volunteers going.
We continue to move with them as they move downriver.
Search teams are not giving up until every missing flood victim is found. And groups like Mercy Chefs are making sure they're staying fed, providing more than 4,000 meals every day across 15 locations.
They're like, I saw things today I can never unsee. So we're trying to stand with them.
We're Texas strong. That's what the hat says. That's what Texans do. We help each other.
Volunteers say it's critical teams on the ground have what it takes to keep going.
Food, I believe, gives them the strength.
First responders are spending what little time they have to rest, still going back out into the field.
16, 18, 20-hour shifts. But rather than taking a day off, a much well-deserved day off, he volunteered to go out on foot with a ground search party.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has also ordered a special session of the state legislature to address upgrading flood warning systems. In Kirk County, Texas, Rebecca Castor for Good Day.
Oh, so many stepping up, trying to help, including Fort Worth chef Tim Love. He's trying to raise money to provide some comfort to those impacted by the floods. He is selling Hunt Strong hats. Hats with heart is what he's been calling it. 100% of the proceeds going toward grief counseling for flood victims and relief meals provided by World Central Kitchen. We'll put a link on our website if you'd like one. Fox4News.com. So many stepping up and trying to do what they can, Kylie.
Yeah, so great to see, Lauren. You're exactly right. Our Thursday forecast features a drying trend that continues tomorrow. High temperatures today are back in the mid-90s, but with the dew point in the mid to upper 60s this afternoon, still enough for an added heat index right around 99 or 100 degrees. Tomorrow, a little bit warmer as we climb into the upper 90s. Yeah, that's what happens when we dry it out this time of year, with the dew point expected in the upper 60s to around 70 degrees. That'll give us an added heat index right around 102, 103. So we'll be feeling the heat and humidity. By the weekend, our pattern looks to change once again with additional shower and thunderstorm chances. We're already at 80 degrees this morning. It is warm. It is muggy. You notice that as soon as you step outside. Dew points have been hovering right around 70 degrees. So yes, that gives us that muggy feel this morning. By this afternoon, maybe a few cumulus clouds bubble up, and you can see on our satellite and radar how a few showers have popped up this morning, but that's well to the south and east, mainly across eastern parts of central Texas. Shower chances for us today are minimal. Like I said, we're continuing with that drying trend today and tomorrow, which is a change from the last several days. In fact, the ground across Dallas County is fairly saturated. There are some points of Dallas County that have picked up a half foot of rain over the last 72 hours. So couple that with some high rainfall rates and these storms that keep developing in the afternoon and in the evening hours. The National Weather Service yesterday issuing that flash flood warning for part of Dallas County, and rightfully so, because we have seen so much rain over the last few days. Areas off to the west, not as much. Over the last 24 hours, yeah, we picked up anywhere from about a ½ inch upwards of an inch to even 2 inches of rain. Some isolated higher rainfall totals as well across parts of Dallas and Navarro County. Now this afternoon, yeah, we're still saying there's a chance at a couple more spotty showers. Less than 10% coverage at best, though. Starting in the 70s to about 80 degrees, we easily climb into the mid-90s again this afternoon with the heat index right around 99 or 100. If if we see a couple of those pop-up showers, they'll mainly be for areas to the east and southeast later on. Like I said, 10% coverage at best. We continue with the drying trend tomorrow as high temperatures steadily increase. And as far as coverage goes today, mainly for areas to the east and southeast with those low shower chances in place. Now, we don't get as lucky this weekend with additional showers and thunderstorms back in the forecast. In fact, by Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, a couple of pop-up showers and storms will be possible. Saturday night into Sunday, we're going to be monitoring a complex of storms that could approach from the north and west, with a few more storms possible on Sunday. With some extra cloud cover and that moisture hanging around, high temperatures will be in the low 90s. Back to you.
All right, Kylie, thanks. The U.S. is having the worst measles spread in more than 30 years.
CDC says the national case count has now surpassed the one of 2019. That's when the U.S. almost lost its status of having eliminated measles. Well, that could happen this year if the virus spreads nonstop for 12 months. The vaccine is 97% effective in preventing measles, mumps, and rubella. There has been a recent decline in vaccinations, though, especially among school-aged children. This outbreak started in an under-vaccinated community in West Texas. There have been 753 confirmed cases since January. At least 2 people have died. Dozens have been hospitalized. There are 4 confirmed cases in North Texas. 31 industrial workers are finally safe this morning. They were trapped inside a tunnel in California.
Yeah, Mario Ramirez from our sister station in Los Angeles is live with, boy, just an incredible story. Good morning.
Brandon, Lauren, good morning to you. A miraculous outcome here. We're talking about 31 workers that were trapped underground after a tunnel collapsed in Wilmington. This is about 17 miles southwest of the metro downtown LA area. You can see the construction site here behind me. Well, those workers were trapped several miles into the tunnel and several hundred feet underground. We watched that rescue unfold. Our Skyfox helicopter was over the dramatic scene as workers were being brought out of the tunnel in a cage hoisted up by a crane. That chaos unfolding nearly a mile beneath the surface. 31 tunnel workers caught behind a collapse inside one of LA's largest underground projects. It was reported around 8 o'clock last night, about 6 miles into a nearly $700 million tunnel under construction. It's part of the county's Clear Water project designed to carry treated wastewater to the Pacific. It's 20 stories underground and 18 feet wide. Officials say following that partial collapse, the workers climbed over a pile of loose soil and debris up to 15 feet high. They reached the tunnel boring machine on the other side, and from there they were shuttled several at a time by a tunnel vehicle to the entrance and then escorted back up to the surface, one cage at a time. More than 100 LA fire crews responding, including urban search and rescue teams and LA Mayor Karen Bass, while some family members were standing by desperate for answers.
I'm sitting here waiting for him. He called and he said he's out and everything's gonna be okay. So I gotta hear from him, and they're rescuing people out of there, and thank God everybody acted quick and everybody's safe.
I know when we raced down here, I was so concerned that we were gonna find tragedy. Instead, what we found was victory.
Now, 27 of those workers were medically evaluated by fire paramedics, but again, no injuries were reported. And the interim LA fire chief, Ronnie Villanueva, says a structure failure of the tunnel lining failed about 5 to 6 miles in. That's still unclear exactly what caused the collapse, but back out here to the scene where we are in Wilmington. Now the focus is figuring out exactly what happened and how to prevent it from happening again. Meanwhile, construction here at this site has now been put on hold pending an investigation into the collapse. In Wilmington, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, thanks for your coverage there. I wanted to ask if we can. It's talking about this little vehicle that was inside the tunnel that shuttled them. How many workers could fit into that? I mean, it seems like that would have taken a very long time.
Yeah, from what we understand, that vehicle was traveling a few miles back and forth, and 3 to 4 at a time is what we've been told. But this was a massive operation. We were also told that at one point communication was difficult here on the ground because of the helicopters in the area. So they were told to back off at least a mile from the intersection. So very tense moments, as you can imagine.
Oh, I can't imagine those workers at some point going back in. Goodness.
Okay,
all right.
Mario Ramirez, appreciate that. Thank you.
It is 9:23. Texas may soon see some 18-wheelers with no driver behind the wheel? Oh, yes. We're going to show you the effort to make autonomous trucking in the state.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It is 9:26. An ambulance that was stolen from Medical City Dallas Hospital ended up wrecked in a ditch 35 miles away in Ellis County. Police say a man jumped in the ambulance and took off. There was a medic who was in the back. He was thrown out. The man drove south on I-45 around 1:15 this morning. Dallas police tracked the ambulance and chased it to Palmer, where the man crashed into a creek bed. He was then trapped in the wreckage. Firefighters freed him, and he was airlifted to a Dallas hospital. He's expected to face several charges once he recovers from his injuries.
An international automaker is putting driverless big rigs on the roads in Texas. Volvo Autonomous Solutions developing what the company calls a new autonomous ecosystem. Texas, the central hub with operations running out of Palmer, south of Dallas and Ellis County. 2 driverless trucks already out on the roads. Have you seen them? Well, for the past 6 months, Volvo's been using the technology to move freight between Houston and Dallas. And now the whole idea is, okay, this is going to get the green light, the check mark, and then they're going to put them all over the country.
And then we'll see them? Wow.
I don't know.
All right, 9:27 on this Thursday morning. Coming up on Good Day, businesses across the state coming together to help people affected by the Central Texas floods. And we're going to tell you how Fort Worth is stepping in when we come back.
for you, live and local. Good Day continues on Fox 4.
All right, welcome back on this Thursday morning. Boy, middle of July or getting close to it. Starting to feel like the middle of July.
Warm.
Brandon and Lauren, you're exactly right. As we continue with this brief drying trends today and tomorrow, our high temperatures trend upwards. Yesterday we hit 95. Today we're looking for forecast highs right around 96. Tomorrow 97. You get the picture. Man, it's been an active last several days though, with showers and storms popping up through the peak heating hours of the afternoon, continuing into the nighttime hours. And today, yes, there's still very low shower chances in place. That's mainly for eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas. The rest of us just plain hot. We'll feel right around 99, 100 degrees, factoring in higher humidity. And those heat index values will stay pretty high as we head into the weekend, but we will notice a slight dip in our high temperatures with some extra clouds, added moisture. Yeah, those rain and storm chances, they make a return. Satellite and radar is quiet this morning. Showers are well to the south and east of even our far southeastern counties. It wasn't as quiet, though, the last several days, with multiple rounds of showers and storms impacting a good chunk of North Texas. If you live to the north and west, you have barely seen anything over the last 72 hours. But if you live across central and southern, southeastern parts of Dallas County, several spots have picked up over a half-foot of rain. Okay, not completely dry today. A couple of spotty showers will be possible, mainly across eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas. After starting in the 70s and 80s this morning, we easily climb into the mid-90s with that added heat index. All right, Chip, over to you.
A couple things to note. There are some crews working on I-20 westbound going past the West Loop. No big delays moving through that area, and midday road work is now officially up. And it's been a regular occurrence this time of the morning going eastbound on I-20 toward Beltline Road. That's what it looks like approaching, and you can see the speeds have most certainly dropped down as part of that asphalt paving process continues to move towards Spur 408. For drivers on northbound I-45 approaching I-30, you have the continuous closure of the westbound 30 transition, and in the backup, we've been keeping tabs on a stalled 18-wheeler. Well, at least good news on part of this. That 18-wheeler stall has been removed successfully by the heavy-duty wreckers, and you can see the barrel line that is set up here in this area. It again blocks off that ramp to go westbound and will until early August. Lauren, Brandon, back to you.
Right, thank you. Well, this morning, families here in North Texas still waiting to hear if their loved ones, their missing loved ones, have been found.
Yeah, the Offringa family in Fort Worth is still holding out hope for their friend, 61-year-old Bill Houston. He moved to the Hill Country earlier this year for a construction job. Houston and his beloved corgi, Sage, were living just a few feet away from the Guadalupe River in an RV park. Sage's body has been found, but Bill is still missing.
And you have to have hope because, I mean, what else do you have? But, yeah, it's tough.
It's the silent moments that when the data is not coming in, when you're not getting any more information, is when it really hits home.
Yeah, Bill's co-workers have been searching the riverbanks for days, hoping to find answers. The Offringas say they plan to do whatever they can to help.
There are so many ways to help those affected by the flooding.
Yeah, in Fort Worth, businesses and community members are coming together to show that support. Paige Ellenberger live this morning at City Hall with a look. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Here at City Hall, they are handing out green ribbons on the inside. We have seen a few people stop by and get their own, but on the outside, you can see they have tied them around trees in a sign of solidarity for the flooding victims. Officials are handing them out until Monday. You can stop by and get your own weekdays from 8 to 5. The ribbons have been popping up across the state in a sign of solidarity to the victims who lost their lives at Camp Mystic and to those affected in Central Texas. In the meantime, Fort Worth Fire and Police, they are collecting donations for those affected by the flooding. They're asking for shelf-stable food, diapers and wipes, first aid kits, school supplies, canned pet food, and personal hygiene items. Also bigger items like shovels and brooms, trash bags, and bleach bottles. Interim Police Chief Robert Aldridge says helping out those in need, no matter the distance, is the Fort Worth way.
They all want to help. They're feeling the pain of what our other citizens down in Kerr County are feeling right now, and they feel a little helpless because they don't know how to help. And so this is just a little way for them to get back and at least know that they are supporting the people down in Kerr County.
In the stockyards, businesses there are accepting donations too. They are asking for similar donations. You can drop items off at Hotel Drover, the Visitors Center, H3 Ranch, the Stockyards Hotel, the Hyatt, and 97 West Kitchen and Bar now until the end of the month. Now, if you live by any police or fire station, you can drop off your donations now until Monday the 14th. They will accept them from 8 to 5 on weekdays. I was told by the interim chief if you try to drop off any donations at headquarters on the weekends, well, no one will be there to accept them. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Paige Ellenberger for Good Day.
Thank you very much, Paige. And now we've seen a lot of organizations and hundreds of people step up to help to try to rebuild. One woman we spoke to, she is specifically focusing on reconnecting people with some of their lost items from the floods.
Yeah, and then she's, of course, doing that through a Facebook group called Found on the Guadalupe River. Fox 4's Alex Boyer caught up with her.
As the floodwaters in the Guadalupe River begin to recede into Texas Hill Country, some sentimental treasures are starting to surface.
But I want to believe that they'll all be reunited with who they belong to.
Dondi Person is a perfumer by trade, but these days she's become a matchmaker of sorts.
Look at that.
Wow. Daddy's little man.
We found this in Center Point.
With help from her community, Person has been collecting and cleaning personal items found washed up on the banks of the Guadalupe River. This bin holds just a small fraction of what's been refurbished.
These are items that we found, that we've recovered, and our members at Rosewood have washed them. They've labeled what they are, dried them, and we're just trying to preserve them. So where we found them, what type they are, they have a little prayer card in them.
With the items piling up, Person decided to start a Facebook group called Found on the Guadalupe River, posting pictures of the items. Others started doing the same. And in just a few days, some 3,000 people have joined the group, and Person has already had some reunions.
The lady that I was able to reunite some of her items yesterday, she said, I've lost everything, but now I have these few things back. It really meant the world to her. So,
what was that moment like for you, Dondi?
Oh, it was really... It was, it was heartwarming, but also bittersweet because, she's lost everything and she has to rebuild.
Is that kind of moment meaningful enough to kind of keep this pace going?
Yes. Well, yeah, any win is a win.
And with plenty of items still left to be cleaned and reclaimed, Person remains on the move.
I just know that people are looking for some little something, and if we can take part in any of that, that's, what matters. I just want to make sure that these items are treated with reverence and care, and because if they were mine, I would want the same thing.
Alex Boyer, Fox 4 News.
Yeah, any little thing's a win. With you being out there the last couple of days, I'm sure you saw so much stuff, just so much debris and stuff, but people just kind of clinging on to what they can.
Yeah. Well, and you had these areas of the riverbed where you've got, up in the air even, you've got these big clumps of just tree limbs and bark, and
because the water went up that high, right? And then
it
kind of just got stuck up in the trees.
And it just, and one branch gets stuck up against a tree, and then everything behind it gets stuck on that branch and follows. And so even in that shot right there, you can see a big piece of debris, metal or plastic or something. And yeah, there was a lot that you saw there in the riverbed once the water started to go down. And boy, just throughout that whole community, there's just, there's a sense of sadness because of the lives that were lost. But I've been encouraged, I guess, by all of those survivor stories. And so many people that stepped up and showed such bravery. The parents who tried to get their kids out of the house. The people were knocking on doors, going door to door to door. And the RV parks, going to each RV and knocking and yelling, get out, get out, get out. And just so many people stepping up. A little bit of a bright spot to save the lives. Yeah,
no doubt. Well, the Major League Soccer teams in Texas are going to be teaming up. They are trying to go ahead and raise money for flood relief and some of the recovery efforts in Central Texas, too.
FC Dallas, the Houston Dynamo, and Austin FC are donating a combined $500,000. The Central Texas disaster is especially personal for the brothers who own FC Dallas. Their 9-year-old relative is among the Camp Mystic flood victims. The $500,000 donation adds to the contributions made by other Texas professional sports teams.
Our coverage of the Texas flooding disaster will continue at 10 a.m. this morning. Again, we mentioned there's going to be that news conference, the daily one that they have that really gives us an update. So that'll be at 10 a.m.
Right. Shannon and Hannah are going to bring you that coverage, and we say good morning to them both.
Yeah, Brandon, I'll be joining Hannah today on the 10. And just like the last couple of days, there have been these 10 a.m. updates from officials in Kerr County. So we'll take that live on the 10.
Plus, so many people have obviously been asking what they can do to help. Well, today we have 2 interviews set up, one with a local animal shelter to talk about ways that you can do a small part here in North Texas that could hopefully have that ripple effect down to our south. Plus, a local restaurant has a fundraiser set up at several locations around the Metroplex, and we'll be talking to them more about the initiative. That and more when the 10 starts in about 20 minutes. We'll see you there.
See you then. It is 9:40. Top recruits stepping on the court for the Mavs today. A preview of Cooper Flagg's NBA debut next.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It is 9:43. #1 draft pick Cooper Flagg will make his debut tonight with the Dallas Mavericks. They will play against the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers have Bronny James on their summer roster, so that should actually be a pretty good game. It's tonight, 7 p.m. in Las Vegas. By the way, if you don't already have tickets, yeah, open up your wallet. Some tickets are appearing on resale markets for more than $3,000. The average ticket price for tonight's game, $232. All right, let's talk about the Rangers. They're hoping to bounce back tonight after a loss against the Los Angeles Angels. A home run by Marcus Semien got things started, putting the Rangers in the lead in the top of the 7th inning, but that didn't last long. The Angels responded and then took the game, 11-8. They finished the series in Anaheim tonight. The Volleyball Nations League is coming to North Texas. Team USA will take on the world's best teams to try to get a spot in the VNL Finals. The women's preliminary phase will be played at the College Park Center in Arlington. The games run now through Sunday the 13th. You can buy tickets to any of those games online.
This just has really high-level volleyball from youth to high school, college, and now pro. So it's just really special being back in front of people that have helped me become the athlete that I am. And I'm just really grateful for all that North Texas specifically has done for me in my volleyball career.
Well, tonight is rodeo night at VNL Arlington. The U.S. team will play against the Dominican Republic tonight at 7:30. Some viewers may ask because we don't have the little bug up there this morning.
At last check, we've already hit 80 degrees. That was at 9 o'clock this morning. So, you know, it's pretty warm out there to start. Temperatures will soar into the mid and upper 90s today and tomorrow. We start this drying trend over the next couple of days. Just a stray shower or two possible across far eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas today. Partly sunny to mostly sunny skies for the rest of us. Tomorrow, with more sun and a westerly component, winds out of the south-southwest. That'll allow us to soar into the upper 90s. Rain and storm chances make a return this weekend.
I need that thing back.
I know. Got a lot of people that have been totally nice about it. But going,
I know.
Is this like going to be permanent?
I don't handle
Remain
change.
calm. It'll be back. It's a technical
Trust me, because we're freaking out.
Where is it?
I don't do change well.
This is a love story that will melt your heart. Two college sweethearts getting married nearly 50 years after going their separate ways. 71-year-old Richard Smith and 70-year-old Jan Branton dated their entire time at Mississippi State. But with Smith headed to the Army, they decided to build their own separate lives. Then earlier this year, Richard learned Jan was looking for him and her called her, I guess, right away. He bought the engagement ring before he even saw her again.
We need this in a book.
For the first time in decades.
Oh,
wow.
I want to read this.
That's great.
Like, let's make it into a story.
I want more. Yes, yes. I want more pictures. I want to see them reuniting. I need video. I know. Okay. Cute story. Well, parents' lives often revolve around their kids. You really don't have much of a choice. But there is a new survey found that it's true for pet parents as well. Talker researcher found that dog owners make 27 decisions a month, or about one a day, based on their pets. And it means, like, you know, they take a look at their social plans, maybe even change their work schedule or their routine, because, I mean, sweet little Lulu needs me at home to snuggle.
Oh my gosh.
It's inspiring sometimes, though, right? Because you're like, I have a bigger dog, needs to have walks.
Yeah.
And it helps me go out and do those things sometimes where I might get home after a long day.
Yeah.
Want to do it? Oh, no, we need
I'm like, here, just go fetch the ball. Go get the ball.
Just toss it outside.
There is a new survey that finds that 1 in 3 Americans has a nickname for their car. Isn't this usually a thing anyway, right?
I've heard this,
Yeah,
yes.
Some people name their cars after pop culture references like Batmobile. Others go for names of strength like Road Warrior. But the most popular name was Love Bug.
Is this a guy
I think it is a guy thing.
I think so.
The most legendary one that I can remember from high school days. Yeah, from high school days, there's a guy that had a 1972 green Chevy Impala. We called it the Green Leopard because
like
it was in such bad shape that we could, paint gray spots on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think it's a guy thing.
I've named my cars over the years.
I don't know. You name yours? What's yours right now?
Yep.
Excelsior.
What is there? Sylvie and Goldie and Rex, and my first Mustang, my first car was a Mustang, was Mike, and then I had a Probe, that was Penelope, and then I had a motorcycle. I don't remember if I named
a motorcycle?
I don't think I did.
Oh, learn something new every day.
There you go.
Wow.
Cool.
For a brief time.
You do have a heart for cars.
I do.
All right, it is 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock. Coming up, National... Oh,
hey!
We really want you to focus on this because it is National Pina Colada Day. I mean, hey, we're excited. We're shaking things up this morning. We're going to show you how one North Texas restaurant is highlighting the favorite, that sweet drink. More to come. Yes, we are heating up. How about a sweet summer drink? Today is National Pina Colada Day.
Well, that sounds nice. We say good morning to Morgan Frucht with Mooyah. So you're not making just a pina colada. You're making a pina colada shake.
Right, yes.
What's better on a hot July day?
Right, yeah, perfect for those hot
go.
summer days. We have the pina colada shake just for the summer, so it's delicious.
Okay, so jump in and get it right now. No alcohol, I'm assuming. It's just the flavor of pina colada.
No alcohol, but I'll let your imagination do what it does.
You could add if you wanted to, but yes. Okay. How many Mooyahs are there in our area?
There are 15 across DFW.
Okay.
So you can find us kind of everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
And you've got more than just the pina colada shake up there, though, right?
Right, yeah. So we have our 100% real ice cream milkshakes. We have Oreo cookie, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and then a little smaller pina colada shake and our little mousse size.
Love that, love that. And then I'm looking at some of the food that's over here. What's hot right now? What'd you bring?
Right, so we have the cheddar bacon barbecue burger that pairs perfectly with our sweet pina colada shake. It's a good mix of savory and sweet, so delicious. And then we have sweet potato fries, hand-cut french fries, chips, all made fresh.
So a pina colada shake, what's in that?
So it's, 100% real ice cream, coconut, and pineapple. So all of your favorite fixings with the pineapple or pina colada shake.
That's very tropical.
It is.
I like that.
So what's the most popular? I mean, you've got the burgers, obviously. What else is on the menu? Maybe I'm not a burger fan, or maybe there's something unique that's on the menu. What do you guys have?
Yeah, so we have hot dogs. We have a lifestyle menu if you're a little health conscious. And then we also have some funny, little funky menu items like the hamburger dog. So you get best of both worlds there.
What is that? What's a hamburger dog?
It's a hamburger and a hot dog. Yeah.
And a hot dog? Mm-hmm. How do you do that? Very carefully?
Really carefully, really meticulously, so yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Wow, okay.
Now you work for corporate, so you get to kind of oversee all of them, huh? Do you eat there a lot then?
We do. We eat there all the time, and it's really fun to do all the back end stuff because it's actually really enjoyable and being creative and fun online, so yeah.
Well, and I just learned something in the break as we were talking that Mooyah began in Plano. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It actually started in Plano.
Yes,
in
we're Dallas natives.
2007. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, okay, so today, National Pina Colada Day. Now, you're only doing these for the summer?
Right, so they're
just the pina colada one or all of them?
Just the pina colada one, and right now at select locations we have happy hour shakes, which are half price at from 2 to 5 Monday through Friday. So, yeah.
We're in. We're going to put a link on our website, fox4news.com. You can go in there. You just put in your zip code. They'll tell you where the closest one is. All right. Happy National Pina Colada Day. Link on our website, fox4news.com. Coming up, we got some shower chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but into the weekend. So we'll check in with Kylie. She's going to give us the 7-day forecast. All right, this is a live look in Kerr County. We are expecting an update on the recovery and relief efforts in Central Texas. That's going to be coming in, we're hoping at the top of the hour at 10. We'll be carrying it live. You can also watch it online as well at fox4news.com and on the Fox Local app, too.
All right, taking a final look at your forewarned 7-day forecast. Partly to mostly sunny skies today. We climb into the mid and upper 90s, and our drying trend takes over today and tomorrow. Finally, a little bit of a break from these afternoon and evening shower and thunderstorm chances. However, there's still a low shot at an afternoon and evening shower, mainly across eastern and southeastern parts of North Texas. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies. We soar into the upper 90s with an added heat index approaching 102, 103. This weekend, we reintroduce shower and thunderstorm chances, about 20 to 30% coverage of showers and storms as a front drops and stalls along the Red River. Some extra clouds as well as these shower chances will allow our high temperatures to fall into the low and mid 90s. We keep isolated storms in the forecast through Monday before high pressure looks to inch back towards North Texas, and that'll allow for our high temperatures to climb into the upper 90s through midweek.
All right, special thanks to Morgan Frucht with Muya for bringing in the pina colada shake, which I will be tasting here soon.
Yeah, well, thank you guys so much.
It'll go well with the burgers and the fries here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's a great.
Yes.
Delicious.
So
Several different locations in our area. We're going to put a link on fox4news.com. Again, it's National Pina Colada Day. Go in, check out one of the shakes. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Okay, we are waiting for that news conference that is set to begin on about just within the minute or so. So stay with Fox 4. We'll have continuing coverage all day long.
Hannah and Shannon continue our coverage this morning.
Welcome to the 10. It is Thursday, July 10th, and we are continuing our coverage of the deadly flooding in the Texas Hill Country.
A briefing on the latest on those recovery efforts out of Kerr County will begin momentarily. We will listen in on that once it begins. And this morning, families here in North Texas are still waiting to hear if their missing loved ones have been found.
Yeah, so the Offringa family in Fort Worth is still holding out hope for their friend, 61-year-old Bill Houston. He moved to the Hill Country earlier this year for a job in construction. Houston believed his corgi, Sage, both of them were living a few feet away from the river in an RV park. Sage's body has been found, but Bill is still missing.
And you have to have hope because, I mean, what else do you have? But, yeah, it's tough.
It's the silent moments that when the data's not coming in, when you're not getting any more information is when it really hits home.
Bill's coworkers have been searching the riverbanks for days, hoping to find answers. The Offringas say that they plan to do whatever they can to help. A Louisville family is left with only voicemails after their father and his wife were swept away in the floodwaters.
Jeff Ramsay was camping in the Hill Country on the 4th of July with his wife Tanya and their dog Chloe. His children Jake and Rachel say the couple was inside their camper when the water took hold. And they were able to make a few phone calls, first to Tanya's brother who was camping downstream. Family members say that call likely saved his life. Then they made 2 more calls to his children.
That's both voicemails just saying, like, basically, hey buddy, I love you so much. I think this is it for us. Tell Rachie I love her. I went and listened to that message and it broke me. Hers came after mine, and it was when they were already heading downstream. And so you could hear the panic, and it was just heartbreaking. We'll never listen to those messages again.
A news conference is beginning now in Kerr County. We want to go ahead and take that to you guys live and listen in on what they're updating us on with those numbers.
From state, local, and federal agencies working to reunite victims with families. 10 states have sent specially trained teams to our community, and 2 more states are en route. As I know many of you have reported, the governor, lieutenant governor, and the Speaker of the House are strongly committed to helping our community. And we're grateful that they're making our recovery a priority in the upcoming special legislative session. Our city of Kerrville and Kerr County leadership are committed to a transparent and full review of processes and protocols. The special session is going to be a starting point for that work, but our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, there have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111. Again, that's kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111. Additionally, the state of Texas, FEMA, the Small Business Administration have opened a disaster recovery center here in Kerrville for those who have been affected by the storms. It's currently open at the First Baptist Church here in Kerrville at 625 Washington Street. It'll be open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. The Individual Assistance Program can provide financial support for things like medical and dental assistance, vehicle damage, housing, child care, and replacing essential items, even for non-residents who were impacted by the floods. You can visit disasterassistance.gov, use the FEMA app, or call 1-800-621-3362. And again, that's disasterassistance.gov. Use the FEMA app or call 1-800-621-3362. And in closing, I'd like to say one more time, on behalf of our Unified Command here in Kerr County, how appreciative we are for the help since this tragedy took place. People from all over Texas, all over the country, continue to show their support in so many ways, and we are thankful. And with that, I'll take a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Morgan Chesney, NBC News. Did the inability of police radios to communicate directly with county radios hamper rescue or recovery efforts as those waters rose?
I don't have any information to that point. Yes, sir.
Jason Allen, CBS News. Given that you still have people who live in this area, what's different? What changes have been made to ensure you get heavy rain again a week from now, a month from now, you don't wind up in the same situation?
I think that's an important question, and as we are aware, we've been very weather alert throughout the entirety of this, and that's something that we're going to be looking at. Thank you.
Can I get a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Amp Johnson, News 4 in San Antonio. What can you tell us about the current search area, how large it is, how much of it has been searched, and how exactly does the grid system work for something like this?
So the last part of your question again, please.
How does the grid system work for a disaster like this?
Okay, so the grid system, I'm not a search and rescue recovery expert, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but it is a methodical search which ensures that every area in an area to be searched is covered and searched and that no stone is left unturned. Unfortunately, I don't have a exact number of how many miles of river that we've searched or how many people who have been out there. I just don't have that information for you, but I'm happy to follow up.
Sir, last question. This will be last question.
Yes. Are there messages that we as a collective media are not getting out there? For example, are you hindering some searches? What can we tell people who want to come up with big equipment to help search or remove debris? Hasn't that been a problem?
I don't want to say it's been a problem because we're so grateful for the amount of people who want to come to this community to help. And we've had people from all over the state and all over the country volunteer their services and say, I have a front end loader, I have a boat, I have this. Groups and individuals, but it's important that we have certified professional search teams out there right now. We have compiled a database of volunteers who have made themselves available, and if and when that time comes that we are able to call upon them, we will be calling upon them. In the short term, I believe that all of our basic needs are being met, both through the federal and state response and the support that we've been getting, as well as this community rising up in a really unprecedented way to show their support for all of us here. Thank you very much.
That's the end of the press conference. If you are not receiving emails from the Joint Information Center, please make sure.
You were just listening to Kerr County officials giving an update on the latest numbers as the search and recovery efforts continue there. Just to recap those numbers, 96 confirmed deaths in Kerr County, 60 of those adults, 36 children.
Yeah, most of those numbers, as you might have observed, have remained unchanged from yesterday. Another number that they listed today that has also remained unchanged is the number of missing campers and the singular counselor that's still missing from Camp Mystic. It's 5 campers and 1 counselor there. The only number we saw change from day to day compared to yesterday was they did identify 1 more adult who they'd been searching for, an adult that was missing, that they have located dead. And one thing that I think is really interesting about these search efforts is earlier in the week, these rescuers said that they have not found any person living who has been missing since the 4th of July.
Right. 161 people still missing.
And so when you look at those statistics, I mean, it just shows how staggering the situation is, how heartbreaking it is, and how daunting this whole process must be for those families who have yet to hear answers about their loved ones.
And these numbers, important to note, are Kerr County alone, not including some of the outside areas, Travis County as well. I know they're also working to search those areas. And we know right now more than 2,100 first responders are still on the ground there. They are working tirelessly. The police chief there had said that they're just working around the clock, really not even taking breaks as they continue searching the banks of the river.
Yeah, they have a huge task ahead of them. I mean, they've been bringing in heavy machinery to try to continue in this process, excavators to try to dig through, as they described yesterday, some of the debris, the trees that they said had bottlenecked in areas. So they're going through layers and layers of ground that has just been compacted so tight, making these search efforts really, really difficult. And another layer that's really complicated the efforts is some of the issues that they've dealt with people impeding these searches, whether it's the debris issue or whether it's the burn issue or the burn ban that they enacted on Monday. But one thing we do want to focus on is what goes on from here on out for anybody who's been impacted. And they did note that in the press conference that there is assistance available, like we've said, with that FEMA disaster, with the federal disaster declaration, as well as the state disaster declaration. So that's one thing that they wanted to highlight, to direct to people who have kind of been picking up the pieces and remnants and trying to figure out what comes next. They did say that there is an individual assistance program that can provide help with things like dental assistance, housing, replacing any critical items.
Some of those immediate needs too. Right.
Absolutely, or even just child care. And with the federal programs, the FEMA assistance, you have to apply for it, and there's certain qualifications, but that can help for things even like legal assistance that someone might need in these next few steps.
And the police chief there also addressed the future of the flood warning systems. It will come up in the special session. We know Governor Abbott added that to the agenda, and a reporter there asked, what about if there's a flood next week? And he said that is something they'll be looking at. They're staying weather alert right now and making sure they're on top of that. So stay with us for the latest on the Texas flood disaster. We will continue to bring you the latest here on air and online. We're always on at fox4news.com and on the Fox local app with the latest numbers and information and ways you can help as well. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It is 10:14. Well, amidst all of this darkness, there has been some good that's come out of it, and it's good to see other Texans just stepping in to help in whatever way they can. One of those things is a Facebook group that's now been helping reunite people with their personal items washed away in those floods.
Dondi Person lives in Kerr County, and she runs the Facebook group called Found on the Guadalupe River. And so it started after Person began picking up items along the banks of the river and wanted to try to get them back to the right person. And since she began posting items in the group, thousands have joined and reunions have already begun.
Know that people are looking for some little something, and if we can take part in any of that, that's what matters. I just want to make sure that these items are treated with reverence and care, and because if they were mine, I would want the same thing.
All of these items are washed, sanitized, and restored with the help of other volunteers.
The Kerrville community gathered at the Tivy High School football stadium for a community blessing last night. The soccer coach there and his wife were both killed in the flooding, and their children remain missing. Fox 4's Stephen Dial reports.
The Kerrville ISD superintendent told me that last night was their first time really coming together as a school district to pray for the families of those who lost loved ones, and also praying for those who are still searching for their loved ones. Flags flew at half-staff at Antler Stadium in Kerrville Wednesday. Hundreds came to pray for the families impacted by the 4th of July flood.
For those who have lost their life in the flood, we pray that they may rest in peace in their heavenly home.
I'm just going to miss his energy. I'm going to miss his support. I'm going to miss his family because, having kids the same age and just being there, it's going to be tough. Coach Bryce Estes was an assistant coach under Reese Zucker. Zucker and his wife Paula died in the storm. Their young children have still not been found.
He was the Tybee High School Teacher of the Year, and then for our district, he was our secondary Teacher of the Year. And so when I got that call Friday that him and his family are missing, one, unbelievable, and two, just very disheartening, because his impact and his relationships, he was somebody that was so well respected by our coaches, our teachers, beloved by our students.
Kerrville ISD Superintendent Dr. Brent Ringo came to the Hill Country from Garland ISD in North Texas. He told us about the district jumping into action to bus children out of Camp La Junta and Camp Mystic.
I see my kids' faces and those kids' faces, and when there's an all call for help, if I'm not there as a dad, I would want somebody to do what our bus drivers did and say we're going to be there, our coaches, our high school principal, and just show up to help.
The kingdom of God looks like hundreds of volunteers walking our riverbanks on a daily basis. I think he would look at what this community has done. I think he would look across here tonight and he would say the kingdom of God looks like these people.
I'm just hoping that people feel whoever they lost or whatever they're hurting and they're feeling, that they get some relief back, they get some peace, that the lives that were lost, each one of them had a different light that they shined, and that some of that comes back into them.
And while it is still summer break, Kerrville ISD officials are looking for ways to make sure that resources are provided to students and their families, as the healing process has yet to really begin. In Kerrville, Stephen Dial for Good Day.
And you can help with flood recovery. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code right now on your screen. Fox 4 has set up a secure site to give money directly to Kerr County flood relief. We also have a link on fox4news.com and the Fox Local app.
Coming up, we'll take a look at how more people in North Texas are showing their support for those impacted by those floods in Central Texas.
Welcome back. A look over West Dallas this Thursday morning. There are so many ways to help those affected by the flooding in Central Texas. In Fort Worth, businesses and community members coming together to show their support. Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger is at City Hall with a look.
Throughout the morning, people have stopped by Fort Worth City Hall to pick up a green ribbon from officials working a table on the inside. However, on the outside, trees are adorned in those very same green ribbons in a sign of solidarity for the flooding victims. Officials are handing them out this morning until Monday. You can stop by and get your own weekdays from 8 to 5. The ribbons have been popping up across the state in a sign of solidarity to the victims who lost their lives at Camp Mystic and those affected in Central Texas. Fort Worth Fire and Police are collecting donations for those affected by the flooding. They're accepting donations like shelf-stable food, diapers and wipes, first aid kits, school supplies, canned pet food, and personal hygiene items. They're also asking for bigger items like shovels and brooms, trash bags, and bleach bottles. Interim Police Chief Robert Aldridge says this is the Fort Worth way.
They all want to help. They're feeling the pain of what our other citizens down in Kerr County are feeling right now, and they feel a little helpless because they don't know how to help. And so this is just a little way for them to get back and at least know that they are supporting the people down in Kerr County.
In the meantime, over in the stockyards, businesses there are accepting donations too. They are asking for similar donations. You can drop them off at Hotel Drover, the Visitors Center, H3 Ranch, the Stockyards Hotel, the Hyatt, and 97 West Kitchen and Bar now until the end of the month. If you live nearby any fire or police station within city limits, they will gladly collect the donations you are ready to drop off. They are doing so until Monday the 14th. Feel free to drop them off weekdays from 8 to 5. But if you do want to stop by police headquarters, they won't be there on the weekends. So be sure to drop them off today, Friday, or Monday. Reporting in Fort Worth, I'm Paige Ellenberger, Fox 4 News.
A Texas carpenter is using his skills to honor the lives lost at Camp Mystic. He built a 13-foot tall cross that will be cemented outside the campgrounds. Billy Hardy enlisted the help of Dan Beasley, a Michigan man who for years has carried a cross throughout the country during times of tragedy. They both hope this cross will bring some healing to grieving families.
And I feel horrible for them. I can't imagine. I've got 5 daughters and 1 son, and I can't imagine losing one of them. I don't know. It's rough, for sure.
I've had the cross in 30 states now. We go wherever God calls me to go, and this tragedy is one of the worst that I've seen in the 4 years since I built the cross.
Hardy, the man you heard from first out of those sound bites, his cross will be placed at Camp Mystic. Beasley's, meantime, will continue its trek across the country during times of need.
And of course, throughout this entire process, we've been talking over and over again about ways that North Texans can help, even if they're not boots on the ground in Central Texas. And one of the big ways is helping with the animals that have been displaced. So we have Brittany Clark here with Arlington Animal Services. Now, you guys aren't directly working with this disaster. You have in the past. But what's a small way that people here can pitch in to try to help the bigger picture?
So I think a really easy, small way that ends up being a big way is fostering, being open to foster. We have had people come in and already ask about how to get involved in that, whether it be fostering from your local shelter as well as fostering for rescues, because there are rescues that are very closely involved in this disaster and pulling animals from the area. So it opens that space and availability for everyone.
And it creates that huge trickle-down effect.
Right.
What are some of the common questions people have about fostering, if they're kind of on the fence or not sure if they're up for that challenge, that you guys say to kind of let them know, hey, we're here to help you?
Right. So a lot of it's time frame, which there's multiple different time frames. You can short-term foster, you can emergency foster while you're waiting to get an animal transported to another location. You can long-term foster if you're interested in fostering for 2 weeks to a month to however long this rescue or shelter may need it. So time frame as well as supplies. Most of the time, if you're fostering, you're being supplied with the things you need to take care of this animals.
You guys will set people up for success no matter how short or how long they want to pitch in.
Right.
And we have a pup here who's hopefully going to find a forever new home. He's very energetic. Can you introduce us to him?
Yes. Ross, he's about a year old. He's a Pit Bull Terrier mix, but he's got really cool coloring. And he is so much a puppy. He has so much puppy energy. He really just needs an active family to really help him out. He loves to play. He needs a little bit of training on his manners. He still jumps a little, loves to chew on things, so maybe some good toys, some maybe like disaster-proof toys, and he just needs a really good scrubbing. He's got a little bit more sensitive skin, so like some oatmeal baths every now and then will help him out a lot.
Yeah, I see that he does well with the other dogs in the shelter. I can tell he's very loving and affectionate, so hopefully we'll find a good home for him. If you want to help adopt Ross, go to the Arlington Animal Services Shelter Monday through Saturday. Now you will need a valid ID, and current adoption fee is just $5. So now is really the time to do it, or even just go there and see if any of the pets might be a good fit for your home.
Yes, we definitely have plenty to pick from, a whole assortment, cats, dogs. Every now and then you've got the random rabbits and guinea pigs. So
he's sitting just in time for the end of this segment. Well, Ross and Brittany, thank you guys so much for being here. Coming up next, we are highlighting another local restaurant that is donating proceeds to flood relief. The chefs with Half Shells will be joining us next. Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Fish City Grill and Half Shells hoping to really make a difference this week. They're implementing a Cup of Hope program. Yeah, so throughout the week, the restaurants will donate some of the proceeds from the soup sales to that fund we've been talking about, the Kerr County Relief Fund. Good morning to Chef Mary Belmer of Half Shells at Snyder Plaza. What are we making today?
We are making clam chowder.
Yum.
One of our favorite soups and one of our best sellers. So.
Okay, great. I mean, I can see why. It smells so good. Where do we start?
Well, we're going to start with, I'm heating up the oil right now. So once we get that oil nice and hot, we're going to add the veggies.
Okay. I see you have some onion. Is that a little celery in there and then garlic?
Uh-huh. That's all it is. A little garlic, a little celery, and a little onions.
And you guys decided to do this program to give that money to those people in need in Central Texas. So how would if people come in and they buy one of these soups, how will that work?
We just track the soup sales, and those proceeds go directly to the.
And is it certain soups on the menu, or all of them? Okay,
Any
great.
soup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Toss in some more of the seasonings too.
Sure.
So now we've got that.
So this program started out with Hurricane Katrina. My owners have a love for the food, the culture, the town of New Orleans, and the state of Louisiana. So they decided they wanted to do something about Katrina and help the victims and the devastation that was going on. And it was a huge success. Our customers came out, supported, and they've done it for every one of the natural disasters that have happened in the state of Texas ever since.
Wow.
So Harvey was another one, the tornadoes from a couple years ago. So it's something that we rely on to be able to do what we can and do what we do best. We're a very compassionate company, and we love to cook. We love to feed folks. So this is the best way we can help.
Well, and soup is so comforting too. When I think of just like a real comfort food, something that's going to fill you up and make you feel good and warm inside, I mean, I think of soup.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
When you guys are also taking donations at locations in Burleson, Mansfield, and Waxahachie, all of those donations being given to Salvation Army Disaster Relief Hub. And you guys have 9 locations actually across North Texas.
So North Texas, yes. That's correct. Yes.
Wow. And I love that messaging that you said there. We can do something, because I think so many people have been feeling really helpless and powerless. I have at times thinking, okay, I can't be there. I don't have an excavator. I can't do, you know, the hard manual labor that many people have been doing ever since Friday. But you guys, you can make soup. And that's a start. And that's something.
And we can come in and eat the soup and then help contribute.
Food is just comforting.
Yes,
just
of course.
No matter what, food is just comforting.
So tell us
folks.
what
So
else you've been tossing in.
I just put in the clam juice.
Okay.
And now I'm putting in the chopped clams.
Okay.
2 key ingredients. One thing cool about this particular soup, it's gluten-free.
Okay.
Because we don't use any kind of stock. We just use straight-up clam juice.
Gotcha.
A lot of your soups use chicken stock, and a lot of times that's going to be filled with the added gluten and lots of wheat products. So
we have less than 30 seconds left, so I want to be able to finish this off.
So this is the heavy-duty cream. It's 40% milk fat.
That's what makes it good.
All of our soups. And then potatoes. So once it gets to boiling,
go last. So they're still a little crunchy, I imagine, in the soup, which I love.
And I have the important job of the garnish, the parsley here on the finished product.
What would we do without you, Shannon? Well, Mary Belmer, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Half Shells at Snyder Plaza. The restaurant also taking donations at several locations across North Texas. Like you mentioned, we have a link for all of that up on our website at fox4news.com. Okay, coming up next, we are continuing to show some of the good in the community as we continue to share those recovery efforts and stories of heroism in the Hill Country. We also hope to bring some moments of levity during what's been such a challenging time for so many.
Yeah, so for the remainder of the 10, we're going to sort of shift our focus to some of those lighter stories and more lighthearted moments, and we'll have that with you coming up after the break.
Reservations are officially open for the 29th annual DFW Restaurant Week.
Yeah, the North Texas tradition has raised more than $12 million for the North Texas Food Bank and nonprofit Lena Pope. Restaurant Week officially kicks off August 4th, but diners can get a head start with a preview weekend at select restaurants July 31st through August 3rd, and they book up so fast.
Oh, yes.
Restaurants donate approximately 20% of the cost of each meal to either the North Texas Food Bank in the Dallas area or Lena Pope in the Tarrant County area. More than 140 local restaurants are participating. They usually have a special select menu that is pre-done. We have a link where you can make a reservation and see the full list on our website, fox4news.com.
It's time to check in on what you'll be talking about tomorrow, because they'll be talking about it tonight on Last Call.
Are tonight's talkers. Breaking up is hard to do, at least for 3 out of 4 of us on this panel. A new published study in behavioral and brain studies science says Shannon could get up right now, walk away, never look back, because men care more about being in a relationship than women do. This really kind of turns the tables on the conventional wisdom that women want to be attached. But guess what? Men experience more loneliness after calling it quits. The study also concluded this may be why statistically a woman is more likely to end an unhappy relationship than a man. We've recently talked for about another reason for this on the show, that women have more like emotional relationships in their lives, so they don't need men for that. What do you think, Igor?
I think it's easier for women to sustain friendships across this whole thing we're doing in life. I don't think guys like, hey, what are you doing tonight? Let's go get a beer. It's kind of weird. I don't know why we feel awkward about that, but we do. Or come over and watch TV. Friends is on, or whatever they used to. We don't do that.
Yeah, there's no Galentines for you and your buddy.
Whatever it is, yeah, there just isn't it.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. My wife has dozens of friends, constantly texting her. I've got like 3. You know. And we'll text only like during a football game. Other than that, yeah.
It's so funny. Shannon?
So my now husband and I, Chris, we broke up once when we were dating, and this is very true, because I was out like single Shannon, let's go, out with my friends, went to a concert. He's at home texting me, I miss you, I regret, he's gonna kill me for this. He's like, oh, I really regret it, we should get back together. I'm like, okay, and then we got back together like a couple days later.
Does he have guy friends?
Yeah, he has plenty of guy friends, but I think that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna bounce back and I'm gonna go out there and have a good time with my friends, and yeah, maybe they supported me in a different way than his friends did, so.
I wonder if that's also more of a generational thing as well. Like, Chris is a younger guy than the 3 of us are, and do younger men tend to have, like, I know Hannah's husband, he goes on like bro trips and like trips with his brothers and with his guy friends and like that. They do tend to invest more now in friendships than people would have 20 years ago.
Well, and I think too, people are getting married later in life, so then you carry those friendships through your 20s and into your 30s, so then maybe they're gonna last a little longer. Like, my parents got married right out of college. And
it's just kind of weird. Like, I always think to myself, like, you know, Steve, for example, let's say, you know, I really enjoy talking to Steve, and maybe in my mind I think, I'd like to go have a beer with Steve. Yeah. But then I'm thinking, how would we start that conversation? That's weird. I don't know. It just feels awkward, weird, and so I sit at home.
So I do nothing.
I can see a little.
Same thing.
Like, weird because of the employment relationship, or weird because, like...
Well, there's that, but just, I'm not, yeah, it could be any guy. I don't know. It just seems...
Right.
I don't know.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I feel awkward now. I feel like you guys are making
What's strange is I would be happy to go golfing with you. I could call him up and ask him to go golfing.
Yeah.
But like,
now that's good, because you have an activity.
Yes.
Okay, it's a week of encores on Last Call. Shannon, you remember it.
That was a few months ago. You saw me there with Steve Eager and Jeff Gurley, our boss, like the big boss.
The boss.
The boss. He was there in the 4th chair with us. We're on tonight at 11 on Fox 4, a preview episode at 9:30 on KDFI 27. Plus, you know, you can listen anytime, day or night. Last Call, the podcast, available on your favorite podcast platform.
I love that so much, because I think he actually asked Steve to be on the show.
Yes.
Not many people who work behind the scenes are really apt to going on.
Right.
On
he was
TV.
like, hey, I kind of want to come on and do it. Yeah, so we had fun with the big boss.
Okay, as you can see, we brought some stuff out. So normally we do Try It Out Tuesday. We're going to just kind of make it a Try It Out Thursday.
Okay.
Here, so we have the classic Barrilitos Mexican soft drinks.
Okay.
So these are all like colas that are back on the market. They haven't been available for 17 years. So this is like a big deal for anyone who's been a fan. Have you ever tried these?
I have not had one of these before, but there are other similar types of drinks that I've tried before. So there are a few different flavors here. We have one of each. I guess we're supposed to try it every single one.
This red one.
You want to start with the red? It's calling your name?
Yeah, a little bit.
Ponche de frutas. Did I say that right, Andy? All right.
Oh yeah, it's just like a fruit punch.
Yep.
And you can learn some Spanish at the same time.
A little sweet.
A little sweet. Okay. Which one's calling your name?
Manzana. That means apple.
Why do I kind of want to order them in my favorite?
It's like an apple juice with with like a seltzer, like
okay, we only have 30
water
seconds left. We got to speed.
I'll just start chugging. All right, so these have relaunched in Texas and California. That was the tamarindo flavor.
Okay, I actually think I really liked that one.
What is that a fruit? Tamarind? Tamarind? I thought it was a city in Costa Rica.
Okay, this is pineapple. Sorry, I'm not really giving much commentary. I'm really taking it.
Yeah, what does that say?
Okay, I will say the carbonation isn't too overwhelming. I was worried that since it was going to be like really, really carbonated, it's not too much. Definitely just very juicy. I think my favorite's the tamarind.
The apple is my favorite. The manzana is my favorite, I think. Not too bad. All right, it would be good to mix with something else.
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Try it out for yourself. Barrilitos.
On that note, we're going to take a break. Coming up next, how to dress to beat the heat and stay cool this summer. We're going to talk about the right fabrics and silhouettes that can make a huge difference in temperature. Well, it is warming up here in North Texas, so thankfully we have Holly Cortero with the Galleria Dallas here to help us out fashion-wise and trying to find fabrics and styles that really help you stay cool in the summer heat.
Yeah, it is hot out there, but you know what you wear can actually lower your body temperature. It can actually make you feel cooler even when you want to die with the heat outside. So it's all about what you wear, the fabrics, the fit, and we've got a few models to show you.
Okay, what's first?
Okay, first let's talk about fabric. And natural fabrics are your best friends in the summer. So linen is my first example because linen is the perfect summer fabric. Not only is it usually loose fitting, but it actually is made from the plant, the flax plant, and the fibers are longer than most fibers, and so it absorbs 20% of its weight in moisture before you ever feel damp. So even if you're sweating, the clothing is absorbing it, and you don't, before it even feels damp.
You don't need to worry about gross looking pit stains or anything like that.
Exactly. So this look is from Mango. We got a little crop top, which is obviously allowing some airflow. We've got the shorts with some fun jewelry, and then she's also wearing a clip in her hair, which is another great tip to keep your hair up and off your neck.
I always keep a clip with me in my purse. Okay, what's next?
Next is a cotton dress. Cotton's another natural fiber, really great for the heat, but it's also about the fit with this. So this dress is by Free People. It's from Nordstrom, and it has that loose, flowy fit. That's going to keep the air flowing when you're walking outside. It also has a slit. This is a cotton fabric, which is also great, and you may not think of a hat, or I'm going to give her this, a scarf in the summertime, but a scarf will keep the sun off of you. And wearing a hat like this is like standing in the shade. It actually does keep you cooler. You may think it's just for fashion reasons, but it's like standing in the shade.
It's multi-purpose. I mean, these things are my best friend, especially when you get that extra UV index like we do in Texas. It's usually very helpful to have.
Yeah, so it not only blocks the sun from getting you sunburned, it actually does block the heat from reaching your skin as well.
Okay, we didn't forget about the guys. Last but not least.
Don't want to forget about them. Tech fabrics are another thing to look at. So Lululemon obviously is known for their technical fabrics. This look is just this is a golf polo, but it has UPF sun protection in it. So you can wear this shirt and you don't have to put on your sunscreen. It keeps you cooler, and these pants are a material called woven air, and if you can zoom in on them, they actually have little tiny holes in them. It is like a ventilated fabric. So these come in a variety of colors. You can have them black, navy. This is a light khaki color, but you can. They also have them in shirts. So it's a great fabric and a material to keep that. It's almost like air conditioning because there's tiny little holes in it that keep the air flowing inside.
I love it. Okay, let's bring all the models back, and while we're doing that, talk about some of the accessories you have here to help with heat.
So we brought some more hats, all from Nordstrom. These Eric Javits hats are great. Also, don't forget about beauty. Patchology has these. They're called Serve Chilled, and they're little eye patches. You can put them in the refrigerator or the freezer and put them on to really cool things down. Same with an ice roller for your face. If you've been hot outside, come inside and roll yourself off with some ice.
We'll take whatever we can get.
Exactly.
Awesome. Holly, thank you so much. We'll have a link to the Gallery of Dallas on our website at fox4news.com.
All right, what could be the biggest blockbuster of the summer files into theaters this week?
Flies, not files. Flies.
What could file in?
Flies is critical for this story.
It could fly, file, or fly-all. Take your pick. Fox's Kevin McCarthy talked to the stars of Superman.
Choices, your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
I think there's an emotional difference that you can find between Clark Kent and Superman.
No, there isn't.
Oh, you don't?
No, 100% there is.
Oh, I was just wondering what you see in terms of the emotional difference between the two and how each operate emotionally.
So I actually think the emotional part is the third character that plays both the characters. The actual guy, Clark Kent, who was raised by his parents on the farm, and Clark Kent at the Daily Planet and Superman are both characters that he puts on. Because in the same way that Clark Kent is, an alter ego, a disguise to fit in, to sort of get by, to maybe be in a room where he can get some information without sticking out. Superman is also a character because Superman needs to convey calm and reassurance, and more so than I think the real guy ever fully feels. He wants to convey a certainty and a feeling of having everything under control beyond what he actually feels, because he knows that that's what's going to make people feel calm and reassured. And so the emotional life, I think, is kind of the same throughout, which is ultimately a love of humanity, a desire to be connected to people, and Superman and Clark are just two different ways that he does that.
Speaking of humanity, one of my favorite things about this film was what it says about how people treat animals. You can learn a lot about a person by the way they treat an animal. Like the woman with the turtles, the squirrel, the dog, obviously. And I wanted to ask each of you as actors, what vehicle do animals give you in terms of vulnerability and learning about humanity, about who your character is by the way they would treat an animal or by the way an animal is reacting with your character on set? Like, what is it? Why do animals really reveal our humanity so much? I'm just curious.
I'd say because there's no baggage, because because of the language barrier, so to speak. It sort of reduces a humanity to its purest form, where all you can do is where the way you can convey love and care is simplified, and so I think that there's a purity to the expression that's revealed.
What about for you, Rachel?
Yeah, I mean, animals operate on instinct, and I feel like they can, because as you said, kind of there's a language barrier, like all they can do is feel somebody. And so I think the way an animal responds to you, although some animals are just let's be honest, like, but the way that they cats, no, the way that they, some cats, the way that they respond to people, I think generally does, as you said, tell you quite a lot about a person.
Hashtag not all cats.
Nicholas, for you, real fast.
My character's horrible to animals.
That's what I wanted. That's what I was getting at. Like,
Yeah.
it reveals something about him. That's why I wanted to ask about that. Like, what does that give you as an actor
Animals
to
are
know how he treats an animal?
What does it give me as an actor?
Yeah, like what is it?
It gives me a reason for everyone to hate me and think the character's cruel. And it's just yeah. I don't know. It's just who he is. He doesn't have that empathy or loving nature for the animal. He probably views all his relationships very much in terms of what he can gain from them, as opposed to what he can give, even though he presumes himself some sort of hero.
All right, it hits theaters tomorrow, July 11th.
Okay, in other DC news, James Gunn has confirmed the script for The Batman 2 is finished. On the red carpet at Superman's world premiere, he confirmed that he's read Matt Reeves' long-anticipated The Batman Part 2 script. Gunn says the script is great. He previously defended the delays on Part 2, which is right now set to premiere October of 2027. Part 1 with Robert Pattinson was released in March 2022. So we have a little while to wait for this next one.
Yeah, pretty exciting. And, you know, if he says it's good and he says it's a good script,
yeah,
I guess we'll believe it.
I always hate when there's such a long delay. Like with Wicked, once it hit the end of the first part, I was thinking, gosh, I wish we would have almost delayed the release of the first part so I could have gotten
so it's more fresh. I feel like that with so many shows and series where it takes forever for the next season to come out. And I'm like, well, now I need a recap. I need a whole show just to remind me of what I watched.
Too impatient for that.
So fans of Mattel's Hot Wheels are about to get something many of them have really wanted, a live-action film revolving around the die-cast vehicles. So this movie follows in the footsteps of the 2023 live-action blockbuster Barbie. So this will be directed by John Chu, the director of the musical Wicked. This is a collaboration with Mattel Studios, Warner Brothers, and the production company Bad Robot. Plot details have not been disclosed. No word yet on when production will begin. I remember when Barbie came out and everyone said, okay, we could do this kind of movie with so many other little toys or kind of nostalgic items from the past. So
yeah, it worked. So many people were a fan of it. Also from Mattel, the toy company has created its first Barbie with type 1 diabetes. This Barbie has a glucose monitor on its arm and then also other means of tracking her blood sugar levels. She also has an insulin pump and a purse that carries type 1 diabetes supplies. Mattel is also donating dolls to young people attending the Breakthrough T1D 2025 Children's Congress. That's an event that brings hundreds of young people to Washington, D.C. to meet with members of Congress. Very cool.
And the hit Amazon Prime show, The Summer I Turned Pretty, returns for season 3 next week, but it's the show's drop times that have fans talking. So the first 2 episodes will be available on premiere day. The remaining episodes will drop weekly on Wednesdays at 2 a.m. People online say it's a weird decision not to drop it at, let's say, 7 p.m. Because it doesn't give viewers a collective time to watch and avoid spoilers unless you watch it with breakfast. There are a few shows that do that where even if it comes out at like 11 p.m., I'm like, okay, I'm not watching this until the next day or the next or the next. So
you really have to just avoid social media at all costs. Okay, stick with us. We'll be right back. Okay, live look at one of our downtown Dallas tower cameras now. Blue skies, but as our meteorologists here at Fox 4 have been talking about, we do have some rain chances coming to our area, and we're also keeping an eye on Central Texas as well.
Right, so stay with Fox 4 for the latest on the Texas flood disaster. We'll continue to bring the latest on air and online. We're always on at fox4news.com and the Fox Local app.
Yeah, and we're going to be continuing our coverage of the Texas flood disaster coming up here on Fox 4 News at noon. So we'll see you then with the very latest on this ongoing recovery and rescue effort.
We're trying to do for this community, and we're very much interested in the mitigation part of it, and we'll have more discussions about that later on. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just on a personal note to the governor, in June, on the 17th, when she came down, you know, she made some bold statements that I thought was baloney, to be honest with you. She's followed through on them. And so she's kept her word. And so we believe that these folks are going to continue to do what they did to keep their word. People hold us accountable. We hold them accountable. We hold each other accountable because we have to do a good job when they get us the money. So thank you, Governor, for keeping your word. Mr. Morales, we appreciate everything that you do. You always have so many kind things to say about our Lincoln County and the residents in it. So we appreciate what you do. General, thank you. He was here on the ground immediately, called me as soon as the skies broke loose and had people on the way. So that's a great relationship we have. We have the mayor of the city of Ruidoso Downs and his staff here. So everybody is working together. So I know that it's a rough time, so please be patient. The village will be closing down now, and then our folks are going to be working here until we're able to get our footing. Then we'll have Village Hall back open. But regular services will be ongoing. It's water, things of that nature. So call, and we will get to you as soon as possible. So thank you, everybody, for attending, and continue prayers.
All right, there you have it. An update coming in from officials there in New Mexico, ending at the top of the hour after starting there. At this point, we do know that 3 deaths have been confirmed in the state as a result of the flooding. We are expecting that city officials here will join us in just about 30 minutes to break down more about the latest. As I mentioned, we are just past the top of the hour here, 12:02 on the East Coast and 9:02 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news that we have from across the country and the world. I do want to take you out to this live image right here on your screen as we take a live look over Kerrville in Texas. The latest information coming from there right now is that at least 120 people are now confirmed dead in the area after the extreme flash flooding that hit the hill country. The Kerr County Sheriff's Office saying they have now recovered 96 bodies. Deaths also reported in Travis, Kendall, Burnett, Williamson, and Tom Green counties. More than 170 people still believed to be missing statewide. That's according to officials who provided that update, with 161 of those in the area of Kerr County alone. We know that at least 5 young girls are missing from Camp Mystic. That's a Christian summer camp, and 1 camp counselor also still unaccounted for. Over the weekend, emergency officials say they performed more than 850 rescues. President Trump expected to visit that area impacted by the flooding tomorrow, so it's likely we will get a news conference there and some live images. Once that does happen, you can watch it all unfold right here on Live Now from Fox. President Trump also signing a major disaster declaration for relief for the impacted area. At this hour, we are also learning more about the victims here, learning that from our Texas affiliates who are on the ground in the area. I do want to send it over to Fox 4 Dallas with more on that.
We had so many good times in that camper.
Jake Ramsay, 24 years old, and his sister Rachel, 23, never could have imagined the tragic turn a 4th of July getaway would take for their dad and his wife, Tanya.
They were definitely in the camper when it was swept away. But I mean, you know, 26 feet and 45 minutes, that's, I mean, it's just truly, I mean, one of the most horrific disasters you can imagine.
Once Jeff Ramsay realized it was too late for him and Tanya, he called his son and then his daughter to say goodbye.
and he left us both voicemails just saying, like, basically, hey, buddy, I love you so much. I think this is it for us. Tell Rachie I love her. I went and listened to that message, and it broke me. Hers came after mine, and it was when they were already heading downstream. And so you could hear the panic, and it was just heartbreaking. We'll never listen to those messages again.
Tanya was a breast cancer survivor who was 1 year cancer-free. Before Jeff made those calls, he called Tanya's brother, who was also camping nearby.
Thank the Lord he called Tanya's brother, because otherwise they would have probably slept in and been swept away in the flood as well.
Tanya's body has been identified. The search is continuing for Jeff. The Ramsays believe they found parts of the camper.
The frame's bent and just obliterated.
Jake logged on to see any text messages on his dad's phone. Turns out the warning message from the RV park went out at 4:49 in the morning.
He was currently saying his goodbyes to me and my sister whenever that happens.
How frustrated are you that the evacuation message came too late?
You know, I was a bit frustrated at first, but honestly, I'm a big believer that, you know, my dad always said God has great plans for you. That was his one-liner, and God calls us to trust him no matter how terrible things may get.
One bright moment, finding Jeff's dog, Chloe.
She's a little distraught, but she's getting back into the swing of things.
The Whippet was turned into an animal shelter where she was identified by her microchip.
Everyone said the same thing. They said Jeff must have given her one last oomph out of the water, and that's probably how she made it.
A lesson Jack thinks his dad would want everyone to take away. Bad stuff happens, so
treat every day like it's your last, and you know, that's something that he did, and so I'm so grateful that he had such a great heart.
All right, that was our Fox 4 Dallas team reporting. Again, we do have different crews that are on the ground gathering the latest information. They are speaking with, of course, the family members of those who have passed away as a result of that flooding. The number overall in Central Texas, according to officials there, 120, with a huge majority of those in Kerr County. And in Kerr County specifically, at least 161 people still believed to be missing. Now, we're also hearing other stories from folks about how they were able to escape, and our Fox 7 Austin team picks up the story from there.
In the wake of the Hill Country flood, there are many stories of survival and resilience. One of those we have been hearing for a few days, and this morning, David Fry. He helped save his entire family and more. David joins us this morning. Good morning, David. How are you today?
Good morning, Amanda. Thank you for having me. Doing well. Quite good to speak with anybody, and good to be anywhere right now. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. First, most of our viewers may already know your story. 33 family members. You said you're doing well, but really, how are you and your family since it's been 6 days, 7 days, thereabouts?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah, everybody physically is doing fine. There were a couple of minor bumps and bruises that were incurred. But, you know, the other part of this is that everybody processes grief, trauma, stress, all of that in different ways. So I think everybody's in a little bit different place in that journey. I know that for myself personally, I go back and forth from just immense feelings of gratitude that everyone's okay, feelings of heartbreak and devastation. We think about was, you know, befallen other neighbors and friends, and how closely we came to being in that position. So again, all over the place. You know, the thing the last couple of days is now we start having some of those feelings of anger creeping in terms of, was this preventable? What can we do going forward to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again?
Mm-hmm. You and your family were staying. We're seeing some of the video that you provided for us here at the River Inn Resort. 33 family members, as we say. The water rose about 25 feet in 45 minutes. You and your family climbed to the roof, clinging for life. This place in Texas is near and dear to your family. Give us a little perspective of that place that it holds in your heart, which I think a lot of others out there may be able to relate.
Absolutely. So my family, my wife's family, both hail from Central Texas. We were both born and raised here in Austin, grew up in the region. You know, my wife, many of her cousins attended summer camp out in that Hunt community. So much of it really hinges on is centered around those camps. A number of them served as counselors there later on in their teen years. But this has been a tradition in my wife's family for almost 3.5, 4 decades now. It's one that we've continued with our children in terms of them going out to summer camps now. So again, those ties do run deep there. But this is an annual getaway that we look forward to every single year. We have family members that come in from across the nation. In certain years when we're really fortunate, we have family coming in from the UK to join us as well. So like I said, it is a pretty central part of our family life.
So as you look ahead, as you mentioned, there is a lot of processing that still needs to be done, but do you think you and your family will be able to, I don't want to, the enjoy is the wrong verb, but to be able to go back to that spot? And
I appreciate that. Yeah, first of all, again, what we have gone through is unfortunate. There are, certainly some feel-good aspects to it. We're all very, very thankful to be okay. But we're also very mindful of the fact that we're very fortunate, right? We did get out okay. We are safe. Whether or not we're able to go back there, obviously we would love to. We'd be able to relive some of those old good times, quite frankly, to reclaim some of what made that place so special. But again, our focus is really more so on how can we help that community to rebuild and them to move forward.
We've got about 30 seconds left. Is any last words that you want to tell our viewers? I know that right now you say the priority is to help rebuild.
Absolutely. So to the viewers, if you can, give, volunteer. If you can't do anything beyond give a word of encouragement and hug somebody who's struggling in this time, or they've been impacted directly, where they're just feeling the emotional effects of it, please do. Please also petition your state representatives, your local representatives, to make the changes, to push forward the policy changes and the infrastructure improvements that Central Texas so desperately needs.
David, thank you again for taking the time to speak with us. I know you must be very, very busy dealing with a lot of moving parts and your family and yourself. So we appreciate you being with us, and we're glad that you are safe along with your family.
A big thank you there to our different Texas affiliates that are covering this from each and every angle. Again, we have checked in with Fox 4 Dallas as well as our Fox 7 Austin team, but I also want to check in with Fox 26 Houston as they are on the ground in one of the hardest hit areas and showing how people are coming together to help those who are impacted.
Well, we learned a man traveled from Colorado to Ingram here to help those in this community that have been through so much. He saw the devastation online and on television and has volunteered to help in any way he can.
It is very emotional. I was at home and I cried many times watching the videos, and that's when I decided that I needed to come down here.
Michael O'Day of Colorado tells me the images he saw of the disaster last week were heartbreaking, so he jumped into action.
I contacted a bunch of my friends and we collected about $4,000, and I packed up my trailer and headed down here.
He loaded up his truck on Monday with first aid kits, waters, Gatorade, and equipment like chainsaws and generators. Then on Tuesday, he drove down with his dog to the Kerrville area.
Off all my supplies, which is unbelievable, the amount of supplies that are available that people have done. Texas is strong.
This area means so much to him. He likes to bring his RV and vacation here at the HTR RV Park and Campground, which was sadly wiped out by the floodwaters. He says more than 30 RVs were swept away. He shared these photos of what's left of the spot he would normally park his RV.
And then when I pulled in here and saw the destruction, it's unbelievable. These people are like family to me, and it's I can't imagine what these people went through.
He now wants to help this community he loves get back on their feet.
I'm just so grateful to see the outpouring of help that's here. I'm just a very small piece of all this, and you've seen all the command centers and everything like that. It's amazing how Texas has come together.
Now, we've been hearing more incredible stories of Good Samaritans just like Michael. He tells me he's going to stay in the area for the next week to lend a helping hand. Reporting in Ingram, I'm Jillian Hartman, Fox News.
Jillian, thank you so much. And again, we are hearing from all of our different Texas affiliates as well as Fox News and Fox Weather. They all do have crews there on the ground, and we'll check in live with them as we get more information. Now, also, we did have that news conference that happened with Kerr County officials. We have not been able to air that just yet. It's only about 5 minutes in length, but we do want to air that coming up a little bit later on in the hour, as we now know that the death toll statewide stands at 120, with the majority of those deaths in Kerr County. The time now is 12:15 on the East Coast and 9:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Going to head to a quick break here for 2 minutes, but we will be back with more live coverage in just a few. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 12:17 on the East Coast and 9:17 on the West Coast. Do want to take you out once again to this live image that we do have over Kerrville, Texas, and it does look a lot different than it did just several days ago as that extreme flooding was visible from this aerial camera. Again, we have learned that the death toll does continue to rise, and there are still dozens upon dozens of people who are missing as search and rescue crews are out, along with recovery crews. I do want to bring in Katie Byrne over at Fox Weather. She is live in Kerrville, Texas, with the latest information from out there. Katie, thank you so much for taking the time to be here right now. I know crews are working at this hour to find those who did survive and those who did perish.
Yeah, Josh, it's a desperate search still, day 7 of it, and we've seen a pretty active scene behind us for some of the morning today. Crews are making their way downriver, though, so they're no longer right behind us, but earlier we saw about a dozen rescue workers getting into the Guadalupe River behind me with 2 rafts, and then they were also walking through the side riverbanks with a cadaver dog to try and reunite families with victims who are still missing. We know more than 170 people are still missing in Texas right now. 120 are confirmed dead. Most of those people lived right in this county where we're in, and almost half of those deaths were children, which is just heartbreaking here. As we've been on a pavilion kind of overlooking the Guadalupe and some of these search and rescue efforts, everyone up here with us. I mean, we've got some other people who are from the area. Some are just kind of taking in the scenes. Everyone's just holding their breath as we watch these rescue workers, and they are all over the place. We just heard an update from Kerr County officials say there's 2,100 at least responders on the ground doing this work, trying to go through all of this debris, and in some cases it's dammed up in the river. We watched crews at times lose their footing as they were walking through, trying to find people. They're using poles to try to see what's ahead of them before they step into it, and then they're poking through some of the dammed up trees, the muddy piles of debris in the riverbanks, which are also covered in these sideways trees where you can see that fast rushing water just had so much energy and power just to move those trees essentially onto the ground. We know that they are using all kinds of tools to help them with this work. There are helicopters flying overhead every 15 minutes to a half hour or so. We'll notice them. They also have cadaver dogs that they're using, and in some cases they're on horseback going through some of the hillier terrains. In some cases, too, we've seen these workers just using their hands, pulling apart these huge piles of debris in the riverbanks, which is where a lot of these search and rescue efforts are focused. And we know cleanup is somewhat on hold in some places, as Kerrville police are asking people to wait on clearing any of those big piles because tragically teams want to search first for a victim who could be buried inside. We have been talking to people about this all as growing questions kind of come up about the moments before this all happened and if enough was done to alert people who live here about what was happening. County officials were pressed at a news conference yesterday about this, especially with a code red emergency alert and why it was issued hours after emergency personnel alerted their superiors of the situation. Officials say they want to get those answers, but for now the priority is still finding people. And that's what we're following on the ground as well. It's an active search. We know as far as the future goes, Texas lawmakers have a flood response at the top of their minds at a special session coming up. The Texas governor said that they have added 4 flood-related issues on the list that they plan on talking about, and we have the president expected to visit here tomorrow. So Josh, I will send it back to you. A lot to talk about here, and self-service is still an issue as well. So I'll mention too that I'm having trouble hearing you as I send it back, but just so much devastation here in Texas.
All right, Katie Byrne there with Fox Weather in Kerrville, Texas. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it. And don't forget to stream Fox Weather everywhere that you stream live now from Fox, always on, always free at foxweather.tv. You can also download the app. Just head to the App Store or Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather, and hit that download button. We did mention there, Katie talked about it a little bit, but this Kerr County presser that took place a short time ago, it was only about 5 minutes in length as crews did give an update. Now, I do want to play that for you here in full for the first time on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Jonathan Lamb, Kerrville Police Department. I appreciate y'all's kindness in letting me run a little long yesterday morning while I shared some of the stories of the heroic actions of my fellow City of Kerrville police officers during their response. I know those are things that our community has seen, and we felt it was important to share that with the public. This morning's briefing will be a little bit more to the point. The response here in Kerr County continues to expand as the mission becomes more technical. There's more than 2,100 responders on the ground here from state, local, and federal agencies working to reunite victims with families. 10 states have sent specially trained teams to our community, and 2 more states are en route. As I know many of you have reported, the governor, lieutenant governor, and the Speaker of the House are strongly committed to helping our community. And we're grateful that they're making our recovery a priority in the upcoming special legislative session. Our City of Kerrville and Kerr County leadership are committed to a transparent and full review of processes and protocols. The special session is going to be a starting point for that work, but our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, There have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrville@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111. Again, that's kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111. Additionally, the state of Texas, FEMA, the Small Business Administration have opened a disaster recovery center here in Kerrville for those who have been affected by the storms. It's currently open at the First Baptist Church here in Kerrville at 625 Washington Street. It'll be open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. The Individual Assistance Program can provide financial support for things like medical and dental assistance, vehicle damage, housing, child care, and replacing essential items, even for non-residents who were impacted by the floods. You can visit disasterassistance.gov, use the FEMA app, or call 1-800-621-3362. And again, that's disasterassistance.gov. Use the FEMA app or call 1-800-621-3362. And in closing, I'd like to say one more time, on behalf of our Unified Command here in Kerr County, how appreciative we are for the help since this tragedy took place. People from all over Texas, all over the country, continue to show their support in so many ways, and we are thankful. And with that, I'll take a few questions.
Yes, sir. Chief?
Yes, sir.
Morgan Chesney, NBC News. Did the inability of police radios to communicate directly with county radios hamper rescue or recovery efforts as those waters rose?
I don't have any information to that point. Yes, sir.
Jason Allen, CBS News. Given that you still have people who live in this area, what's different? What changes have been made to ensure you get heavy rain again a week from now, a month from now, you don't wind up in the same situation?
I think that's an important question, and as we are aware, we've been very weather alert throughout the entirety of this, and that's something that we're going to be looking at. Thank you.
Sergeant Lamb, can I get a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Amph Johnson, News 4 San Antonio. What can you tell us about the current search area, how large it is, how much of it has been searched, and how exactly does the grid system work for something like this?
So the last part of your question again, please.
How does the grid system work for a disaster like this?
Okay, so the grid system, I'm not a search and rescue recovery expert, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but it is a methodical search which ensures that every area in an area to be searched is covered and searched and that no stone is left unturned. Unfortunately, I don't have a exact number of how many miles of river that we've searched or how many people who have been out there. I just don't have that information for you, but I'm happy to follow up.
Sir, last question. This will be last question.
Yes. Are there messages that we as a collective media are not getting out there? For example, are you hindrance in searches? What can we tell people who want to come up with big equipment to help search or remove debris? Hasn't that been a problem?
I don't want to say it's been a problem because we're so grateful for the amount of people who want to come to this community to help. And we've had people from all over the state and all over the country volunteer their services and say, I have a front end loader, I have a boat, I have this. Groups and individuals, but it's important that we have certified professional search teams out there right now. We have compiled a database of volunteers who have made themselves available, and if and when that time comes that we're able to call upon them, we will be calling upon them. In the short term, I believe that all of our basic needs are being met, both through the federal and state response and the support that we've been getting, as well as this community rising up in a really unprecedented way to show their support for all of us here. Thank you very much.
That's the end.
All right, so a very short briefing right there coming in from officials over in Kerr County, Texas, updating the fact that they now say they have recovered 96 bodies, which brings the total to about 120 statewide, the total of deaths there. And we also know that several people are still missing. At last check, 170 statewide. Kerr County specifically saying that number is 161. We'll, of course, keep you updated here as we do get the latest information. For now, I do want to...
Now, across Texas, the issue is...
I'm Stephen Dial in Dallas.
I'm Rudy Koski in Austin.
And I'm Greg Grugan in Houston. And this is Texas, the issue is...
Former Dallas Congressman Colin Allred says that he's running for U.S. Senate again. I sat down with him to talk about what is different this go around. Former Congressman Colin Allred, let's just get straight to it. Why are you running for Senate again?
Well, thanks for having me on. Listen, I spent the last 6 months with my family, just like everyone else, watching what was going on and watching some of the promises that were made in the last election about being focused on lowering folks' costs, being focused on affordability, being broken. And I just think that everything's backwards right now. Folks who are working harder and harder for less, folks who are cutting corners and cutting deals are getting ahead.
When you ran against Ted Cruz, you kind of gave some kudos to Senator Cornyn. Now you're hoping to challenge him in the general election. What changed?
Well, let's just look at the bill that's working its way through Congress right now that I called on Senator Cornyn to oppose because of what it was going to do to raise costs for Texans and kick Texans off their health care. I would say that he has changed and that he is what I see him and Ken Paxton are folks who are either too weak or too corrupt to stand up for us and to fight for us. And so this bill that's working its way through, Texans should know, is going to raise their energy costs by $800 a year. It's going to kick 1 million Texans off their health care. We have the highest uninsured rate in the country. It's going to make it harder for rural health care, and it's going to do that all so they can cut taxes for the rich. That's not what we need right now.
Do you regret anything from last year that you said, hey, I should have taken a different approach?
Well, listen, I'm a football player, so after losses, sometimes we learn more, and you take what you know worked, and you take what didn't work, and you try and make some changes. But this is a different time, and this is not going to be about the past. It's going to be about the future. And I want to talk to Texans and show them, not tell them, how I'm going to be laser focused on lowering their costs, making it easier for them to get ahead. That if you're working hard and you're playing by the rules, that you should be able to chase your version of the American dream. And there are some very real barriers in the way of that I know how to remove and have plans that I'm going to be talking about over the course of this campaign to make sure Texans know that we can actually do it together.
What would be your message to people who supported you or did not support you last year and saw that 9-point gap of your deficit? What would you say to them to still have trust in you this go around?
I'm proud of some of the things that we did, winning Tarrant County, winning some of the purple counties around the state, outperforming the top of our ticket significantly, actually by the most votes of any Senate campaign in the country. But I recognize that the last election is the last election, and it's time to move on. There were a lot of promises made, though, in that election about being focused on lowering folks' costs, about that they're going to actually address inflation, cost of housing. And those promises have not been met. In fact, they've gone the opposite way. They've been raising costs for folks. And this bill, when it goes through, and I expect that it will quite soon, is going to be the exact opposite of what we need. It's going to raise costs for working Texans. Folks who work paycheck to paycheck are actually going to get less benefits, of course, out of this, both through healthcare, and they're going to be paying more. And it's all going to be to give tax cuts to the rich. That's not what we need right now. And so we have to have a senator who will fight for us, who will stand up and say there are some things that we can agree on, but some things we have to fight for. And that's what I'll do.
To get to a general election, you first have to win your primary nomination, win the party's nomination in the primary. Beto O'Rourke is exploring jumping in this race. What do you think will set you apart from him or anyone else who gets in the race?
I always have run for office unconcerned, I guess you could say, about the primary and things like that, because to me, I'm always going to say what I believe, and I'm going to campaign in the primary the same way that I do in the general election. You go back to 2018, I had a really robust primary, and that election just to get into Congress, had one of my last Senate election as well. I understand that's part of the process. Sometimes that's part of democracy. But I'm certainly not going to change. And I haven't changed in terms of when I'm talking to Texans, my message is going to be the same, regardless of whether it's a primary or not.
Now, I am sure Rudy and Greg have a lot to say, but right now we're just going to do one word. My one word is uncertainty. Rudy, what's your one word?
All right, I was thinking about going with a 2-word hyphen broken record, but I'll respect what you just said there, Stephen, and I'm going to borrow a word from the former congressman, and that word is backward.
All right, Greg, what's your one word?
Stephen, my word is gamble.
All right, the Fox Texas Trio will be back after this break. All right, the Fox Texas Trio is back. Rudy Koski, I know you got a lot to say. Are you shocked that Colin Allred is running for U.S. Senate again?
Shocked. No. Allred's a reflection of the problem that Democrats have in Texas. They just don't have a bench. Most long-serving incumbent Democrats from safe blue districts here in Texas, they continue to sit out those statewide races, not willing to risk their comfy seats and their big paychecks. The best up-and-coming name right now seems to be State Representative James Tallarico from Round Rock. But like State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who lost big to Allred in the primary in the previous attempt to unseat Ted Cruz, Tallarico is not known statewide. And like Gutierrez, Tallarico is also somewhat of a one-issue politician, mostly known for his fight against school choice. So, putting Allred back into the game, really no surprise. But like my word for the interview, Allred is certainly a step backward for the party. And so is his message, quite frankly. The cost of living pitch, come on, that's a Hail Mary distraction. Counting on voters to forget about the inflation that spiked during the Biden administration, and we're still feeling those effects. And, gas prices are down. Those are down. That's a big thing that's happened under the new administration. Allred's game plan may not stick against a possible GOP nominee like Ken Paxton. So it certainly is a risk to go backwards, in my opinion, Stephen.
Greg Grugan, is there something different this year? I mean, President Biden, is not on the ticket this go around. Is that a big difference for Allred?
Stephen, my word was gamble for good reason. Allred is gambling the Trump economy over the next 18 months will tank into recession and not roar with a growth spurt. Allred is gambling that his losing campaign against Cruz lifted his statewide ID in a positive way. Allred is gambling that if O'Rourke gets in the race, big donors will choose him instead of a guy who's gotten far closer to winning statewide, is a charismatic campaigner with a lock on the dominant left. And he's also gambling that Character challenge Ken Paxton prevails over John Cornyn in the Republican primary, an outcome which could be derailed if the president endorses the incumbent as more electable. Stephen, that's a lot of gambles, and Allred will have to run the table. He also didn't mention the word border in his interview with you. I found that interesting.
Yeah, Rudy, Allred did mention Paxton and Cornyn, but first he would have to survive a primary that could include Beto O'Rourke. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Greg, but let's face it, O'Rourke is a bigger retread to a worn-out political tire than Allred is. There is some media buzz about Beto's so-called close run against Ted Cruz, but there is little talk about how he followed that up with a failed bid to unseat Governor Greg Abbott. Beto 2.0 blew up like that fireworks factory over in California a few days ago. Woo-hoo, what a show that was. It reminded me of Beto's failed attempt against Abbott. And Beto 3.0 may be the same kind of flash. I'm also waiting right now to see some new polling numbers. And here's the big thought on that. They could provide some insight on this big swing to socialism that young Democrat voters seem to be embracing right now, embracing especially in New York. That could be a factor in the Texas primary, the Democrat primary. So who would benefit from something like that? A big switch to the left? Well, Tellerico isn't a hard left kind of guy, but someone like, and here we go, guys, Greg Casar, Jasmine Crockett, are they the dark horse candidates for a spring surprise?
Greg, your thoughts?
For sure. Look, we've all covered Allred and O'Rourke in their previous races. Beto has drawn record-busting outside money. He's a ferocious campaigner who speaks Spanish and loves the retail component of the fight, taking selfies with literally tens of thousands of voters, and he's spent years building relationships inside the Democratic Party. I'm not saying Allred can't beat him. I'm just saying it will be a much tougher road to hoe than Roland Gutierrez. We'll end it with that. When we come back, the shrinking Texas surplus. Welcome back. Barring unforeseen developments, the years of eye-popping, record-breaking budget surpluses are behind the Lone Star State. Our friend Bill King and his colleagues at Rice University's Baker Institute have crunched the numbers and offered the taxpayers of Texas both a forecast and a reality check.
Statewide revenues were down this year for the first time since 2009, the Great Recession, by about 4%. And the controller, when he issued his revenue projections for the upcoming biennium, said basically revenues were going to be pretty flat for the next 2 years. So that'll be 3 years in a row that they're going to be essentially below the 2023 level.
So does that mean that the inflow of revenue from, say, the federal government has dropped off, or does that mean that the Texas economy is slowing down?
The biggest driver of this is a reduction in federal revenue. Just like we've talked a lot about the city and the county getting billions of dollars, well, the state also got a whole lot of money during COVID. And so that's beginning to dry up down significantly the last couple of years here. And so that's one thing that is affecting it. But all the other revenue streams are kind of flattening out. Oil and gas, the gas severance tax was actually down a little bit this last year. Gas was up. And sales tax continues to be up by small amounts. But once you adjust it for inflation, it's not up by very much at all, which is kind of surprising, I think, to most people.
So when you're a governmental official and you've got to budget, what's the lesson to be learned, the takeaway from this reporting?
Well, I think we've had the great luxury in the last, decade or so of having plenty of money at the state of Texas to spend. But we're going to have to start really tightening our belt going forward here. Unless something changes dramatically, we're going to be looking at a more constrained fiscal situation, which is, of course, what is the situation most states find themselves in these days. We've been, kind of the exception to that rule. But I think things are going to be a lot tighter, have to be a lot more careful about how we spend money going forward.
So let me get this right. We're getting less money from the federal government. Our sales tax has either leveled off or decreased slightly.
The rate of increase has declined. So it's increasing, but by very small amounts, maybe 1.5%, something like that.
And a big question mark is how much money we'll get out of the Texas oil patch and severance tax.
Well, and the problem there is oil prices have been depressed now for a long time. That's one of the reasons our revenues are down this year is the oil prices are way down. And the oil severance tax is paid on the basis of the value of the oil sold, not the number of gallons. And so even though we're producing record amounts of oil right now, the revenue is actually down because the price of oil is down so far.
So in the last two legislative bienniums, lawmakers have had something like a combined total of $50 billion in surplus to either sock away or invest in other places. Do you think those surpluses will just diminish, or do you think that we may actually have to draw on some of that rainy day money?
Well, we drew on some of it this time, right? So look, I don't think we're going to have that kind of situation. Yogi Berra was very fond of saying that predictions are hard, especially about the future. And so who knows what the price of oil is going to be next year, But unless something changes from the current trajectory, we're going to be barely having enough money to pay for the absolute necessities in the state of Texas.
Okay, guys, less from the feds, less from sales tax, and less from the oil patch. I'm no economist, but that sounds like a formula for leaner days to come for a Texas government that's grown accustomed to multi-billion-dollar surpluses. Stephen, do you agree with the Baker forecast, and what do you see as the fallout in a state that still has lots of unmet challenges?
Yeah, I think, it's kind of like, looking at the Bulls in the 90s or the Lakers dynasty. It eventually has to end, right? It eventually slows up. The well eventually dries up. For you Houston Astros fans, I don't know if dynasty is a good word to use. But with all of that said, things will be changing and financially for the state of Texas. And so lawmakers will need to be prepared to adjust to that. I think the well will dry up some. Now, will Texas never have a big surplus? I'm not going that far. But I think those numbers will start shrinking. And as you heard in your interview, he laid out the point of the areas that we're going to see that. Receiving less money from the federal government putting more requirements on state government to kind of fill the gap with certain entitlement programs, if you will. And so I think we could see some changes. I don't know how immediate that change will be.
Okay, Rudy, the leaner revenue forecasts coincide with the still controversial establishment of school choice, which some have likened to a fiscal science fiction movie, The Blob That Ate the Texas Bankroll. Any thoughts?
Yeah, and unfortunately, Steve McQueen is not in the governor's mansion to save the day, right? So the money for the school choice rollout, though, let's face facts. It's already in the bank. And but we don't know what it's going to look like, this program, in year 1 and 2. That's the big question mark for the 2027 regular session. I think the dark economic forecast, though, depends on the money that state lawmakers put recently into water infrastructure during the regular session. What do I mean by that? Well, without a reliable water supply, the Texas economic engine will lock up like an overheated 1960 Chevy Corvair, hitting the brakes, right? And if that happens, a water shortage crisis could surpass the controversy over the power grid. It may not be as fast as a blackout, but maybe trying to refill these dry holes could be the slow start of an economic grind that Stephen was talking about. Greg?
All right, Stephen, on the flip side of Rudy and Baker's forecast are some pretty unique assets in the Texas column, like $27 billion in the rainy day fund and what seems like a steady migration of out-of-state and foreign corporations relocating here for the tax and regulatory environment. So my question is, are you sensing any concern in North Texas, or are folks pretty bullish?
I mean, people are following the governor's lead, right? And he's talked about how large Texas's economy is when it compares to countries around the world, and the consistency of that being, such a large economy. So I think people are being bullish. Now, maybe behind closed doors in the rooms that we don't get to be in, some people may be planning for a rainy day that has not been public. But on the surface, everything looks okay. But isn't that when people start to get complacent and then things change? So I think lawmakers should be prepared.
All right, Rudy, it appears Texas may get a jumbo $11 billion rebate for its border security investment. You hearing any talk about how the powers that be plan to use that windfall?
Yeah, what I'm hearing initially is that knee-jerk reaction, another tax cut scheme. But local law enforcement officers who come up here to Austin a lot, especially during this regular session, they've been vocal about needing help with the ramifications of the crackdown on illegal immigration that's going on. There's a lot of state trespassing cases that locals are having to deal with, and that extra cash could certainly help manage the judicial process that they're having, especially along the border. And as I mentioned before, there is a lot of work to do to address the water and electrical power supply problem here in the state of Texas. That money, that $11 billion, there's some talk about let's break it up and put it into these programs that have immediate crisis needs, because I think that there are some at the Dome that are seeing these storm clouds. What do you think, Greg?
All right, Stephen, just real quickly, I know Democrats would like to spend it on health care and public education.
Oh yeah, Democrats are definitely still pushing Texas to, expand Medicaid, do Medicaid expansion. We don't know what the impacts will be from this Trump spending bill that by this airtime likely would have been passed. And so, yeah, Democrats would like to put it in some other areas.
All right, take us to break, Rudy.
All right, we have more issues to deal with, and we'll do just that after this break. Well, we certainly have issues. And one of the big issues that I'm dealing with right now is this big jump to the 250th anniversary of this great country that we live in. You know, the 4th of July that we just saw with all the fireworks, that was 249. And so now we're in the 250th year, and that is a great accomplishment nonetheless, you know. But people are already starting to make plans for 2026 and the big show, the big 250 that we're having there. Can't we just enjoy 249, you know, instead of going to the big 50? You know, for an individual who has been stuck at 49 years old for the past few years, 49 is a good number. Let's enjoy 49 before we get to 250, shall we? Stephen?
Greg.
Okay, I'm going. My issue, the reluctance of far too many Americans to give credit where credit is due. Now look, over the years, I haven't been the biggest Donald Trump fan for a variety of reasons, but credit where credit is due, his decision to devastate Iran's nuclear weapons program has made my family, my country, and much of the world, frankly, safer. And I thank him. Now, on the flip side, politicians and citizens alike who claim the commander-in-chief should have asked Congress for permission to eliminate a clear and present danger appear to me as just fools, hypocrites, or both. Exhibit A, the takedown of Osama bin Laden as ordered by Barack Obama. No one complained about that. Stephen?
All right. Well, I got to lighten it up, right? So on a lighter note, and y'all know I like to talk about sports. I'm kind of going backwards, okay? Just sit tight real quick. Georgia won back-to-back national champions in football, and I don't think they got the respect they deserve. I don't see enough night games on this schedule. I know the Georgia-Texas game will be under the lights between the hedges in Athens, Georgia. I wish the Fox-Texas trio could go, but I'm just saying I don't think Georgia's getting enough respect, so they'll have to make people remember who they are this season. Yeah, I said it. All right.
Lee's going to get that in the budget. Lee's going to get that on the budget for a special show.
Done. All right. That's all the time we have. That's all the time we have to see this episode and our past ones. Go to our station's YouTube channels.
You know, if you want to, you can keep this conversation going. I don't know why you want to, but you can keep it going on our social media sites.
And when it comes to hot political topics, the well never runs dry in the Lone Star State, so we'll be back next week to work them over. In the meantime, don't forget to let us know what you think the issue is.
across Texas, the issue is.
I'm Stephen Dial in Dallas.
I'm Rudy Koski in Austin.
And I'm Greg Grugan in Houston. And this is Texas, the issue is.
Former Dallas Congressman Colin.
Coming up next on Fox 4 News at noon, we have fewer rain chances today and some typical summer heat. Allie's here with a look at your forecast.
Thousands of volunteers are here in Central Texas providing food and comfort to grieving communities. I'm Rebecca Castor in Kerr County with a look at the relief efforts coming up.
Plus, a blue alert issued after the ICE detention center ambush in Alvarado. Details on the suspect who remains on the run.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Hannah Batal. The death toll continues to climb in the deadly flood disaster out of the Hill Country. There are now 120 confirmed deaths. Officials also say they are searching for 173 people unaccounted for. Of those, 161 are believed to be in the hard-hit area of Kerr County. More than 2,100 first responders from the 10 states are taking part in these search efforts. Officials in Kerrville say several volunteers have also offered their services.
We're so grateful for the amount of people who want to come to this community to help. And we've had people from all over the state and all over the country volunteer their services and say, I have a front end loader, I have a boat, I have this. Groups and individuals, but it's important that we have certified professional search teams out there right now.
The Kerrville Police Department says it has compiled a database of volunteers and will call on them if needed. Fox's Rebecca Castor has more from Kerr County.
As crews work around the clock to find every missing flood victim, volunteers are pouring in from all over to support them.
Our communities were struck with tragedy literally in the darkness, in the middle of the night.
Hundreds of people gathered in Kerrville, Texas Wednesday night to pay their respects to the victims of last week's devastating floods. Many are still missing, and crews are scouring debris piles to bring closure to the community.
There's more than 2,100 responders on the ground here from state, local, and federal agencies.
As the death toll continues to rise, organizations like Mercy Chefs are bringing comfort to grieving families and first responders. As soon as the flood hit on July 4th, they began moving kitchens and supplies to Central Texas.
You're trying to console people that have just been wiped out, devastated, and lost family members.
The nonprofit is now serving thousands of hot meals at more than a dozen distribution sites around Kerr County. They're stationed near the Guadalupe River, where the search is taking a physical and mental toll on rescue crews.
We're sending food out there as well as serving here on site.
Kerr County Sheriff says more than 2,000 volunteers have offered to lend a hand here after the flood, and many say they plan to stay as long as they're needed.
Whatever we can do to help someone, that's what we're here for. Love others for no reason.
President Trump will be here Friday to see the devastation firsthand. He's promised to provide the state with whatever it needs to recover. In Kerr County, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox 4 News.
A Louisville family is left with only voicemails after their father and his wife were swept away in the floodwaters. Jeff Ramsay was camping in the Hill Country on the 4th of July with his wife Tanya and their dog Chloe. His children, Jake and Rachel, say the couple was inside their camper when the waters took hold. Now, they were able to make a few phone calls, first to Tanya's brother, who was camping downstream. Family members say that call likely saved his life. Then 2 more calls to his children.
Left us both voicemails just saying, like, basically, hey, buddy, I love you so much. I think this is it for us. Tell Rachie I love her. I went and listened to that message, and it broke me. Hers came after mine, and it was when they were already heading downstream. And so you could hear the panic, and it was just heartbreaking. We'll never listen to those messages again.
Now, we do want to share a glimpse of hope in this case. Rescuers did find their dog Chloe. She was turned into an animal shelter and identified by her microchip. Jake believes his dad gave Chloe one last push to save her life. And you can help with the flood recovery. Just grab your phone, scan that QR code. Fox 4 has set up a secure site to give money directly to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. We also have a link at fox4news.com. Well, after another stormy night in North Texas, things are starting to quiet down a bit. Meteorologist Ali Turiano joins us to break down the forecast.
Hi, Hannah. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's all about the heat and humidity when we don't have as much rain in our forecast. And then once those chances ramp up, temperatures drop a little bit. We are currently ranging from mid 80s to low 90s already at this hour. It's 90 in Fort Worth, but 89 Dallas, Denton, as well as McKinney. You factor in the moisture in the air, the humidity, yeah, mid 90s, the current feels like temperature. So not only will our actual numbers climb, so will this number over the next few hours. When it comes to our rain chances today, much lower than previous days, isolated at best as we climb back into the mid 90s, very typical July temperatures for us. I do believe the best chance for a shower or a thunderstorm will be east of the I-35 corridor, so generally eastern counties and northeastern zones later on this afternoon into the early evening. Once the sun sets, things quiet down. Now, tomorrow looking pretty similar. We get into the weekend and more changes. Those rain chances are ramping back up with the potential for not just some gusty winds and hail, but some flood concerns too. We'll talk more about that and have your 7-day forecast in just a bit.
All right, Allie, thanks. The FBI says it's looking for another suspect accused of shooting an officer outside an ICE detention center near Fort Worth. You might have received an alert on your phone about this. 32-year-old Benjamin Song of Dallas is wanted for attempted murder of a federal officer. Authorities say he was part of a group of people who attacked the facility last week. When Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck, he is expected to recover. According to court records, Song is a military veteran who hid out in the woods for a day after the shooting. Nearly a dozen people have already been charged in connection with that attack. Immigration cases will take center stage in 2 federal courtrooms today. In Maryland, a Department of Homeland Security official will answer questions about about Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation and return to the U.S. Garcia now faces human trafficking charges. A federal judge says he could be released ahead of trial as early next week, but his attorneys believe if he is released, ICE will deport him to a third-party country.
Last time that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was put on an airplane, he did not know where that airplane was flying to until it landed at the airport in El Salvador. What we're trying to do here is to make sure that that doesn't happen again a second time.
A federal judge is also considering a lawsuit from a group of attorney generals over ICE raids in Los Angeles. They're calling on the court to put a stop to the warrantless arrests. ICE officials say their agents are acting lawfully. Coming up here on Fox 4 News at noon, the case against the teen accused of fatally stabbing another student in Plano receives a trial date. The latest on that investigation ahead. A 2026 trial date has been set for the teenager accused of killing another student at a Frisco ISD track meet. The jury trial for 18-year-old Carmelo Anthony will start June 1st of next year. Last month, the Collin County grand jury indicted Anthony for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. That happened during a fight at a track meet. Anthony says he stabbed Metcalf in self-defense. He is currently out on bond.
Plenty of heat and humidity in the forecast for the rest of the work week. We get into the weekend and more rain back for North Texans. The details in your 4-1 forecast next on Fox 4 News. A good afternoon. Look at the sunshine. Have you been outside? Not feeling great? Yeah, it's heating up. There are low rain chances generally east of the I-35 corridor today. I think just about everyone, less than 10% dry tomorrow, but that still means plenty of heat. And then as we go through your weekend, the rain and thunderstorms will return, but it's also going to feel uncomfortable. Not everyone getting rain this weekend, but those that do are likely dealing with torrential downpours as well as a few of these storms producing some gusty winds and small hail. So we're in an interesting weather pattern. This is not your typical July, August pattern where that ridge parks right over us and it's just hot and we talk triples. Instead, we've got two areas of high pressure and we are squeezed in between, which is really going to favor these pop-up storms with heating of the day that we're going to see. So for both Saturday and Sunday, we've got rain and thunderstorms in the forecast. Some areas higher chances than others. Here's how it will play play out. I think generally afternoon, evening hours, some showers and storms develop across North Texas. Really no rhyme or reason as to where they develop, but the coverage, especially to the west of 281, our western zones, a much higher coverage going through the nighttime hours. We'll see it pretty scattered again for your Sunday, and then lower chances again, still hanging on into early next week. So because we have this tropical air in place, there's so much moisture to work with. These, with slower movement, could easily drop several inches of rain in a short period of time. So there is some flood potential going through the weekend. At this point, there is a slight risk for many of us, and that includes a good portion of the hill country. So it's not just North Texas that's getting this rain. It's areas west and also southwest of us that will. And really, any spot could have some flood potential here heading into the weekend. Now, of course, we'll be able to fine-tune that forecast as things develop on Saturday, but I think a lot of this will happen in the late day hours and going through the evening. Now, currently, not a cloud on any of our Fox 4 views. We've got a south-southwest wind up to about 15, gusting to 20. Actual temperatures mid-80s in spots like Canton, Terrell. We've got upper 80s to 90 degrees around the Metroplex and some lower 90s out west. The air a little bit drier in our western zone, so you won't have as much of a heat index. The rest of us already feeling it. So if it's currently 89, feels like about 95, 96. That number as well will continue to creep up too. So right now, radar is quiet. Earlier saw some showers south of Palestine, but nothing going on at this point. As we continue to heat things up, we'll see some of those pop-ups with some wet weather moving out of East Texas and across Louisiana at this hour. So those low and mid 90s pretty much area wide. We'll keep an eye for a shower or rumble, generally east of the I-35 corridor, anywhere from, let's say, Grayson County through Fannin, Lamar, Red River, points southward is where we'll see that. We get to sunset, things will quiet down. It's another warm, muggy night, mid 70s to start tomorrow. I think we get some sunshine in the afternoon, and those mid 90s definitely back there. Southerly winds will continue for us a little bit on the breezy side over the next couple of days, and then all eyes will be on just the weakness in those ridges and the heating of the day to produce those showers and thunderstorms. All right, there's your forewarned 7-day forecast. So far, 96, the hottest we've gotten, and that's pretty much where we're going to be today, maybe a little bit hotter tomorrow, and then we'll be tracking the rain and storms for you throughout the weekend. And don't forget, you can join us here at Fox 4 for Texas Weather Live on the Fox Local app. Fox Local's our free streaming service. You can find it in your app store. We'll have more news after the break.
There are so many ways to help those affected by the flooding in Central Texas. In Fort Worth, businesses and community members are coming together to show their support. Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger is at City Hall with a look.
Throughout the morning, people have stopped by Fort Worth City Hall to pick up a green ribbon from officials working a table on the inside. However, on the outside, trees are adorned in those very same green ribbons in a sign of solidarity for the flooding victims. Officials are handing them out this morning until Monday. You can stop by and get your own weekdays from 8 to 5. The ribbons have been popping up across the state in a sign of solidarity to the victims who lost their lives at Camp Mystic and those affected in Central Texas. Fort Worth Fire and Police are collecting donations for those affected by the flooding. They're accepting donations like shelf-stable food, diapers and wipes, first aid kits, school supplies, canned pet food, and personal hygiene items. They're also asking for bigger items like shovels and brooms, trash bags, and bleach bottles. Interim Police Chief Robert Aldridge says this is the Fort Worth way.
They all want to help. They're feeling the pain of what our other citizens down in Kerr County are feeling right now, and they feel a little helpless because they don't know how to help. And so this is just a little way for them to get back and at least know that they are supporting the people down in Kerr County.
In the meantime, over in the stockyards, businesses there are accepting donations too. They are asking for similar donations. You can drop them off at Hotel Drover, the Visitors Center, H3 Ranch, the Stockyards Hotel, the Hyatt, and 97 West Kitchen and Bar now until the end of the month. If you live nearby any fire or police station within city limits, they will gladly collect the donations you are ready to drop off. They are doing so until Monday the 14th. Feel free to drop them off weekdays from 8 to 5. But if you do want to stop by police headquarters, they won't be there on the weekends. So be sure to drop them off today, Friday, or Monday. Reporting in Fort Worth, I'm Paige Ellenberger, Fox 4 News.
Coming up next, the spread of measles continues. This year's case is now marking the worst spread in more than 3 decades. Those numbers ahead. Well, the U.S. is having the worst measles spread in more than 30 years. The CDC says the national case count has surpassed the 2019 count. That's when the U.S. almost lost its status of having eliminated the disease. This could happen this year if this spreads nonstop for 12 months now. Vaccine is 97% effective in preventing measles, mumps, and rubella. There has been a recent decline in vaccinations, especially among school-aged children. That outbreak started in an under-vaccinated community of West Texas. There have been 753 confirmed cases since January. At least 2 people have died and dozens have been hospitalized. There are 4 confirmed cases in North Texas. Coming up here on Fox 4 News, residents in Travis County dealing with damage that's left some of them trapped. More on the cleanup and the recovery efforts in Central Texas straight ahead. Search crews are still hard at work in Central Texas. The Kerrville Fire Department provided an update on the search and recovery efforts today. 120 people are dead and have been recovered. 173 remain unaccounted for. An ambulance stolen from a hospital in Dallas leads to a chaotic police chase and crash. That suspect took off in a vehicle with a medic in the back. He was trapped in the wreckage after crashing it into a creek bed. He's expected to face several charges once he recovers from his injuries. Several people have been arrested in the case of a Plano post office burglaries. Police say that those suspects would steal what are called arrow keys. Police say those 16 keys gave them access to community mailboxes throughout the city. Investigators do expect to make more arrests. Well, people living in the Sandy Creek area of Travis County are frustrated about a bridge closure that's left people trapped in their neighborhood after the weekend floods. This bridge has been closed off since Monday, and people living in that neighborhood said they are left feeling hopeless. Fox's Jessica Rivera has that story.
This bridge has been closed off since Monday, and people in the neighborhood are feeling hopeless, not being able to get in and out to go to work. Now, we were told by some residents, they're saying that this used to be a low water crossing, and throughout time in several floods, the city had redesigned it about 3 times before making this more secure bridge. On Saturday, this area saw about 15 inches of rain, putting a lot of pressure on Sandy Creek, causing the area to flood and push the bridge about a foot. Travis County Emergency Management closed the bridge to only allow pedestrians to cross and deliver supplies.
We need out. This is the only way in, the only way out.
I get it. It's a lot of white tape, but we still need to find a way out because we have hardworking blue-collar Americans back here that need to get to work. They're losing their money, losing jobs, and a lot of people lost their houses.
Travis County officials say fixing this bridge is going to be a longer process. They are working with the Texas Department of Emergency Management to get a temporary bridge set up. Then for a long-term solution, they'll need to assess the structural viability of the bridge. They say during the flooding, it did sustain damage that impacted its structural integrity, and neighbors are becoming impatient trying to make their own makeshift bridge. Travis County Emergency Management Services is opening a recovery center at noon. They're going to be able to get free round trip to a local school where they're going to be able to get a shower and a hot meal. I'm Jessica Rivera. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Texas music icon Robert Earl Keen announced the early stages of planning a benefit concert for those flood victims. The country singer is a Kerrville native and says his 2 daughters attended Camp Mystic growing up. The benefit concert will take place next month on August 28th at Whitewater Amphitheater near New Braunfels. In his announcement, he said the star-studded lineup and more details will soon be announced. He also announced that 100% of the merchandise sales from his tour will go towards relief efforts for his hometown. Universities across Texas are finding ways to support and honor those impacted by the floods. The TCU football team wore green ribbons at a Big 12 Media Day Wednesday. Those ribbons have been used as a way to show support for Central Texas and the communities that have been impacted. The university is also offering free online training for anyone who has been impacted as well. And in Austin, students at the University of Texas gathered on the steps of the UT Tower to remember those lost and still missing. A vigil was organized by students, by alumni, and members of the community. They also attended as well to show support and solidarity for Central Texas. And UTSA is hosting an on-campus reflection tomorrow for the professor and the 2 students who were lost in the Hill Country flooding. Students, faculty, and the community will have the opportunity to honor and remember Dr. Catherine Eads and student Reese Menchaca, as well as Ella Cahill. That monument lights and student union lights on campus will glow white through the end of the week to honor those victims. The university is also offering special counseling drop-in hours for students who are struggling with grief and loss. Shower chances ramp up this weekend, but today most of us should expect warm and humid conditions. Let's get back over to Fox 4 meteorologist Allie Turriano here now with a look. Allie?
Yeah, hi there, Hannah. With a quiet radar, the heat really already in full swing. We've got upper 80s and lower 90s for most of us. And yes, there are very low rain chances today, but not for everyone. So our numbers will quickly climb into the mid-90s this afternoon with a feels-like temperature several degrees higher than that, and 96 for your high today. And if we were to see a shower or a rumble, it will likely be east of the I-35 corridor, so areas like Paris, Bonham, down to Sulphur Springs, Canton, Athens, Corsicana, Palestine, that's where that shower or rumble will be possible. Once the sun sets, things will quiet down. So I've got us at 96 today. That feels like up to 100. Tomorrow, a degree higher, and that heat index climbing even more. And as Hannah mentioned, rain chances are back for the weekend. We'll talk more about what that means for you and where the highest coverage will be. Those details coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Allie, thanks. Well, an ambulance that was stolen from Medical City Dallas Hospital ended up wrecked in a ditch 35 miles away in Ellis County. Police say a man jumped in the ambulance and took off, and there was a medic in the back. He was thrown out. That man drove south on I-45 right after 1 this morning. Dallas police tracked the ambulance and chased it to Palmer, where the man crashed into a creek bed. He was trapped in the wreckage. Firefighters freed him and was airlifted to a Dallas hospital. He is expected to face several charges once he recovers from his injuries. A man is in the hospital after he was shot by someone who was apparently trying to help. Wednesday night, Dallas officers were called to a neighborhood near 635 and Ferguson Road in northeast Dallas. Police say a man and woman were driving when they saw another man being beaten in the street. A man got out of his car and tried to break up that fight. He was shot twice in the chest by the man who was being beaten up. It's unclear what led to that fight before the shooting, and police have not released any other details. Coming up next on Fox 4 News, a professional boxer with multiple championship belts trains here in North Texas. Tomorrow, she heads into the ring to defend her title. We have her story next. Hey, welcome back. A world championship female boxer who conducts her training right here in North Texas is heading to Madison Square Garden in New York City to defend her long-standing title. And she's heading there on a mission. That mission is to win. Fox 4's Peyton May has that story.
Alicia Baumgartner joins us here in the Fox 4 studios. Thank you so much for being here. We are so happy to have you. So great to meet you. Now, you're the undisputed super featherweight, 15-1 record, 7 knockouts. That's pretty huge. And you got some hardware that you brought for us. Tell me about this.
Yes, this is the WBC belt. This is one of the first belts that I've won that just solidified me as a world champion. And this is one of many. So there's 5 more at home.
Okay, that's amazing. And so you got something very fun, very important coming up at Madison Square Garden, July 11th. Are you feeling confident? How are you feeling?
Yes, we are 1 week away. I am ready. I'm prepared. I'm ready to have a fun night at the Garden. This is something that I've been talking about for a very long time, and it's here. We're 1 week away.
Okay, well that's amazing, and you're not new to this sport here. You've been doing this for a while. Tell me how you got introduced.
Yes, so 23 years in love with the sport. It's been a blessing to just be here, and my dad introduced boxing to me at a young age, and just the work ethic that needed to be done, the discipline that is needed to be in a sport like boxing. I had it, and I stayed dedicated and made the necessary sacrifices to become a world champion.
I love that. So you're new to Dallas. You've been training with Derek James, right? And tell me how that's impacted your career, made a difference for you.
Yeah, so new to Dallas. I love Dallas. It's a great city. Training with Derek James has been such a positive impact on my career as a fighter. I'm still a student of the game. I love learning, and Derek James is a great teacher. So our connection has been very great in the ring, and I can't wait to really showcase that come fight night.
And you've said before in other interviews that you're kind of this standard for women's boxing. Tell us what you mean exactly by that.
You know, when you think about women's boxing, some people just have an idea of what it is, but when you get to watch a fighter like Alicia Baumgartner, you get to see a fighter as a whole. You get to see a beauty and a beast, and you get to see someone who can box, someone who can, you know, use the ring and be a puncher, and the defense, the offense, and it's a whole package, and it's a standard that I like to keep myself high on, just because, you know, there's a lot of young girls looking up, and, you know, boxing's just a brutal sport, but we can make it fun and make it the sweet science as it is.
And, you know, kind of going off of that, I mean, women's sports has really had the spotlight recently when it comes to, you know, WNBA, softball, soccer, boxing, of course. When those little girls are watching you, what do you want them to see in your performance, and, you know, how you carry yourself?
Yeah, I think it's important that the young girls are able to see, you know, a confident woman, and where the confidence is actually coming from. You know, it's a trial. You know, you have to look at yourself in the mirror. You have to speak positive things into yourself. You have to know that you're capable and able to do anything, and I think it's important that we're showing that each and every day, and with wins and losses. That's the most important part.
I think that's so important. Tell me, how are you hyping yourself up for Spain's own Jennifer Miranda? How are you kind of going into this mentally?
Mentally, I'm excited. Again, she's undefeated. She's hungry. She's ready to take advantage of this opportunity herself. But I just know what I'm able to do. I know that I've been training very hard for this, and I am the most prepared I've ever been.
So tell me, in Dallas, is it the Tex-Mex? Is it the barbecue? What kind of has you going?
Listen, it's everything. I'm a foodie. I'm a foodie. I love the food, and it's just a good time. The hospitality is 10 out of 10, and you're able to network here a lot, and I like that.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. All the best of luck to you. I'm feeling the confident vibes for you.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
I like that she called herself a student of the game. Very cool. #1 draft pick Cooper Flagg will make his debut tonight with the Dallas Mavericks. They'll play against the Los Angeles Lakers, who have Bronny James on their summer roster. That game is tonight at 7 in Las Vegas, and if you don't already have tickets, not going to be cheap. Some tickets are reappearing on resale markets for more than $3,000. The average ticketing price for tonight's game, about $232. Okay, here's a live look at the current conditions out of central Texas. This is just out of Kerr County, where another day of blue, sunny skies is very much so taking place, which is very important because the search and recovery crews are once again hard at work today. An update was given this morning by the Kerrville Police Department. They said in the county, 96 people have been confirmed dead and 161 remain missing. And that's just for Kerr County. And I know we've had some pop-up showers and storms throughout North Texas. That's the last thing they really need down there as they continue those efforts.
And it's quiet today. I think it's going to be quiet tomorrow, and then we go into the weekend, and that's when rain chances are back in our forecast. So it's nice to see a quiet radar across much of the state of Texas currently, with just a few showers that were in southeastern parts, those moving into Louisiana. And as we go through the day today, some pop-ups possible here, but a very low chance for that. So close to home, looking good. Lately, we've had these slow-moving storms drop several inches of rain in a short period of time here, creating flash flooding. And unfortunately, I do think that's going to be a part of the package for at least some of us this weekend. Not everyone receiving rain, but those that do, the heavy rainfall, some gusty winds will be out there. So notice there's not much cloud cover at this point, and that's why I really think we're looking very good when it comes to the rain chances. But here's the deal. We're in the upper 80s to about 90 degrees. We've got a south-southwest breeze gusting to 20. It feels even hotter than these actual temperatures, and these numbers will keep climbing. So when we don't have much rainfall in the forecast this time of year, it's July, and it definitely feels like it. Heat becomes an issue. I do think a lot of us will have that heat index about 100 later on this afternoon. And then once we get these rain and storms back into our forecast, then we've got to talk about those flood threats. So what's been in the air? Well, due to the recent rain, mold, and that's very typical. Grass levels are low at this point, no tree pollen out there. So as we go through the next couple of days, the mold levels by far are going to be that big concern. So what I mean by being back to July temperatures, yeah, 95 is now the typical high at DFW, and we are pretty much near that in the coming days. Maybe a couple degrees lower this weekend, depending on where those showers and storms set up, but still very hot and extremely humid conditions, really not going anywhere anytime soon. So let's talk about the coverage of rain. Isolated generally east of the I-35 corridor today. So from Paris south to Corsicana, Palestine, that's where I could see a pop-up. Once the sun sets, things quiet down. I expect us rain-free tomorrow, and then we're looking at these little disturbances that'll be out here, especially in West Texas through this weekend. So at this point, 20% coverage, Metroplex eastward. The more west you go, the higher coverage on Saturday. And a lot of this is going to take place in the evening hours and late night hours, where we could have the gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but the bigger story will be that flood threat, because I do think it is going to ramp up. We'll keep coverage at about 30% for now on Sunday, but it's likely going to be a little bit higher than that in our western zones once again. So your typical hot summer pattern with that ridge parked over us, that is not here yet, which means we will keep some rain chances around. So for Saturday, already looking at least a slight risk for flash flood potential. We'll keep it marginal at this point on Sunday, but I'd say both days we're expecting some slow-moving thunderstorms, dropping several inches of rain and producing lightning and some gusty winds. This afternoon, I've got us around 95, 96, very typical. Low shower chance, that's out of here after 9 p.m. And we're pretty much going to do this again tomorrow. We've got this south-southwest breeze gusting to 20, mid-upper 70s to start, low to mid-90s in the afternoon. Tack on 5 to 8 degrees, and that will be your feels like temperature. So not great, but really typical for North Texas this time of year. By the time we get to Saturday, you'll notice a few more clouds, and those rain and thunderstorm chances will start to develop. We're likely to have highs a couple degrees lower due to the clouds and those rain chances. And we're just going to keep an eye on things, because as we go into the middle and latter portion of next week, we're likely going to have more rain in the forecast once again. So let's talk about the next 7 days. Yeah, typical heat for sure, but rain chances will return for our weekend. Make sure to join us also later on today and every weekday at 3:30 for Fox Weather Live on Fox Local. Fox Local is our free streaming service. You can find it in your app store.
All right, Allie, thanks. Coming up next, it is National Pina Colada Day, how a popular chain is putting a spin on one of its favorite items for the holiday. Welcome back. It is National Pina Colada Day, and many food chains and restaurants are having deals to celebrate. Fox 4's Brandon Todd and Lauren Prisbel have a look at how Mooya Burgers, Fries, and Shakes is celebrating.
Day is National Pina Colada Day.
Boy, that sounds nice. We say good morning to Morgan Frucht with Mooya. So you're not making just a pina colada, you're making a pina colada shake.
Right, yes.
What's better on a hot July day?
Right, yeah, perfect for those hot
go.
summer days. We have the pina colada shake just for the summer, so it's delicious.
Okay, so jump in and get it right now. No alcohol, I'm assuming. It's just the flavor of pina colada.
No alcohol, but I'll let your imagination do what it does.
You could add if you wanted to, but yes. Okay. How many Mouyas are there in our area?
There are 15 across DFW.
Okay.
So you can find us kind of everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
And you've got more than just the pina colada shake up there, though, right?
Right, yeah. So we have our 100% real ice cream milkshakes. We have Oreo cookie, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and then a little smaller pina colada shake and our little mousse size.
Love that, love that.
So a pina colada shake, what's in that?
So it's, 100% real ice cream,
okay.
Coconut and pineapple. So all of your favorite fixings with the pineapple or pina colada shake.
Select Mooya locations are also having happy hour with half-price shakes from 2 to 5 Monday to Friday. And here's a reminder, you can watch Fox 4 News live from anywhere with the Fox Local app. Scan that QR code for Apple or Android. It lets you get live news, top stories, and watch Fox stations across America all on your phone. The Fox Local app is free, no subscription required. Coming up here, small chances for rain linger around North Texas, but that summer heat is ramping up. A final look at our forecast is next. Well, Moo Dang, yeah, a little blast from the past. That adorable baby hippo who gained international superstar status with her sparkling personality is celebrating a very important birthday. She turned 1 this week. Adoring fans came to celebrate her at her home zoo in Thailand. She and her mom feasted on a cake made of fruits and veggies while her fans snapped some selfies. And she is just cute and
How in the
photogenic
world is
as
she
ever.
a year old already? Time flies.
I know, it really doesn't feel like it's been that
she's
long.
adorable.
I'm glad her mom got to celebrate with some birthday cake too.
Yeah,
After all
well,
that work she did.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's been doing all the heavy lifting and all the hard work. I mean, look at how cute she is.
I mean, just adorable. Just
looks
adorable.
good.
That really was a snapshot in history, the Moo Dang time. We need to ride that out.
The
It was a
memes,
good time.
everything, yeah, unbelievable. Weather-wise, it's July in North Texas. We don't have much rain in the forecast today. Low chance for a shower or rumble into early evening. High of 96. That feels like a 100. Just as hot, if not a couple degrees, feeling hotter tomorrow afternoon. And then this weekend, we do have more clouds and those rain chances are returning for us. That will drop our afternoon temperatures a couple degrees, but really the bigger story will be slow-moving thunderstorms producing very heavy rainfall, torrential downpours for us. A few of those storms, especially Saturday evening, Saturday night, could have some gusty winds and small hail. And the overall thing is these will be slow movers, so several inches of rain will be possible both Saturday and Sunday if you get stuck under one of these thunderstorms. Heading into next week, we get a couple of days where we start to crank the heat and dry out, but I don't think that's going to last forever. So your typical summer pattern we always talk about, dry, hot, not necessarily here just yet.
Great time to be weather aware. Well, for news anytime, head to our website at fox4news.com, and we'll be back here at 4 with more news and weather.
We have our state partners, we have our county partners, and everybody at the village is on it. And people are working and doing the best that we can to get your services restored. So we ask for a little patience. But if you need water, any type of services, call that 258-6901 number. We have potable water at Gateway Church, Wingfield Park, and then we have bottled water that is located at, where's the bottled water?
It's at the storage center at the Humane Society.
At the Humane Society, over here on 70. We have additional bottled water, pre-made food items that will be able to be given away at that time. So if you need those things, let us know. We do have trucks, trailers of potable water that are placed in Upper Canyon that will be moved around the village, so that if you need those, you're welcome to them. But it is going to take a while in some areas because of the heavy damage that was sustained to our water line. We are still having some sewer issues, but it seems that most of those are working fine. But we just ask for your patience. At this time, I'm going to call up Eric Queller to give you an update where we're at, because the threat of rain is imminent. And we're expecting Saturday, something similar to what we had Tuesday. And that can change, we hope. So, Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello and good morning. Eric Queller, Emergency Manager, Village of Ruidoso. So with the forecast from the National Weather Service, we are looking at more possible burn scar flooding over the next couple of days. We're actively in recovery operations, but we're doing this intermittent response as we go through monsoon season. So as we're moving through the recovery process, we're also dealing with response operations as they come with each flooding event. And so it just takes one cell and one bad location to produce floods like what we saw earlier this week. So we are keeping and mobilizing swiftwater resources that are staying in the region. Our partners with the Department of Homeland Security, Emergency Management, New Mexico National Guard are keeping their pre-positioned resources so we can address those needs, along with our Ruidoso Fire Department for any future impacts we may see. Ongoing recovery operations. We have seen an increase of impacted structures over the last 24 hours or since yesterday's briefing. I'll have Mike talk about that here in a second. We're doing our PDAs, or our primary damage assessments, as of this moment. So those numbers will fluctuate between now and probably the next time we will give a briefing. We'll make sure public information has that information so our partners with the media can have that information. With that said, I want to reiterate what the mayor said. We do have an EOC hotline open for any impacted residents within the village of Ruidoso. That's 575-258-6901. If you have any unmet needs, make sure you call that number. We'll work on getting those appropriate resources to the people that have been impacted. For folks that are wanting to donate, we saw this last year during the fires. Southern New Mexico and New Mexico is really great about sharing resources and sending their help this way. We want to make sure that those resources are getting into the appropriate hands. So we have a donation reception center. If you want to donate, you can donate to the donation reception center. This is a reception center. This is not a distribution point. It's going to be at the Lincoln County Humane Society on US 70. We are taking all types of donations with the exception of used clothing. Let me reiterate, used clothing we will not be taking in. If you have a new pair of socks, new pair of jeans, we will happily accept that. But if you have used clothing, we will not accept that at this time. If that changes, we'll let y'all know. The other thing that we want to reiterate is our partners at the Community Foundation of Lincoln County will be taking all monetary donations for this disaster and will divvy it up towards the organizations and individuals needing assistance. So again, the Foundation of Lincoln County, please push that money so we can get those out into the correct hands. So I want to turn it over to Mike to talk about the impacted structures at this time.
Good morning, everybody. Michael Martinez, Deputy Village Manager. So as the mayor mentioned, we are closing Village Hall. The main reason behind that, is Eric's point, is we're doing damage assessments in the field. Initially, we gave numbers of anywhere between 30 to 50 homes that had been impacted. Based on last night's and yesterday's assessments, along with the phone calls that we're receiving for sheltering or for possible a lack of homes, we're looking now to 200 up to 400 homes that have been damaged. With those homes that are being damaged, most of our teams that are doing construction, the permits, that are doing reviews, are actually in the fields assisting. So you will not be able to get to them to request a building permit. What we are going to be doing is saying anybody that is doing work on your property, whether it's cleanup, whether it's trying to rebuild, stop before you do that. Let us know. Call that number that both the mayor and Eric had given you. We need to make sure we walk you through what's called substantial damage. We need to identify what that number is so that we can help you build back appropriately and possibly get qualified for funds that will be able to help you moving down in the future, in the immediate future. So please, please, please let us know. Call that number. We'll have a specialist